Power BI is a business intelligence tool designed by Microsoft. This software offers business intelligence capabilities and interactive visualizations using an interface that is simply enough for end users to access and edit their own dashboards and reports. The Power BI suite comprises software packages, apps, and connectors that work together to make your disparate pieces of data stand out, become interactive, and produce meaningful insights. The data you need may be in Excel, or it may be in cloud-based or on-premise hybrid data warehouses. Through Power BI, you can easily connect to your data sources, visualize and discover what's important, and you can even share it with friends and colleagues. David is a Power BI developer for Microsoft. Microsoft has created a new application and has launched its beta version in the market. The stakeholders would like to see how the application is performing. So, David uses the data collected from various sources to analyze, find hidden patterns, and create dashboards which could be understood by everyone. By allowing users to connect, visualize, and share data with other users or stakeholders, Power BI can help users gain deeper insights into their business. Power BI is available in both free and paid versions. Depending on the role in a project or a team, Power BI may be used differently. Power BI may be used differently by other individuals in other roles as well. The Power BI service, for example, is primarily based for viewing reports and dashboards. If you work with a co-worker who needs to produce business reports, he or she might create major versions of those reports in Power BI Desktop or Power BI Report Builder, and then publish them to the Power BI service where you can view them. A colleague in sales, for example, might use the Power BI phone app to monitor progress on sales quotas and to research prospects. The Power BI APIs may be used by developers to embed dashboards and reports into custom applications or to push data into datasets. Let's see what are the deployment pipelines and best practices in Power BI. The first one we have is content preparation. In this, you get your content ready for lifecycle management. Next, we have development, where we explore the best ways to create content as a part of the development process for deployment pipelines. Then we have test, where we learn how to apply the deployment pipelines test stage to test your implementation. In production, when preparing content for consumption, use the deployment pipelines production stage. It is also possible for professionals to become Power BI developers from different backgrounds. Power BI developers should have a wide range of skills in addition to familiarity with the tool. Now let's take a moment to review the other skill a Power BI developer should possess. He should have expertise in business intelligence tool, and extensive data specific experience is also required. He should also understand all Microsoft business intelligence stacks, and he should also be experienced in data analytics and software development skills. On an average basis, Power BI developers' starting salary would be from 6 lakhs per annum to 12 lakhs per annum in India and will keep on increasing according to the experience. While in the USA, a Power BI developer earns from $200,000 per year.
Hello everyone and welcome to today's session on Power BI Full Course by Intellipaat. Power BI is a cloud-based business analytics solution which is used to analyze data from a wide range of data sources. With Power BI, basically you can mash up data as per your need as it has a very powerful mashup engine. Within memory superfast engine in Power BI, you can model the data, add measured or calculated column, patterns or build a star schema on your own. In this session, you will learn all about Power BI in detail. So let's check the agenda for the session. So first we'll be talking about what is business intelligence. Then we'll be talking about how to choose the correct tool for business intelligence, followed by what is Power BI, why do we need Power BI, importance of Power BI, and Power BI desktop installation. After that, we'll be talking about Power BI DAX tutorial, and then we'll be talking about shaping and combining data, data visualization using Power BI, And followed by, we'll be talking about Power BI certifications, Power BI interview questions, and answers. So, without further wait, let's start the session. But before we begin the session, make sure to subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon so that you'll never miss any update from us.
What is business intelligence? So, BI is nothing. It is a set of processes, architectures, and technologies that convert raw data into meaningful information that drives profitable business actions. So, business intelligence covers the processes and methods of collecting, storing, and analyzing data from business operations or activities to optimize performance. So, as you already know, that we are living in a data centric world where data is considered, or most of the companies makes their strategies and plans according to the historical data. So data is considered as one of the crucial or important resources for any business that help us analyze the market trend as well as to know the customers, to know about the business, to make strategy. Therefore, BI has gained a lot of popularity in the industry. So BI has a direct impact on any company's plan or tactical and operational business decisions, and it supports fact based decisions that makes use of historical data rather than making assumptions or predictions on the basis of the experience of an individual. Rather, it makes decision based on the data. So there are a lot of tools that companies use. So these tools perform data analysis and create reports, summaries, also dashboard, maps, graphs, and charts to provide users with detailed intelligence about the nature of the business. So that is why companies uses BI. And this is about, or you can say, it is a crucial component of any business. Now, how do companies select BI tools? So you must be having question that now I know about what is BI, but how do companies select BI tools, or how do you select business intelligence tools for your company? So here are few of the criteria on which you can decide how to select BI tools. So if any company is going for it, so it will check for its availability and usage. So company will check whether it is easily available or not, and also they'll check for the usage, whether it is, or you can say it can be used for their company or business or not, whether it is effective for them or not. Then they'll look around the tool and analyze whether it is easy to learn and use or not. Because if the tool is very complex to learn and implement it, then it becomes difficult for training the employees for using it, and it becomes a time consuming task. Therefore, this is one of the important factor, that is easy to learn and use. Then comes quality of data visualization. So for any company, if they are using BI tools, so it is only used for the purpose of data analysis, data visualization, in order to understand about the market trend, in order to understand about the customer, about their business, how they can increase their revenue, how they can boost their profit, how they can attract customers. And for this, they visualize the data they have. Also, they check and they analyze the historical data. So the quality of data visualization is one of the necessary factors for any company who is selecting a BI tool for their organization. So this becomes one of the most important thing, and they look for quality of data visualization. So the tool that provides a better quality, or so the developers who build data visualization tool, or you can say the BI tools, so they take care of the data visualization part so that it helps companies to actually get a good or a quality data visualization for them. So it completely depends on the type of business or the business owner, which type of data visualization or which type of business they are dealing with, and then they select the BI tool. After that comes the cost and ease of setup. So here, for example, if a BI tool is cheaper in comparison to other tools and the setup, or it is easy to set up, so companies definitely goes for it because it has a cheaper cost. It provides the same features that others provide. So, so companies select the tools which are best fit for their organization, for their data, and they check for the cost and ease of setup. So these four factors are the criteria for selecting any BI tools. Okay, great. Now we'll move on to the next part, that is why do we actually use business intelligence? So in a real time scenario, or you can say in any business, if you want to tackle, repeat, in any business, you need to handle certain business problems. You need to tackle certain real time business problem for which business intelligence or BI tools helps a lot. So it helps to create KPIs that are key performance indicators based on the historic data, so that companies can actually analyze the market trend or business data in a much efficient way, and also they can evaluate the performance based on variety of historical data, and they can understand the trend that actually helps them to make effective business plans. Then comes process benchmarking. So you can actually identify and set benchmarks for varied processes. After that comes driving sales. So as you can see the key performance indicators, you can set the process benchmarking and you can analyze the data in a better way. So you can actually figure out the gaps and weaknesses in your business, and you can improve it. You can further improve it. This actually helps to drive more business if it is related to sales, and it gives your company a better growth. Then comes business problem. So with BI systems, organizations can identify market trends and spot business problems that need to be addressed for your business. So it actually helps to tackle the real time business problems. And then comes in demand. So it is in demand because you already know we are living in a digital era where there is a lot of data that is collected every day, and this data creates a lot of opportunity for business if we use it properly. So here comes BI tool that help us to do that, and this in turn increases the job opportunity in the field of business intelligence. So that is why we use business intelligence for business. Now moving on to BI career, we'll discuss the core concepts and what all things and what knowledge you need if you are getting into the field of business intelligence. So here, starting with data architecture, you must have a thorough knowledge of the architecture of data. You need to understand about the mechanism of the data through the architecture of your companies or the business organization for which you are working. So by understanding the architecture, or you can say the data architecture, you can actually get a clear idea about how you can work on the data, how you can use the data effectively for your business. Then comes database design. So data storage and data processing methodologies you should be aware of. So as you already know, to analyze and to visualize the data, first you have to extract the data from the database. So the data is stored in the database of the organization, and if they are using cloud technologies for storing the data, then the data would be in the cloud storage. So you need to have knowledge about the database design. So if your company has a database, then you should be well aware of that, how you can extract the data for analyzing and visualizing it. So before that, you need to also be aware of data pre-processing methodologies. So before manipulating and before visualizing the data, you need to perform data pre-processing, because real world data is often incomplete, inconsistent. Also, it lacks the certain behaviors or trends and is likely to contain many errors. So data pre-processing is a proven method for solving such issues, and data pre-processing prepares raw data for further processing, and actually it is making the data, so it is actually converting the data from unstructured form to a structured form so that we can analyze and visualize it effectively. Then comes data quality analysis. So data quality checks are extremely vital in the field of BI. So in the industry, everyone can use BI tool. Everyone can analyze the data and they can do well. But how you are different to them? So this is where you have to check the data quality. You have to check whether you are providing quality data for analysis and whether you are creating quality visualization, quality reports for your business to perform well in the market. So that is why data quality checks are extremely vital. Then comes data mining. So dwelling into the data to find insights is one of the most important factors for any business. So actually it's not simple as just using a simple formula for visualizing the data. You need to extract the best information out of the data. So that is why you should be well versed with the data mining technique. Then comes data visualization. So without data visualization, you cannot analyze the data. So that is why you need to have a thorough knowledge of data visualization, which all graphs, which all plots you need for analyzing different types of data to understand the market, to understand the customer, to understand the business processes. So creation of beautiful looking dashboards and data visualization is one of the crucial part in the field of business intelligence. Then comes data security. So everything including analysis, data visualization, then checking the data quality, database design, and having the knowledge of data architecture. So everything is about data. So we need to ensure that data security and data privacy is maintained for our company. So it is the number one priority for any business. So these are the core fields, or you can say the knowledge or the skills, the field knowledge you need to have for getting into the field of, or for mastering the field and making existence in the industry in the field of business intelligence. Now further, let us look at the popular business intelligence tools. So there is Tableau, there is SAS, Power BI, Zoho Analytics, SAP, and ClickSense. So there are a lot of tools, there are a plenty of tools available for BI, for performing BI tasks for any business. But these are among the top tools that are actually used by top companies for implementing business intelligence for their company or for their business. So based on the specific requirements of the business or the company, they select the tools. For example, some of the companies may use SAS, whereas some of the company use SAP. So there can be difference between the operational processes of the company. So just giving an example about the differences in the usage of these tools. So in SAP, multidimensional analysis is possible, and through the software's calculation, trend forecasting, and data modeling features. Whereas some companies may use Power BI. So Microsoft Power BI hosts a standard online analytics platform that connects to SQL servers for multi-dimensional data analysis, and it is enabled via data drilling tools. So based on the specific requirements, companies can use different tools. So till now we have gone through many aspects in this session, such as what is actually business intelligence, why do we use it, and these popular business intelligence tools, as well as the skills, or you can say the knowledge or the core concepts you need to understand and you need to master in order to get into the field of BI.
Hey, here is a quiz question for you. Try to answer it in the chat or in the comment section. Which of the following does not form part of BI stack in SQL Server? Option A, SSRS. Option B, SSIS. Option C, SSAS. And option D, OBIEE. So leave the answer down. Thank you.
Introduction of Power BI. So what is Power BI? Well, Power BI is nothing but again a tool which is used to attain business intelligence, guys. So it is a business analytics solution that lets you visualize your data, share insights across your organization, inside your teams, outside your teams, in fact even to a different organization as well. And then later, whatever graphs, visualizations you have put out from your data, you can put it in an application, you can put it on a website and show them and use them later as well, guys. So basically it allows you to connect hundreds and hundreds of data sources and bring your data to life with live dashboarding and reports, guys. So basically this is what you can see, right? So you have certain numbers which might not make sense, but then at the end of the day, if you convert numbers to these beautifully looking graphs and visualizations, then that has so much impact for a non-technical person, for a person who's from a business domain, or let's say in a board of directors meeting as well, because at the end of the day, visualizations and images attract the human consensus pretty much 3,000 times faster than numbers as well. It's something that I read last year. So on that note, why do you have to use Power BI in particular? It's an offering from Microsoft, as you guys might know it, and Power BI is again a giant in the world of business intelligence, guys. So the first reason of why you should use Power BI is to help you make informed decisions very quickly, guys. And not just informed decisions, not informed in just any simple way. You're gonna have all the details. You're gonna know your data in and out with respect to visualizations, with respect to what your data is doing, why it is acting the way it is, and what is the outcome, and how good or bad is the outcome, guys. So all of these will help the company, in terms of the associate level all the way till the director, CTO, CEO levels, and to help them basically take a very good decision and do this very quickly as well, guys. So this brings us to the next reason of why you should consider Power BI. Power BI is basically, this one tool with so many features that it pretty much, help you connect your data, connect your models. It'll help you model the data that you're connecting, and then pretty much, you can explore your data. You can create all of these very good looking visualizations, visual reports basically, and then you can talk to your multiple teams about it. You can talk to just one team, designer team, business intelligence team, sales team. You can have all of these guys collaborate, pitch in on what they want to see at the end of the day, and then publish it to them, and eventually share it to all your board members or other members of the teams as well, guys. So this brings us to the next reason of why you should consider Power BI, especially this particular reason, guys, because there's a statement which I read. It says that Power BI pretty much is again one of the most well-faring BI tools in the world today, and I think this reason pretty much this reason of why you should use BI actually connects to that. Basically what we're trying to say here is that you can take data from hundreds of sources, like I just said, and no matter where your data lives, Power BI has the ability to connect it and pull it and pretty much give you visualizations based on that as well, guys. And not just any visualization, you can have stunningly amazing looking interactive visualizations which will catch a lot of attention of a lot of people as well, guys. So there's another reason which is again very good. As a company, collaboration is a foundation, right? So all your reports which will get published among your teams, all your dashboards which will get published among your teams, basically all of you guys together will come share insights about what's going on. All of you will have an idea of how your business is doing, and this will help you understand your business inside out thoroughly, guys. So what that further does is pretty much that will help you take your desk to wherever you go, because at the end of the day, Power BI apps can talk to any of the apps basically built by Microsoft, and all of these will give you very good seamless access to insights whenever you want, at your home, at your office, or if you're on the move as well, guys. So this brings us to the actual process of how Power BI works. Well, guys, to simplify it, I'm going to take it very slow, since the intent here is to make the all of the audience from the beginner level to the advanced level understand this. So I'm going to be a little slow here, and I hope you guys catch on to what I'm saying. So this is how Power BI works basically in the chain, guys. So there are pretty much 5 major steps of how it works. Step 1 is data connection. Next we have data transformation, we have data modeling, we have data visualization, and data reporting as well, guys. So coming to the first step, which is data connection, as I've already told you, you can talk to hundreds of resources at the same time and get Power BI to pretty much pull all the data from any, let's say, Twitter, Facebook, it can be any big data solutions, Hadoop, Hive, Pig. Any of these guys can talk to Power BI and get the data into your system where it can be processed and worked on. And the best part, in my opinion, about the data connection part of Power BI is that it is extremely simple to import data into Power BI, or let's say you want to upload a custom file on your own and you just don't want to pull data from anywhere else. Guys, Microsoft Power BI's interface is so simple, it actually makes it very easy even for a beginner to get started on this, guys. So coming to data transformation, which is the second step basically. So after data loading, what the data needs to be done at this point of time, your data will be very unruly, it will be very shabby, it will be very raw. There's a good chance it will not be structured as well. So basically we do this step which is called as pre-processing, and pre-processing, the literal term is data shaping or data transformation as well. So in this pre-processing we do a lot of changes and transformation in the data so that the next steps becomes very easy and maintains very good accuracy as well. So, processing, how is it done? Well, basically, we can do a lot of changes to the data that's present. You can rename your columns, you can rename your tables, you can change the type of data. So, you can convert text text to numbers, numbers to text. You can modify the rows, modify the columns, modify the data with each and every cell in the two-dimensional matrix of data that you see, and much, much more, guys.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So data transformation plays a very vital role as a second step into achieving very good visualization. And this brings us right to the third step, which is data modeling. Data modeling, again, is a very important step, because data modeling will help you enhance your data in a way where, when you're doing visualization, you do not pick up on any outliers, or you do not pick up on any data which will basically hurt your visualizations and decrease the accuracy of your model. So to do that, we need to enhance our data. We need to make sure that the data is extremely efficient. It is extremely, to the point, where when we go ahead and graph it out, it looks perfect, guys. So basically, how is this done? Well, data can be enhanced by doing a lot of things, guys. You can do a lot of calculations on the data. You can have some hierarchies. You can map your data one to other. You can give relations to your data. You can have certain set of measures where you're pretty much asking your data to stay in a certain set of limits. You can build certain relationships among a couple of rows, couple of columns, and much more, guys. So the data is enhanced basically to make it more efficient to the next step, which is data visualization. This is the heart of Power BI, because this is where pretty much your data goes from looking like numbers or something on a spreadsheet to graphs, guys. And not just any graphs. Those are beautiful looking visualization, as I'll just show it to you in a moment. But then this is a very important step, because you will not just have access to one or two types of graphs. You'll have a variety. You'll have a plethora of visualization types where you can go on to use it based on your personal requirement, guys. So this will feel like a tailor-made requirement to any company who require business intelligence. And then since they offer loads and loads of tools for us, it is actually one of the main reasons why Power BI will give you these attractive looking, amazing and beautiful reports, guys. So this brings us to the biggest advantage basically, is that let's say you guys might have questions in the comment section basically, which says you might not have any coding experience, but then is Power BI for you as well? Guys, know that the advantage of Power BI is that even a person who is an MBA, who's a business guy, who has never written a single line of code in his life, can come up with extremely good analytics using Power BI, guys. And then this is a very, very high paying job as well. The average salary is very high. And then if you can think about being in the information technology sector without writing code, then business intelligence could be one of your ways to actually amassing a lot of wealth and at the same time enjoying your job. Because for me personally, I love seeing visualizations as the output of Power BI, guys. And this brings us to the next step, which is basically data reporting. By data reporting, basically what we try to do is Power BI comes up with a lot of services. There is much more than what meets the eye in terms of Microsoft services, any services of course. And then these basically dashboards are used to create reports. These reports can be physically created, they can be put on a website, they can be published and exported in a very secure manner as well. So it is not that you create a couple of graphs and anyone can access those graphs, guys. So these are done under very high encryption, and you can export it and publish it and much more as well, guys. So coming to another important point of data reporting is that it is not a manual task. In fact, Power BI supports automatic data refresh, which can be set up once and then left as is. And what this does is this will give you almost real-time analytics of trends and results. So it will update itself on its own, and you do not have to have a human there intervening, putting in the new results, putting in new visualizations and whatnot, guys. So it supports an automatic data refresh, and this in my opinion is a very good advantage of a business intelligence tools, guys. So this brings us to the key features of business intelligence. key features of Power BI. The first most important feature that I could think of was the usage of artificial intelligence, guys. So basically, you can do any sort of text analytics, you can do any sort of image recognition by using Power BI as well. And then this is done basically, by teaching machines to do stuff on their own, what we basically call as machine learning, if you guys do not know the term. But then for the people who do, then we use a lot of machine learning models, which has the capability to automatically learn and integrate with their entire cloud platform, which is basically Azure, Microsoft Azure platform. And then there's something called Azure machine learning as well. And then Power BI has the ability, it is ready, and it talks to Azure machine learning in a way where at the end of the day, even machine learning's goal is to achieve artificial intelligence. So with the help of visualizations, future predictions, trend analysis, and much more, guys. So the next key feature is something called as hybrid deployment support, because Power BI comes with these so-called connectors, and these connectors will allow Power BI tools to connect with again a number of different data sources, again as I've been stressing, because it is extremely important in a world which generates terabytes worth of data every single hour. Yes, you heard it right, every single hour there are terabytes and terabytes worth of data throughout the world. And then knowing that you can probably use it and connect to it very easily and pull the data through is very simple and doable in terms of Power BI, guys. So you can have the data coming from any Microsoft's platform, from Salesforce, which is a very good CRM tool, and many other vendors as well, guys. And this brings us to the next key feature, which is getting quick insights out of your data. One of the most important thing that you need to know is your data might be large and you might not have to visualize it all at once. So having very good interest in getting quick insights basically allows the users to create, let's say, a smaller chunks of data or subsets of data. And then what you can further do is you can apply analytics to those small amounts of information rather than the entire thing, because you do not want the entire thing and you want a part of it. So again, Power BI has the capability, and very easily so, to in fact do this as well, guys. And then the next thing is something called as data model support. And data model support is basically, we're going to use a lot of data, again as I've been mentioning, and making sure your data schemas are understood by the model. Supporting a plethora of tools again requires a lot of variety of data which can be read and understood in terms of the point of development of Power BI. So you'll have a lot of entities, a lot of attributes, a lot of relationships, basically giving you this entire data schema where one common model can talk to a large group of data connectors and data inhibitors, guys. So basically, some ways you want the data, some places you don't want the data. That is what inhibitors actually mean. So where what data you need to pick up from and what data you should not pick up, data model support will do just that. And the next thing, in my opinion, is something really nice, and I have personally used this as well, guys. So it's basically Microsoft's NLP, natural language processing, and Microsoft's virtual agent, which is Cortana. So I'm sure many of you guys might have used Cortana if you're Windows users, or you've used it elsewhere as well. So this is actually extremely popular on mobile devices, and this will allow you to basically talk to your computer, and verbally you can ask your computer, you can ask Cortana using a certain set of queries, as we call it, and then Cortana will give you all of those results, and you do not have to type it out manually, guys. So Cortana is a beautiful digital assistant by Microsoft, and it is completely supported and talks really nicely to Power BI, and it makes our task of typing and verbally querying data out impossible. And this basically I know 60 or 70% of the users who talk to their computers when they're doing business intelligence, and personally they're actually going about telling their queries out to the computer so that Cortana can hear it, convert it into text, and actually execute that query, guys. So this brings us to the next thing, which is the most important key feature when it comes to Power BI. It is the customizations. Thousands and thousands of different types of visualizations, different types of reporting aspects, hundreds of variables that it can look at the same time, guys. You can import any new tool which is from the entire Microsoft's a domain, and this will basically help you change the appearance of anything that you look at on a visualization screen. And this can be only done by the creativeness and the thinking, the thought process which went into designing Power BI, guys. In fact, here is a dashboard. So this is a Power BI dashboard, and this is what it would look like on a phone and a laptop as well, guys. So you have lots and lots of data, you have graphs, you have a map, you have heat maps, and then you can track each and everything that you can think of. And in fact, to the uninitiated people who might have not done sales, it will track everything that you might have never thought of before as well, guys. So it is extremely intelligent on its own, and with all of these insights that you have never had before, this will give you a clarity throughout your product, throughout your domain, your hold in this world of products like no other, guys. In fact, here is another dashboard which is basically from the retail sector of, it's basically another sales dashboard, and this is done somewhere in the in the part of the United States of America. And then you can get details such as how much products you sold per square feet of that particular city, guys, per square feet. Think about that. And then you can get the total sales. What is the sales per square feet? Again, as I told you, what was this year sales, how many stores got opened, total sales this particular year sales, what's the target, how far away from the target, how to achieve that target. Pretty much, guys, everything that you can think of, you can achieve in terms of the Power BI dashboard. Again, here is another very good looking dashboard, guys. So this is again something related to the number of times and requests, website outage, and so much more. But then again, let me quickly head back. You can see the difference in between these particular dashboards and how unique each of them look, guys. So this can be catered to the business's needs, and this can be designed to look as beautiful as it can, and with all the data that you particularly need in your organization, guys.
Now I'll show you how to install Power BI on your Windows 10 desktop. For that, all you need to do is open a browser, and I'm using Google Chrome. In Google Chrome, what you need to do is open the Microsoft Power BI website. So I type Microsoft Power BI, click the first link over here, and this page comes up. And here you will always find an option, Start for free. What this means is that you can download the Power BI desktop for free, and then if you need a subscription account, you can continue it further. So I will start for free, and now I will find this pop-up. And now this is another option that I get here, download for free. So click over here, and now this pop-up menu appears, and you have two options over here. So, and as we know that Power BI is a product from Microsoft, you can directly download it from the Microsoft Store. So open Microsoft Store. By doing this, the product will download automatically and install on its own. And once that is done, you will see this. This product is installed, and you can launch it directly from here. As I had already installed my product, I was not going through all that process. So I will launch the product directly. Now Power BI desktop will open. Now once it's open, a menu will appear, and you will have to fill in your credentials. After that, click on sign in, and here you will have to use your professional account. I'll be using the account of a friend of mine. Okay, that was a mistake. Yeah. So sign in. Now I'll have to enter the password. Unfortunately, I have a password. So we have signed into Power BI desktop, and this is how Power BI desktop looks like. As we had discussed, there are three different views in Power BI desktop: report view, data view, and model view. In addition to that, you have three different menus. In the home menu, you have these options. You have get data, enter data, edit queries, new page, new visual, buttons, and all of that. So what you can do is, before starting the process of creating a report in Power BI desktop, you need to import data into it first. And for doing that, you need to click on get data. Once you click on get data, you will find these many options. Now what does this mean? This means that Power BI can take in data from a huge number of sources. It doesn't have to be a particular Excel file, it can be anything. As you can see, you can click on more over here. Now a list will appear. Now these are the different sources which are compatible with Microsoft Power BI desktop. So you can take it directly from files, Excel, CSV, XML, JSON, PDF, anything. You can take it from directly databases. All these databases are fine. You can directly take in Power BI files which have a .pbix extension. You can take it from Azure, other online sources, and other files. That include RScript, Python, ODBC, Spark. Any kind of data can be ingested over here, and this will work absolutely fine. Now this is the beauty of Power BI desktop. Or you can click on enter data and enter your data manually. You will find this option column. You can input the column and then enter values as per as your requirement. You can simply edit it and then load it. You also have edit queries option. Here you can, once you have created a table, you can edit queries and you can use queries to extract specific information from that table. Or you can click over here from marketplace. You will find these options. These are different visualizations. You can take it directly from the Microsoft website. It's absolutely free to download, or from my organization. Because we don't use Power BI as of now, we don't have any custom visuals. You can use custom visuals, and under my organization, you simply have to click it and then extract the visual directly. You can also switch your themes over here. And after that, now I will give you an overview of all the views that we have. First comes report view. Now this is where actually the report is created. In report view, you have two specific panes over here, the visualization pane and the fields pane. In visualization pane, you find these many visualization options. Once you enter a data set, you can visualize it with these many options. You have different things: stacked bar chart, column chart, clustered bar chart, clustered column chart, 100% stacked bar chart. As per your requirement, you have many other things and you can use any of it. You also have line and star column chart when you have multiple parameters in your table, and if you want to show a graph of multiple things, you can use all of this. You can also use donut charts, pie chart, scatter chart, and you don't have to worry. I will tell you exactly how to use these things in our next demo. You can also take data directly from R script visuals and Python visual. You can create your reports in these visuals also. All these options are available to you, and all you need to do, click on a visual, and once you have data in it, all your parameters will appear over here in this fields pane, and you can directly select a parameter and drag it over the axis on which you want to project it. There will be two axes, X and Y, and you can put it directly over here. And there are other options also. You can add data fields over here, add data values over here, and these are the filters if you want to apply. Also, in addition, we have these options, and all this will be active when we enter some data set. That is the only reason why this is not active right now, but I will give you an overview. You have the title thing over here. You can enter a title, you can customize your background, the lock aspect, general things, you can give a border, visual header, and all those things. And analytics is not available for this visual as we have not entered any data. Once that is done, next comes data view. Here you can edit your data. You can manage it with query editing tools. Edit your queries, and once you have parameters in your data, you can manage those parameters directly from here. And then we have this modeling view. What you can do in the modeling view is that, suppose you have a big report and you have to break it down to make it more understandable, or break down into modules. So what you can do, you can simply enter the data over here and break it down. I will show you how to do that. So this is how the Power BI desktop basically looks like. In our next demo, I will generate a report and tell you how exactly can we work in Microsoft Power BI desktop. Now that we have installed Power BI, let us understand how datasets and data types work. The data that you import from other sources needs to be typed correctly in the first place. Plus, you might also have to change the data types as different sources may have different data types. Now, a major question arises. Where is this data stored? In Power BI, data is mostly stored in fact tables and dimension tables. A fact table holds the data to be analyzed, and a dimension table stores data about the ways in which the data in the fact table can be analyzed. Now it is really important to note that these tables are connected and work in sync with each other. Now when we talk about tables, it is a sure thing that there will be data relationships, right? How can we manage them? Now don't we think before managing them, it is necessary to create them in the first place? So if there are no null values and duplicate rows in those facts and dimension tables, you can create data relationships. And there are two ways to do that in Power BI. Either you can do it manually, or you can use Power BI's inherent auto detect feature. What happens in the auto detect feature is that Power BI traverses through your data directly and finds potential data relationships and creates them on its own. Now let's see how data relationships can be managed. Data relationships can be managed with primary and foreign keys. What are primary keys then? A primary key is a special relational database table column which is specifically designated to uniquely identify all table records. but a foreign key is defined in a second table but refers to the primary key in the first table. And the relationship between these two keys is the stronghold of how tables are connected. For managing data relationships even better, Power BI equips users with cross-filtering. The cross-filter direction of relationships in datasets affects how Power BI treats the tables in visualizations and reports. There are two types, bidirectional and single directional. Bidirectional cross-filtering allows modelers to determine how they want filters to flow for data using relationships between tables, and single directional cross-filtering will filter one table based on another table. Sam is curious if he needs to shape and transform data before using it in Power BI. Well, if required, he must do it. And he can do it using the Power BI query editor. Here, users can load data from a wide number of sources and apply transformation on them directly. They have 4 options: Home, Transform, Add Column, and View. And when applied in the right order, these options can help transform data in a really quick manner. Let's move on then. What is shaping data? It is the process of transforming data so that it becomes best for your reports. This can be done implicitly in Power BI. The most common techniques of shaping data are removing columns and rows, renaming them, modifying data types, adding columns and indexes, and applying a sort order. Now Tom wants to know, why do we need to transform data? If data is not structurally appropriate, we might have to transform it. And this can be done using the query editor. In addition, the table group offers functions to quickly transform data. So what are these functions? These are group by, count rows, split column, use first row as headers, any column, data type, transpose, fill, rename columns, reverse rows, move, and replace values and errors. So using these functions, you can directly transform data, and these being library functions, you don't need any extension for using them. Now a question arises, when a data is transformed, how do we merge it? There are 2 ways to do this. First is merging columns. 2 tables must have a joining column where values will match, and when values match, users can easily join both those tables. And the second is appending rows. Take rows from one or more table and add them to the first table, and both the tables will be connected together. Now that we understand this about tables, let us move on and understand what DAX queries really mean. So what are these? DAX is basically a formula language which is specifically designed to work with relational data. There are many applications of DAX. Basically, they are used in expressions to calculate and return values, help perform complex calculations, and draw specific insights from data. Also, data can be manipulated in Power BI using calculated tables and calculated columns. What are these? In calculated tables, one formula is created using a DAX query, and that formula automatically adjusts each value in each row. Similarly, calculated tables are created in the same manner, but they are useful for intermediate calculations and specific data which users want included in their data models. And using all these features, intuitive business reports can be generated really quickly. Now Sam wants to create some Power BI reports. Well, we will show that in the upcoming demo, but before that, he must know the basic steps that lead to creating reports. First comes page layout and formatting. Report pages can be customized, and page name, page size, page background, and page view can be modified as per requirement. Also, charts can be created, and as we had demonstrated on the last demo, there are several charts that are implicitly available in Power BI. These include bar and column charts, line and area charts, line and column, scatter and bubble, pie and donut, table and matrix, tree maps, R visuals, and other charts. What's more surprising is that geographic data can also be included, and this can be done through map charts. Bing Maps is integrated with Power BI to ensure that users do not need longitudinal and latitudinal coordinates to include geographic data in their datasets while creating reports. And if everything goes as planned, you will successfully generate an insightful report on your business data. Now I will show you how to generate a Power BI report. For that, I need to open Power BI desktop first. So I will open Power BI desktop, and you can see this is my Power BI desktop and it is open now. What I need to do in the first place is that I need to import my data source, because without data we cannot create any report. And for that, I need to click on Get Data. This is the easiest way to import your data, and I need to select the file format. And because my file or dataset which I'm going to use to show you this is in Excel format, I will simply click over Excel and connect. Once you do that, you will find this browse menu or browse option, whatever you want to say. And from over there, you have to browse and select your file. I don't need to browse it because it's right here. So I will simply click on it and open. Once I do that, I find these options. Over here, I can see the number of sheets that I have in that Excel file. And I have only one sheet, so it's kind of mentioned over here. Now I need to select this. However, you can select as many sheets as you want if there are multiple sheets. So once I select this, I get a preview of that sheet with parameters and values. So this is basically how my data looks like. I have fuel economy, cylinder, display, horsepower, rear axle ratio, then I have weight, Q-sec, number of forward gears and carburetors. So what does this basically mean? So this is kind of the internal parameters in a car. So I'm going to make an actionable dashboard or a report using which you will be able to understand this data more clearly. So for now, I have selected this and I will click on load. Now I can say that my data is loaded over here. And how can I say that? I can say that because in this field section, I can see my sheet 1 over here, and under that these are my parameters. So using these parameters, I can create graphs and visualize them. And how can we do that? For doing that, or for creating a graph or a visualization in the first place, I have to select a visualization out of these options. Suppose I want to create a column chart. So I'll simply click on column chart. As you can see, this visualization opens, and when this opens, I will simply expand it to make sure that this is clearly visible to you. Now that this is open, I will go on and concentrate on my parameters. What I mean to say is that I need to select the parameters using which I will create the graph. Before doing that, I want you to see these two things. So this is the fields pane and this is the format pane. In the fields pane, you have different options: axis, legend, value, tooltips, then you have filters and drill through. So what you need to do here is that you have to take a parameter from here and drop it over here. Basically, this axis represents x-axis, value represents y-axis. So this is basically an area using which you can control your parameters. So we will work on that. Suppose I want to see a graph between, let's say weight and number of forward gears. So I will take number of forward gears and drop it over here. You see this add data fields here, right? I simply drop it on top of that. So that will be loaded. And the next thing I need to do is I will take this weight and drop over here. Add data fields here under value. I will drop it over there. So instantaneously you can see that a graph is generated. Now what does this graph mean? What basically means is that the number of gears that I have, suppose there are 3 gears in my car or 4 or 5 forward gears, accordingly the weight is getting changed. As you can see, if I click over here, this gets selected and this gets deselected. So what to do now? Suppose I am not happy with the title of my visualization. What I can do is that I can go to the format pane, and in my format pane I can click titles, and in place of weight by number of forward gears, I can simply write graph 1. This is just to show you. So I write graph 1. If I want, I can change the font color. I'll change it to this color. I don't know what we call this, but okay. I'll change it to this. But still my alignment is over here, so I will make it center aligned. But still it is not clearly visible. So I'll increase the text size. As you can see, now it is kind of visible. I will switch on or enable the borders. Okay. And on top of that, I will make sure that data labels are on. So what happens with data labels is that you get instantaneous data. I mean, look at the graph and you can judge. If you don't want this, you can simply move your mouse cursor over here and you will find data. So on taking my mouse pointer over here, what I can see is that number of forward gears is 3 and weight is 58.39. Over here, number of forward gears is 4, weight is 31.40, and that is how the graph is working. But now, if I want to see this graph but as a stacked bar, so what I need to do is that I will simply click on this stacked bar over here and I can see this as a bar. Or if I want this as a 100% stacked bar, so I'll click that and you can see the difference. But 100% doesn't work because we only have 2 parameters. Or suppose I need a line chart. Click on the line chart and I can see the differences. For 3 it is 58.39, for 4 it is 31.40, for 5 it is 13.16. So that is how it works. Now suppose I want to see this as an area chart. I'll click that and it happens. So you can customize your visualizations the way you want.
Hey, there is another quiz question for you guys. Which of the following are direct benefits of business intelligence? Decision making, delivers data mining functionality, artificial intelligence, or all of the above? Leave the answer in the live chat or in the comment section.
But these were only for two parameters. Now suppose I want to add more parameters over here. So what I will do is I will select the right option from here. Let's say I will select line and stack column chart. So what will happen over here is that in this fields pane, I will get one more option with the name line values. Now I can add one more parameter over here. Now suppose I want to see my fuel economy. So what I need to do is that take this fuel economy and drop it over here. And you can see the fuel economy appears as a graph. It's quite clear, right? See, just because there is no value of weight over here, we can see only number of forward gears and fuel economy. But if I move my cursor over here, I can kind of see everything. Now, suppose I want to add one more parameter over here. Suppose I want to add number of cylinders with weight. So what I need to do is that I will take cylinders and put it over here under this weight added. So as you can see, my graph changed. So here I can see my cylinder value, here I can see my gear to weight ratio, and here I can see my fuel economy. Now I want to create one more graph. So this is done. I can minimize it, take this to a corner, and now suppose I need to add an API. So I'll click that key performance indicator. So what I will do is that once I select that, I will simply select fuel economy and drag it on indicator. I'll take horsepower and drag it to this axis. Now when I added horsepower to trend axis, you can see I see a value over here. And what does that mean? See, there are different filters over here also. If I want, I can apply filters is greater than, then apply filter. But there are not much parameters over here, so there is no point of doing that. So what this basically does is that it kind of adds value. You see your sum over here. If I want average, I'll click on average. You see a graph, it is changing. Suppose I want count is 1. Suppose now I want standard deviation. So what this necessarily means is that this value or the indicator is the fuel economy, and the trend axis that is going in the background, that actually means the horsepower. And as you can see, is continuously changing for these different aspects. So count distinct, it's 1, and this also changes accordingly. Suppose I need minimum 15. So this is the fuel economy and this is changing in the background, the horsepower. Now suppose I need to create a donut chart or a pie chart. Let's create a pie chart. So I changed that. For pie charts, as you can see different options over here. If I select this, all others are deselected. So let's maximize this to make it easy to understand for you. As you can see in this pie chart, different values appear. So here the horsepower is 65, minimum of fuel economy is 33.90. Similarly, it changes. So this is again a ring chart or a donut chart as we say. Again, this means the same. So this is how you can work around Power BI desktop. You can change your values, or if I want, I can add one more horsepower over here in this values and I will see this. So this basically shows horsepower and this shows the sum of it. I want average, so I click on average and I can see the values changing. I'll maximize that. See. Now, suppose I want standard deviation. It is changing. I'll switch on my title. Yeah, and now I'll give a title text. Let's say horsepower indicator. Fine. As you can see, my title appears over here. I will change its alignment and increase the size. So now I want to see my median. So I click on median and my median changes. So this is how Power BI generally acts. Now I can do one more thing. I can simply select any of these values, drag it and drop it in this canvas directly. By doing that, just because this is a single value, a column chart is created and Power BI does it on its own, because Power BI has the ability to kind of understand the data that we are ingesting in, and it creates visualizations on its own. Now let's see, I take horsepower and put it on top of here. So a new graph is created. So this is like horsepower versus display. But now I'm not happy with this and I want to change this. So I simply select this graph, click this gauge. Now you can see it changes. So these are many ways how to create visualizations. This is how you can do it. So we created this graph, we created this indicator, we have this KPI. In this KPI you can see all these different values. We have this indicator. So now what we can do is that, suppose I am done with this and this is the report that I wanted to generate. So now I have to publish this. But before that I need to save it first. So I'll save as report 1, and this report 1 will have an extension of PBIX. That means it's a Power BI file, and I will save it in my desktop. So save. So this is saved. So what this means is that I can take that file and click on any Windows 10 operating system or any desktop which has Windows 10, and if it has Power BI, then this will open directly. On top of that, I can click on publish. By doing that, I will publish this report to the web. See, I'll show you. I'll click on publish. It will be taken to my workspace. So I will select my workspace. Now this report 1 is being published to Power BI. See, now it is published. So I can open report1.pbix in Power BI. What this means is that once I click on this, I will open Power BI service. As you see, we open Power BI service over here. So I'll sign in. I will use the same account that I was using. I'll enter the password and sign in. So this is my Power BI service, Power BI cloud service, and this is not free actually, but for first 60 days you can use it for free. So as you can see over here, I have several options. I can see shared with me. No one has shared any contact in this account, so I can't see anything. I can click over my workspace, and over here I will find under reports report 1. I click on report 1 and I find my report. You can see this report, right? And now this is on the web. So for sharing this, I can either share it with someone by clicking on this option, or copy this link and send this link to the person whom I want to share this. And by simply accessing this on any browser, they can open this report directly. So in this portion, what we can do is that we can pin live page. So in pin live page, I will click this. I will create a new dashboard under the name, let's say Roshan Power BI demo. Then I pin it live. Now it is pinned to dashboard. So either you can create a phone view or go to dashboard. Or I can do one thing, I can simply, or if I want to add more visuals over there, I can simply pin this visual, existing dashboard, Roshan Power BI demo, pin. And once I pin those things, I can find my dashboards over here in the left side. Under this dashboard, I have this Roshan Power BI demo. So I click over here and I find my options. I had this display that I had pinned later, and I had this whole report in the first place. So if you remember, we had this Power Q&A feature. So you can simply ask questions about your data directly over here using simple English and you will get answers. So suppose I will write total weight and I find the total weight is 102.95. Suppose I want to see display and I find it here. All I need to do is that, suppose I want display minus total weight. Can't display the visual. Okay, but that is how it basically works. Over here you can find your usage metrics and you can simply click over here and open it. That's how it works. So this is basically all about Power BI. And finally, if you want to share this, simply click over share this dashboard, enter an email address with whom you want to share. Suppose I want to share this with roshan.intellipaat@gmail.com. See, now you will find this message. One or more email addresses with the following domains are outside your organization, gmail.com. Just because my account was created by the extension intellipaat.com, I can't use gmail.com. I have to share this with someone who has an extension gmail.com. So I will write bala at intellipaat.com and it works. So I can share this with people who work in my organization. That's all. On top of that, you can provide access also. You can, once they are your partners or you are connected to them in Power BI, you can provide your colleagues access over here also. So this is pretty much it about how Power BI works.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Let's do the Power BI desktop installation. So Power BI desktop is already installed in my machine. If you see, it is already installed in my machine, but now I'm going to show you how you guys can also do this installation in your machine. This is the main tool which we need demonstration and for practice purpose. There are some assignments, right? On all those assignments, you guys will be working. So if you would have this tool, only then you can practice. So this tool is going to be very important for you. So make sure that you guys have this tool in your machine. Now, before you use this tool, there are few things. First of all, you should be a Windows user. If you have Windows laptop or Windows desktop, only then you can install the Power BI desktop. That means if you are using Apple laptop or desktop, if you are a Mac user, then you cannot install Power BI desktop, right? So I hope here everybody is Windows user. We do not have any Mac user. Nobody is Apple user, right? Perfect. So all of you are using Windows 10, Windows 8, Windows 11, right? Or even on Windows 8 also, or even on Windows 7 also, you cannot run the Power BI desktop. If you have Windows 7, generally Windows 7 is very old nowadays. I don't think so anybody would have that. But in case if anybody has the Power BI, if anybody has Windows 7, so you cannot install. Windows 7 doesn't allow the installation of Power BI desktop. Windows 7 has been obsoleted by Microsoft even. Microsoft has decommissioned the Windows 7. So you will have to upgrade to Windows 10, Windows 8, or nowadays Windows 11 is also rolled out. All right. Now, another important thing is if you have more than 4 GB RAM in your machine, only then you can install the Power BI desktop. Right. Although best practice says that you must have at least 8 GB RAM, because only on the 8 GB RAM you can get the good performance of Power BI desktop. Power BI desktop is little, I would say, heavy tool, right? It depends on the how much data you process, but it is recommended to use 8 GB RAM. Even if you have less than 8 GB RAM, Power BI desktop can work, but you will get the, I would say, some performance issues you may face. Correct. But for installation purpose, at least you should have Windows 8, Windows 10, Windows 11, Windows Server 2012 onwards. All right, so now I'm going to show you how you can do the Power BI desktop installation. So you have two options to do the installation of Power BI desktop. So option one is from Power BI website, you can install it, or from Microsoft Store, you can install it. Right, so you have these two options. If you want to download it from Power BI website, so you can just go to the browser and you can Google it, Power BI desktop download. You can go to its official website, and on its official powerbi.microsoft.com downloads page, you can see multiple components are appearing here to download. So here you see Microsoft Power BI desktop. You can see advanced download options. Just click on this advanced download options. Now you can see here this download button. Just click on this download. And now here you can see you have these two setup options. Power BI desktop setup 64-bit and Power BI desktop setup 32-bit. So depending on the operating system you are using, you need to select the one from here, right? So make sure you select the correct version here, right? And how you would make sure which version of the operating system you have, it means which either the Windows 10 you have 64-bit or 32-bit, which Windows 10 you have, for example. So for that, you can just go to your this PC, or I would say this, whatever you call this one, this machine, you can go to its properties, right? And you can, here you can see system type, it's 64-bit operating system, right? It is 64-bit operating system. So if it is 64-bit operating system, so I'll be selecting this option here, and then I click on next button. When I click on next, Power BI desktop setup file will be downloaded. Here you see it has started downloading, correct? So once the setup file is downloaded, then I'll have to install it in my machine. Okay, so this is the option 1 to install the Power BI desktop. You have option 2 also for from Microsoft Store, right? For from Microsoft Store, if you need, then you must have the Microsoft Store access first. So in your Windows machine, you can go to Microsoft Store, and from this Microsoft Store also you can search the Power BI desktop. You can search Power BI desktop here, right? And you can install from here. But Microsoft Store may not be enabled for all of you in your machines. So in that case, you can skip this one, because generally this is not enabled. This is not allowed to your official laptops, especially because here you have lots of other applications. Generally, companies block this one. So it is blocked by the companies generally. So if you do not have the access of this one, then no worries. You can go to the option 1, and through this you can download the Power BI desktop. Now, the main difference between option 1 and option 2 is, so basically, if you install Power BI Desktop from Microsoft Store, then you get the automatic updates, because Microsoft release the Power BI Desktop new version every month, right? Every month you get the new version of the Power BI Desktop. So in order to get the latest version, you need to re-download the Power BI desktop from Power BI website every month, and you need to upgrade it manually. But if you need automatic updates, then you can install it through Microsoft Store. So this is the only benefit you get through Microsoft Store. Microsoft Store installation gives you automatic updates of the new version, right? Although in Power BI website, from Power BI website, you download the Power BI desktop, then there is also not any problem. Every month when the new version comes, you automatically see a notification in the Power BI desktop, and from there you can download it. So guys, you can download this, right, and install it in your machine. It will take hardly a few minutes. So those who are doing the installation right now, just put +1 in the chat so that I can wait for you, because from here we will proceed together. If you're stuck somewhere, you can let me know. So if you want to install it from the store, then you can just go to your Windows and search Store, Microsoft Store. In this Microsoft Store, you can search here on top, you can search Power BI Desktop. If Microsoft Store is allowed in your laptop, only then you can use this one to install, right? And here, once you start this one, yeah, so when you start this one, it automatically comes here. So somewhere here an option will come. Actually, in my machine, it's already installed. So that's why it's not showing me that option. Here you will see an option, install. All right. So from here, you can do that installation. You can download it through website as well. Yeah, it is exactly same. You can see get, right? Yeah. So once you click on get option, it will get installed. Yeah. So you are installing it from Microsoft Store. It's taking time. All right. No problem. I will show you how you can check the version, which version you have right now. Okay, so once it is installed, then that's it. No need to do any sign in, sign up, nothing to do after the installation, because after the installation, when you open the Power BI desktop, as I'm going to open the Power BI desktop now, after the installation. Ahmad Hafiz, I see you said June 21 you have. So you have a very older version installed. You need to download the latest one, right? Once you download the latest one, it will automatically get upgraded. So once you open the Power BI desktop, you may see some welcome screen, some yellow pop-up window like this. So you don't need to do anything with this window. You just close this window. From the top right corner, there is a cross button. Just close this window. Don't do anything with it, right? And you see this white Power BI desktop, right? This is your Power BI desktop window, right? Okay, so I hope all of you have opened this Power BI desktop. Now, how to check? How to check which version of the Power BI desktop you have. So whenever there will be new version of the Power BI desktop available, you will see automatically this notification here in the bottom of my Power BI desktop. You see update available, click to download, right? So automatically it starts showing you that a new update is available. When I click on this, it automatically takes me to the Power BI desktop, Power BI download page, where I see the download Power BI desktop option. If I click on this download, the latest latest version will be downloaded, and then I'll have to upgrade my Power BI desktop. Correct? Now, how to check which version of the Power BI desktop I have? For that, I go to File, then I go to About, and here I get this option. In this Power BI desktop window, I can see which version of the Power BI desktop I have. I have December 2021. This is the latest version I have of the Power BI desktop. Most probably after this also a new version has been launched by Microsoft, right? Currently, if you see it's 2.100.785.0, but maybe after this also new version has been launched by Microsoft. That's why it is showing me another notification here, right? So this is the way how you check it. All right. Okay, so now those who have installed the Power BI desktop, now we are going to see how we enable the another setting. So there is a one-time setting in Power BI desktop to enable the preview features. For that, you need to go to File, then you go to Options and Settings, and then you go to Options, and then here you see Preview Features tab. Under this Preview Features tab, you'll have to select all the options here. Under this preview features tab, you will have to select all these options. All right. There is a new format pane, Spark Lines scorecard, all the features you need to select here, guys. So these all are the new features which are made available in the new version. So in order to use all these latest features, you will have to first enable these, right? Check all these in your Power BI desktop. These may not be checked, right? So you will have to simply check mark all these and then click on OK. Then it will be asking to restart the application. So you will have to close the Power BI desktop and start it. Don't save and start it again. So this is a one-time setting you need to do after every Power BI desktop installation or upgrade. Okay. Now, how we start creating reports in Power BI. So for creating reports in Power BI, it's a three-step process basically on a very high level. First, we are going to see those three steps from I would say theoretical point of view, and then same we will be implementing in practically in Power BI desktop. All right. So first step is connect to data sources, then transform data into a model, and then adding the visualizations. So when we say start connecting to the data sources, your data will be stored in a different data source. So which all the data sources you will be using, guys? Could you please list out the name of the data source? Where is your data stored? What are the data sources, common data sources you will be using? So I see few people are saying Excel, CSV, Excel, SQL, Excel, SQL, flat files, CRM, SAP, Oracle, Excel. So majority I see here is that is Excel, SQL. No, DAX cannot be a data source, Navneet. Data source means from where you will be bringing the data in Power BI for creating the reports. Okay, you said AX. Is it AX means you are saying AX ERP, Microsoft ERP, Dynamics? Okay, Dynamics Exapta. Okay. So then your data might be stored in the backend of this database. Maybe your AX data is stored in the SQL database in the backend. Salesforce, all right. So most of the people are having the common data source that is SQL, Excel, and SAP and CRM, Salesforce. Okay. So your data may store in different other sources also. So we'll be trying to fetch the data from lots of other data sources as well. After bringing all the data, then we start doing the transformation of the data. We bring all the data in Power Query Editor. Within Power BI Desktop, we have Power Query Editor window where we take the data for the transformation purpose, right? So within that Power Query Editor, we'll be transforming the data where we'll be performing the operations like grouping, fill, transpose, pivot, unpivot, merge, split, too many other operations also will be learning. And after the transformation, then we start doing the data visualization. We start bringing the data to life with the help of colors, shapes, other visual elements. We start using the charts, cards, maps, tables, matrix, slicers of the Power BI, right? So all these are the things which we perform on a very high level in the Power BI desktop. So I have started the Power BI desktop. I close this Power BI desktop welcome screen. And now within this Power BI desktop, we are going to get an overview of the different views. So in Power BI desktop, basically we have three views, okay? Or we can say three tabs to navigate. So these are the three views: report view, data view, and model view. So the entire story of Power BI report will be around these three views: report view.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. The principal arrival of Power BI depends on which of the following: A. Microsoft Excel, B. Microsoft Word, C. Microsoft PowerPoint, D. Microsoft Outlook. Comment on your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Data view, and model view. So these three views in Power BI Desktop you can see, and each view has a different purpose. So it is important for us to know what is the benefit, what is the use of these views. Otherwise, you will not be able to understand that where to go to do any particular activity. So when you are in the report view, this is the main workspace, or I would say this is the main canvas area where you go to create any visualization with the help of different visual elements like charts, maps, pie charts, donut charts, tables, matrix, any of the visualization related activity. If you want to do, then you need to do it through report view. And where is this report view in Power BI Desktop? If you go to Power BI Desktop, here you can see those three views are here. This is your report view, this is your data view, and this is your model view. Okay, so when you are in the report view, you get this white space. This is your report canvas. This report canvas you use for the visualization related activities. All right. Now the second area you have, that is your report view, looks like this. When you will be in the report view, you will be able to create the visuals like this. Next, you go to the data view. In data view, you can see all of your data set, which means when you bring the data into the Power BI Desktop, all your imported data sets, all your calculations, if you want to perform any expressions, if you want to write any calculation, any mathematical calculation, you want to perform any transformation in the data, all that you do or all that you can view by data view. When you will be in the data view, you will be able to see your raw data or the tabular data like this. So which means in all these tables, you see all these tables data you have loaded in Power BI Desktop. And if you want to see any specific table data, then you select the table. And after selecting the table, that table data appears here. Correct? So this is the purpose of the data view. Being in the data view also, you write all your calculations. It means when going forward, when we'll be working with DAX, right? So when you work with the DAX, to work with DAX also, you need to be into the data view, means staying, when you stay in the data view, then you work with the DAX. Now the third view is model view. Model view is a very important view of the Power BI Desktop, because in this model view, you work with the relationships. Relationship means the logical linking between the tables you load in Power BI Desktop. Let's suppose you have loaded few tables from SQL database, few tables you are loading from Excel, few tables you are loading from the Salesforce system. Now, all these tables, all this data is interrelated with each other. Now, there would be some linking, some relationships, some joining you will be creating. So using this model view, you manage the relationship between your data. And this relationship is finally called your model, correct? So model or relationships are the key of your complex reports. Now, your model view looks like this. Let's suppose all these tables you have loaded and these tables are linked with each other with some primary key and foreign key concept. These tables are linked with each other with some interrelated field. Okay, so this is the benefit, this is the purpose of the model view. Other than this model view, now if I go back to Power BI Desktop, you have the ribbons. These ribbons are home ribbon, insert, modeling, view, help. So these are the standard ribbons for Power BI Desktop. Under each ribbon, you can find different functionalities. Plus, you see there is one more option available in my Power BI Desktop, external tools. This external tools may not be available in your Power BI Desktop. That's not a problem because I have installed some external components. And when you install the external components, only then you can see this external tools. I have DAX Studio, which is an external tool available for working with the DAX expression. So if you install any of the external tools, then automatically this external tool enables in your Power BI Desktop. Correct? Now, you have these three tabs. Understanding what are these three views. Currently, we do not have any data in the Power BI Desktop. Now, we are going to load some of the data in Power BI Desktop. Now, when you want to load the data in Power BI Desktop, first of all, you need to identify your data source, where your data is stored. As I said yesterday also, before you start working in Power BI Desktop directly, first you need to do lots of brainstorming. You need to understand the requirement. You need to, in practical scenarios, you need to arrange some meetings with your business users, with your client, with your business analyst to understand what exactly their requirement is, what kind of questions they want to get answered from your Power BI reports, right? So after doing all the brainstorming on the requirements and on the data, then you start bringing the required data in Power BI. Now, let's suppose you have identified your data source. So whatever the data source you identified, that data source data you bring in Power BI Desktop. Now, we have multiple data sources. Power BI support almost 100 plus data sources. All these data sources are categorized in databases, files, Azure connectors, SaaS connectors. In each category, you can see a couple of commonly used data sources here. I will show you the separate list, the entire list separately. You can see we have too many databases available like MySQL, IBM DB2, SQL, Microsoft SQL, Oracle, Teradata, Sybase. You can import the data from different type of files, CSV, XML, CSV, text files, Excel files, JSON files from different Azure connectors, SaaS connectors, Google Analytics, Salesforce, GitHub, SharePoint Online. Now, a most commonly used data source is Excel. So first we are going to see how Excel data we can bring in Power BI and what are the different activities you can do after loading the data. So I go to Power BI Desktop. Now in Power BI Desktop, if you want to see a complete list of the supported data sources, so you go to get data option here. Here you see a list of common data sources. All these are the common data sources. It's a predefined list by Power BI Desktop. If you want a complete list, then you need to click on the More button. When you click on More, you get a complete list of the Power BI data sources. Now you have all these 100 plus data sources. That means from all these data sources, from all these application systems, you can bring the data. Now, all these data sources are categorized in different categories. You can see here other category, online categories, it's your Power Platform, databases, files, and under all you see everything all together. You have a search box option available to search any particular data source. So for example, if you are trying to bring the data from SharePoint, so you search here SharePoint, and here you can select your required data source. If you need the data from, let's suppose you are looking to get the data from any PDF files, you just type the PDF as a source here, and that PDF gets filtered here, and you can select it, and then you click on connect. Okay, so this is how you use this get data window. This list here, what you see, as I said, 100 plus data sources, this list is continuously increasing. Microsoft is adding new and new data sources under this list continuously. So if I cancel this window for now, currently, if you do not have any data set right now, For example, you don't have any Excel file, you don't have any database right now, and you want to try the Power BI desktop. So Power BI gives you a sample data set. That means when you start the Power BI desktop and you have blank Power BI desktop, blank means there is no data loaded right now. So you can see this option here, try a sample data set. If you click on this, it asks you to experiment on the sample data. You can click on load sample data. When you load the sample data, it connect to financial data set. And this financial data set is just a sample which comes automatically during the installation of Power BI desktop. Now you can see in this navigator window, this navigator window will be common window whenever you get a successful connection with your source. This navigator window appears always. Now you can select your table, financials table or sheet or whatever the data you prefer to load. You select this table. You can have a preview of this data, like what type of data in this table you have. You can just get a preview. This is not the entire data, it's just a preview. Now, if you need this financials data, currently the buttons load and transform data, these buttons are not enabled. These are grayed out. So you need to select a table. You can select multiple tables also if needed. And after selecting the required table here, you click on the load button. When you click on load, your data will start loading into the Power BI desktop. So your data is now loading in Power BI desktop. So your financials table data has been loaded. If you want, you can rename this table. Just double click on it and you can rename this table. Now, data has been loaded. If you want to view the loaded data, then you need to go to the data view. When you go to data view, you can select your financials table and your data will be visible here. So you have loaded this data in Power BI desktop. If you go to the model tab, in the model tab, you see only one table is appearing here currently. When you will be having more tables in your model, then more tables will appear here. Currently you have only one table, so only one table appears here. If I go back to the report view, under the report view, I can do visualization related activities. Visualization related activity means I can add some charts or some graphs here. So in Power BI desktop, here I can see I have a visualization section. This visualization section will appear only when you are in the report view. So you can see all these visuals or visualizations are the inbuilt visualizations in Power BI. If you want, you can go to the next tab where you can see the formatting. All these properties you can see are related to your page formatting. If you want to format the page, you want to change the canvas setting, you want to change the canvas background. Let me show you one setting. If you want to change this background, the white background you have, if you want to change, you go here and you can change the color. After changing the color, you change its transparency level, right? So this is how you adjust with the visualization related activities. So I undo all the things. Now you have two tabs here. Under the visualization section, you have these two tabs, visualization for adding any of the charts or any of the visual. And this is your format visual, format or properties area also we can say. Now, these visualization pane and this fields pane, you can collapse and you can expand, you can show and hide them according to the space availability. If you do not have the space, you can hide them, you can show them as per your choice. Now, in the fields pane, you see your all the tables. Currently, only one table is loaded, so only financial table is appearing here. If you expand this financials table, you see all the fields of this financials table. In financials table, you have all these fields available. Now, few of the fields are having the summation icon, few of the fields are having a calendar icon, few fields do not have any icon. So this is basically a standard functionality of Power BI. Whatever the columns you have in numeric data type, means any column in number or in decimal format or in integer format, those columns automatically appears here as a summation icon, right? If there is any column with the date type, that column appears with this calendar icon. Except this, any column which is in text data type, that appears without any icon here, correct? So this is just a standard functionality, standard things which you need to understand, you need to remember, like why the summation is coming here. Now, how to start doing a visualization? For adding a visualization, you can simply add any of the chart from this list. So suppose you want to add a bar chart. You just go to a particular chart here. You click on the chart. That chart is added on your report canvas. You can expand it. You can increase, decrease its size. You can place it as per your required placement, wherever you want to place it. And now you decide what you want to display from the table. So you want to display total sales by product. So you have the sales field available. You have the product field available. You just drag and drop your sales and product. You drag and drop the sales and you drag and drop the product. If I hide this filter pane to get more space, here you go. So you get your sales by product, and the name of this visual has been defined automatically by Power BI Desktop. Sales by product. You can see all these are the products and these are the sales. Now, if you want, you can further customize this visual. Like you can change the colors, you can add the labels, you can add the numbers in front of the bars, you can change the excess values. You see this y-axis contains the product, x-axis contains the sales. If you want to change the names, the titles, all that you can do, correct? If you want to add another visual here, that's again so simple. You can pick another chart. Let's suppose you want to add a donut chart. You click on the donut chart, that's get added. In donut chart, now you want to display total sales by segment. So you have the sales, you have the segment, you drag and drop the sales, you drag and drop the segment. Here you go. Now you can adjust, pick its corners, and you can adjust its size as per your requirement. How easy it is, right? So Power BI is very smart. It automatically adjusts, it automatically detects like what you would like to decide, what you would like to display. In case if you want to customize, if you want to change any of the field, any of the adjustments you want to do, that is fully flexible. If you want to display total sales on top, so for that you can pick this card visual. This is like a KPI. In this you can drag and drop your sales. So this is your total sales value. All right. So this is how you do the visualization. Currently I created only one page. Similar to this, you can create multiple pages. This is only one page. Just rename this, double click, and this one I call summary. If I want, I can create the new pages. I can click on plus new pages. I can create a number of pages are allowed to create here. But there are few best practices, few tips and tricks for restricting these pages. It's not like you can create 50 pages or 100 pages here. That's not a good practice. So all these things we'll be learning in our upcoming sessions. For now, I delete these pages which I just created to show you. All right. So we just created this particular report, right? This particular set of visualization on a sample data set. Now I'm going to save this report. So I go to File, Save, and now I'm going to save this work. To save this, I go to the same folder, which is your OneDrive folder. This is a real-time sync folder. Inside this, I'm creating this demo first report. This is the name of the report I'm defining here. Ideally, we define the meaningful names, right? Logical names. So whatever the name you define here, this will be the title. This will be the name of your report. So you are going to save this report as .pbix file. .pbix is a file extension of the Power BI desktop. That means if you save any Power BI desktop file, that will be saved as .pbix. It is same as like if you save any Excel file, then Excel files are saved as .xlsx, .xls. When you save any text file, the text file will be saved as .txt. So whenever you save any Power BI desktop file, that will be saved as .pbix. Okay, so always remember, this is a very common question for the interviews as well. People can ask this question like, what is the file extension of the Power BI desktop files? So your answer must be .pbix. Okay, so now I save this. So my report has been saved with the name of demo first report. This report has been saved. If I go to the folder, inside this folder, here we save this report. My report is appearing here. My report name and the type is PBIX file and the size is 91 KB. That means within this PBIX file, the data, visuals, and all the information are stored. Whatever we write, whatever we do within our report, either we are creating the data set, we are writing some business logics, we are doing the visualization, everything will be saved
within this PBIX file, right? Like any Excel file contains the data, contains the visuals, contains the charts, pivot table, and everything. Similar to this, PBIX file contains everything, all your designs, data, calculations, logics, everything is stored within this file. Okay. Now, let's suppose I close this Power BI desktop file. Let's suppose today my work is done and I close this Power BI desktop. My Power BI desktop has been closed. Now I want to start working on the work which I saved earlier. So I'll be going to the same PBIX file and I can double click on this. I open it, it gets open in the Power BI desktop. So to open the PBIX file, you need Power BI desktop tool. Without Power BI desktop tool, you cannot open this Power BI desktop file. Make sense? So in case, if you want, you can share this file with your colleagues. Let's suppose I have done the partial development, I have done the partial work, and now I want to send this PBIX file to my colleague. So my colleague should have the Power BI desktop installed. If he has the Power BI desktop installed, he can open it and he can proceed the further development or can make any change in this. So Power BI desktop I was having, so this gets open again into the Power BI desktop and I can make the changes again. Suppose I want to make the changes. I want to change the type of this. I don't need this as a bar chart. I want to view this as a, let's suppose, as a line chart. So I can convert it into the line chart. Just click on the line and that line chart got converted. Instead of having this donut chart, I want to see this one into the tree chart. So I click on the tree map. It got converted, right? After making all these changes, again, I can go to file and now I can save the existing file or I can save as a copy. I can save as a copy of this file. It's up to me what I want to do. So I save this file as it is. Now, if I want to take this report into the PDF, let's suppose these visuals, this analysis, what I have designed here, this analysis I need in a PDF. So you can go to file and from there you can go export and you can export it to PDF. Whatever the pages you have in your Power BI desktop file, all pages will be generated into a PDF copy. You can see a PDF has been generated. Now this PDF file I can save, I can send to somebody else. This PDF is just a screenshot. Obviously, it's not editable. It's not changeable here. All right. Now, when you see on the visualizations, if I select government as a segment, if I click on the government segment, you see the other visuals got filtered. If I do vice versa, if I select, let's say VTT, this product, now other visuals got filtered. So this functionality called slice and dice, we can manage this interactions for slicing and dicing. This functionality allows us or allows our business users to navigate the data, to analyze the data based on different dimensions. All right. So now I'm going to close this file and I'm going to open another file where I'll be extracting the data from other data sources. If I want within the same PBIX file also, I can add few more data from different data sources, but I'm going to create a new file now. I close this one and I'm going to open a new Power BI desktop, means I'm creating a new report. New one PBIX file means one report. All right. Now, in this PBIX file, I'm going to load some data from an Excel file. And this time the Excel file is available in my dataset folder. So if I go to my dataset folder, in this dataset folder, I have one sample data available, Global Superstore 2016. If I open this Excel file, in this Excel file, I have 3 sheets. These 3 sheets are orders, returns, and people. In orders sheet, I have all the orders data. You can see here, this sheet contains all the order IDs, order date, customer related information, city, state, country, product ID, product names, unit, quantity, discount, profit, all the sales transactions, sales orders data is here. In the returns sheet, we have all the returned orders from different region. Means for this, from this region, this order is returned, from this region, this order is returned. We have a people master table where we have regions and we have the person names. That means for this Caribbean region, this is the responsible person. So for each region, we have a responsible person name available here, correct? Now, these are the 3 sheets in this Excel file. So this Excel data now will be loading in Power BI and we'll see how it works, how it behaves. So I close this, going to Power BI Desktop. Now in Power BI Desktop, to load the data from Excel, you have an option available in front of this screen, Excel workbook as a data source you can use, or else you can go to get data and you can choose Excel workbook from here also. Click on Excel. Now you need to select your data source. So my data source is into the dataset folder. I go and there I select Global Superstore file and I click on open. Once the connection is successfully established, I get this navigator window. Now in this navigator window here, I see these are the same three sheets which I was looking in Excel, but these three new tables are appearing here. Why? So now it is appearing here. These three extra tables are appearing because of the Excel. Actually in Excel, if I open the Excel file again, the data you see here in Excel, this is into the tabular format, right? This data is in the tabular format. So if I select this table and I go to the table design in Excel, here you see on top of this Excel sheet, a Excel table has been created. This is Excel functionality, guys. Means this data is converted into a Excel table. And this Excel table is Excel functionality. So all these three sheets are having a Excel table within the Excel file. That's why you see these extra three tables, right, and three sheets. Got it? So just to avoid the confusion, sometimes the scenarios would be like you got a file from your business users, okay, and you will see some extra tables or extra, I would say extra sheet names on the navigator window. So do not get any surprises. In that case, you just need to reach out to your client, your business user again that, hey, we have sheets also here and we have the table also. So which data is the right one to select? So depending on the conversation with them, you need to select that. Okay. The name of the tables and the sheet may be same or may be different. It's totally depends. Okay. So we are just selecting only the orders table here. So I select the orders table here for now. I need only orders table. So I select only orders. Okay. It's very simple. If you need only orders, so you will be selecting only orders. It's not like you select all the tables here. I select only one table for now. If needed, other tables I can select later also. Now I click on the load button. When I click on load, the data of the orders table gets loaded into the Power BI desktop. You can see here data is loading 6 MB, 7 MB, 8 MB, right? So Power BI is loading all the data within its internal storage. Now the data has been loaded. You can see orders table is loaded. If I go to the data tab, here in the data tab, we can see this loaded data. This is a preview of the data. Now you can see how many rows you have, 51,292 records you have loaded from that Excel file. Okay, and now this data you have loaded directly currently. You didn't make any transformation in this data. Let's suppose if when I was looking at the data, I noticed there is an extra column called fiscal year. This column is not having any data. This is completely a blank column. It's a useless column. I don't need this column. Or I want to perform some other transformation. Let's say product name. This product name column I will not be using anywhere. So why should I bring this data if I will not be using it? According to this, I have another column here called ship date. This is again a necessary data. I will not be using this column anywhere. Plus in postal code, I have some blank values. Postal code should not be blank. Either it should have a number value, or in case if it is blank, then it should get some custom values here like NA, not available, not applicable, something like that. Correct. So if I want to perform these type of transformation on the data, then we take a different approach. So when you bring the data from any data source, at that time you will be having two options. Either you directly load the data or you transform the data and then load the data. Correct. So currently what we did, we directly loaded the data from Excel to Power BI. But now we will be understanding how we can transform the data before we load the data in Power BI desktop. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now, we are going to see when the data is loaded, how we can make the changes in that. So let's suppose you have loaded the data, and after loading the data, you want to make some changes, you want to make some transformations. So for making the transformations, we use Power Query Editor window. So for doing any kind of data transformations, you use Power Query Editor. So this Power Query Editor is a part of Power BI Desktop. Basically, within Power BI Desktop, you have this window available. So this Power Query Editor helps you to load your data from different sources, and then you can apply the data transformations. Data transformations like you can merge the data, you can shape your data, you can format your data, you can split your data, you can join your data, right? So too many operations you can perform on top of your data. Where do you see this Power Query Editor? In Power BI Desktop, you can go to the Home tab. Under the Home tab, you see an option called Transform Data. So the loaded data, if you want to transform, then you need to click on this button, Transform Data. When you click on this button, your data gets open into the another window. When I click, you get this another window, and this another window is Power Query Editor. Okay, this Power Query Editor is your data transformation space where you perform the transformations, right? You do the data cleansing basically. Well, this Power Query Editor is completely, I would say, it's dedicated for our next module, but we will be understanding.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. What area do you go to change and reshape the data in Power BI? A. Data transformation. B. Data editing. C. Question editor. D. Data modeling. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Few basic things about this window. So in Power Query Editor, you have all these ribbons: home, transform, add column, view, tools, and help. Under each option, under each ribbon, you have multiple options. If you right click on any column, you have too many options available. If you right click on the table, then again, you have too many options available. All these options you perform to clean, to manage your data. Now, as I said, in this table, if I scroll it all the way right, so here you have a fiscal year column. This column is not used anywhere. So there is no benefit to use any such column which is not used. So I want to remove this column. For removing the column, you just right click and remove. When I remove the column, that means the column has been removed from the copy of the data which is inside the Power BI. When you remove a column or when you add a column or whenever you make any change in your data, it will not impact your source data. Your source data remains unchanged. Your source data remains untouched. There is nothing changed, nothing happened in your source data. When I removed a column, it doesn't mean like it is removed from your Excel also. No, right? Why? Because we load a copy of a data in Power BI, and on top of that copy, you are playing all these operations. Got it? So the column has been removed. As I said, product name also I don't need. So I can right click and I can remove the product name also. But these product name or fiscal year, these columns are still there in my Excel file. If you want, we can see that. Going to the Excel, going to orders, and here you see now fiscal year column I already have, and product name column also I have, right? So that means my source data remains unchanged, correct? Now, in case when you remove the columns, let me remove one more column, that was ship date. As I said, ship date column also not needed. So I want to remove this column. And another question is how you would decide which column is needed, which is not needed. How would you decide this thing? Based on your requirement analysis, right? So once you get the project requirement, you do some brainstorming, you do project analysis, right? Requirement analysis. Based on that, you decide whether this column will be used anywhere or no, right? It will not be used anywhere. If you are sure that this will not be used anywhere, so you can remove it right now, or you can keep it for now and later you can remove it. It's up to you, correct? So now you have removed all the unnecessary columns. After removing all unnecessary columns, let's suppose you want to load your data in Power BI Desktop, because the changes you made, these are made currently only on the Power Query Editor level, which means your actual data which was loaded in Power BI Desktop, that's not yet updated. If you see, you have the ship date column is still here, you have the product name column is still here, you have the fiscal year column is still here, right? So means whatever the changes you applied in Power Query Editor, those are not yet applied here. If you want to apply them, either you need to click on apply changes here, or there is another window open behind the scene Power Query Editor. You need to click on this close and apply. When you click on close and apply, your data will start loading to Power BI desktop. When I hit this button, my changes will start appearing to my data. Now in this loaded data, I do not have that fiscal year that has been removed, product name has been removed, and ship date has been removed, right? So the changes have been now applied on my loaded data. Let's suppose I want to make the changes, right? I want to make some more changes now, and for some requirement I realized now that ship date column I need back. Maybe by mistake I have removed the ship date column, but I need that now. So anytime you can undo your transformation changes by going to Power Query Editor window again. For that, what do you do? Again, you click on Transform Data button. You get to Power BI Desktop, Power Query Editor window, right? This is the one option to open the Power Query Editor. Another option is you can right click on any of the table which you see here, right click and click on Edit Query. That also take your data to Power Query Editor. So there will be multiple options, many ways to do one activity. It's totally up to you which one suits to you, which one suits best. Okay, now I want to undo the ship date column. If you remember, when I was removing the columns, I was just doing the right clicks, right? When I was doing the right click, Power BI was adding a step automatically. When I removed the columns, Power BI added this removed column step here automatically, which means whatever the steps you apply on your data, everything will be captured, everything will be recorded here as a new step, right? So now in case if you want to undo your change, so either you can delete the entire step using this cross button, you can undo this step, or else you can see this M script. This is the M script which is written by Power BI automatically behind the scene. If you want, you can manually edit this M script. So as I said, I need the ship date column back. So I'll be going to this M script section and I just remove this ship date column part from here. I delete this part and now I press enter. So by doing this, I have updated the step and now I got my ship date column back. Got it? So this is how you can interact with this M script. This is auto-generated script by Power BI. Now, I want to update this column. Currently, again, ship date column is appearing only in Power Query Editor window. It's not yet loaded to the Power BI desktop. In Power BI desktop, you do not see your ship date column yet. So you want to load this column. So you need to again apply your changes, close and apply. Now your data changes start loading back to the Power BI desktop. Now you can see here at the end, your column ship date has been again added. And you can use this column for the visualization, for the calculation, or whatever you want. Got it? Is this clear? Now, similarly, in case if you need your fiscal column again back, so you will again go to Power Query Editor and you can undo the change from the script, or you can undo this step and you get your column back. Got it? So this is just how we do the data transformation. Well, again, I would like to mention it today. We are not focusing on the data transformation part. We are just understanding the data extraction. So now, if you have loaded the data of the orders sheet, now you need the data of the other sheets of the same Excel file. You need the data of the other sheets of same Excel file. So you have now two options. One option is you can again repeat the same process. You can go to get data, select Excel workbook, select the same Excel file, open, and now you can select the people and returns. Two tables I have selected here. And now I have the option here, load and transform. Till now I was selecting the load all the time, but if you want, before loading the data, if you want to transform your data, then you can hit this button. When you hit this button, transform data, your data gets loaded to Power Query Editor directly. Here you see your data has been loaded to Power Query Editor. Now in this Power Query Editor, again, you can perform the transformation when you see the first row of the returns table. First row is actually the column header, means it should be promoted as the column header. So we have an inbuilt option available that is called use first row as header. When you click on this, the first row has been treated as the header now. Got it? Now, if I go to the people table, in people table, you can see the data appears like this because the data in Excel itself was like this. Now, if you closely look at this data, the first row you see here, this is useless. This data I don't need. The second row is actually the column headers. right? The region and the person. This is a column name, column headers. So what I'll be doing, first row I want to remove, right? So for that, we have option available, remove rows. I can go here, I can remove the row. So remove duplicates, remove blank row, remove errors, too many things we have. But for now, I want to remove the top row. So I select remove top row and I enter 1 here because only top 1 row I want to remove. Click OK. That row has been removed. And now the first row I want to promote as a column header. For that, I have option use first row as header. Here you go. So the first row is now promoted as a header. So this is how you transformed, how you cleaned your data in order to make it in a usable format, right? You have loaded your 2 more tables, but if you look at the Power BI desktop, still you see only 1 table here, means other 2 tables data is not yet loaded here, which means your data is right now in RAM. Because when you do the data transformation in Power Query Editor, your data is staged, your data loads in RAM, and staging, your data is staged in the RAM. And when your data is staged in the RAM, at that time you perform all your transformation. So from the performance point of view, this is the tool functionality. When you click on close and apply, your data gets loaded from Power Query to Power BI desktop, then your RAM is cleaned automatically, correct? So in order to give you the best performance during the transformation of data, your data is staged for temporarily inside the RAM. And this concept calls in-memory analytics engine, right? Means Power BI keeps your data for a temporary purpose in the RAM, and after performing the transformations, it's clean the RAM automatically, and you load your data, apply your changes back to your loaded data in Power BI desktop. So you have loaded your data now. You can see your people table, returns table, these tables you have loaded. If I go to the model tab, in model tab, you see some of the tables are linked with each other automatically. Well, this will be discussing separately. Got it? So is it clear how you can load the other tables also, other sheets also from any Excel file? Now we are going to see how we can load the data from any SQL database. Let's suppose 3 tables data I have loaded from the Excel, but within the same report, I want to bring the data from more data sources. Then how is it possible? So now let's bring some more data from other data sources. This time I'm going to use SQL database, and this time in my local machine, I have a SQL server installed. In practical scenarios, SQL server will be on a different machine, on your company server or some other on your client server, on your business user server. It depends, correct? But for now, for practice purpose, for demonstration purpose, SQL server is configured on my local machine. So I'm going to launch my SQL server database just to show you SSMS, SQL Server Management Studio. So the SQL server is opening. It will take a couple of seconds. All right, so this is my SQL server. I'm going to connect to my server. All right, so now I'm going to the database. I have some sample databases available. So from the sample database, I will be loading the data in Power BI desktop. So in one of the database, I have multiple tables available. Few of the tables data I need in Power BI desktop. So I'm just going to show you how we can load the data of one of the tables. Similar process you can follow to load the data of other tables. So I'm going to load the data, let's suppose, of this currency table, because this is a small table, so it won't take much time to load the data, right? So just for an example, for the demonstration purpose, I'm using this table. You can select any of the other table as well. So currency table data will be loading in Power BI desktop. First, let me just run this query, run this table in SQL level to see what data we have. So I just right click and run. All right, so I have this data in this table, right? It contains all the currency code and currency names and modified date. So these 3 columns I have in this table. So let's see how I load this data in Power BI desktop. So for loading this data in Power BI desktop, as usual, we go to the get data option. From here, we need to select a source. This time the data source is Microsoft SQL Server. I select the SQL Server as a source. Now here I need to provide the server name or server IP address and a database name. So server name and a database, these details you will be getting from your company, from your client, from your stakeholders. So in my case, I have my client, I have my server details here. So this is my server name, which is nothing but my local machine name. In practical scenarios, your server name would be like IP address or some other server names. And my database name is this. Okay, now, so here I need to provide the server name, and now I need to provide a database name, although database name is optional here. If you want, you can provide or you can skip it. On next screen, it will ask again. But if you have the database name, it is always suggested to provide the database name here. Now you have an option here to select data connectivity mode. Well, we are not going to touch this right now because we have module 6 for this. We are going to select import for now. Now I click on OK. When I click on OK, it will get validated and will be connected to my database. And after connecting to my database, it gives me a list of all the SQL views and SQL tables. All the SQL views and tables are appearing here in the navigator window, right? So this navigator window always appears when the connection is successful. But if you notice one thing here, it didn't ask for any user ID and password. Without asking user ID password, Power BI got connected directly to my SQL database, which is not a right process. So let me cancel this window. I will show you this again, but prior to this, I want to show one more thing to you. So I'm canceling this. What we observed, Power BI didn't ask for any credentials. It directly connected with SQL. Actually, in Power BI desktop, we have a provision to save the connection details, which means if I have connected the Power BI with SQL Server, next time when I connect to the same server, Power BI will not ask for the connection details. Why? Because the details are already saved in encrypted manner within Power BI desktop. So I'm going to clean the saved credentials first, and then I will show you the entire process again. Where the credentials are saved, so we go to File, Options and Settings, and Data Source Settings. Under Data Source Settings, you can manage all your settings, all your credentials which are saved in Power BI Desktop. Now you go to Global Permissions. Here you can see these two data source permissions are saved within Power BI Desktop. If you want, you can remove them. Clear permissions, clear all permission, right? So whatever the credentials or the permissions were saved in Power BI Desktop, those have been removed now. If you will be connecting to the SQL Server, this time it will ask for the credential. So let's do the process again, get data, selecting the SQL Server, provide the server name. Now click on OK. And you notice now this time it asked for the credentials, right? Previously, it didn't ask for this window, right? So now you need to provide the credentials here. Either you provide your Windows credential, your database, your Microsoft account. It depends whatever you get from your company. So I have the Windows credentials here in this case. So I select Windows and I'm connecting to the database. It is asking me to save the details in an encrypted manner that I can say okay. And now I get this navigator window after the successful validation. Now from here, I can select the currency table. I can search the currency table here and I select my currency table. I can get a preview of the currency table. So the currency table looks like this. These are the three columns I have, but this table shows me the other columns. Other columns are the referenced columns. These other columns are coming here because of the sample database only. So now I select this table, click on transform data. This table gets loaded in Power Query Editor. And now here, these referenced columns I can remove. With Control key, I can select multiple columns and I can delete all the columns in one go, right? So these are the three columns which I need. Now I can click on close and apply. And this currency table data will be loaded to Power BI Desktop and I can use it for my requirement purpose, for my visualization, or for any other purpose what I need. Got it? So this is how we extract the data from a SQL database. This time I loaded the data directly from a table, but in case if you have a SQL script, means if you have written a SQL script and through SQL script you want to load the data in Power BI, how that you do that I'll be showing you. All right. Now I'm going to show you how we can load the data in Power BI Desktop using a SQL script. So let's suppose you have loaded a SQL from Salesforce, and this is you have loaded here, right? And this using this script, maybe you can write more script here. You can write a join condition here and some other stuff if you want. You can write here using this script. Now you want to load the data in Power BI Desktop. So how that you do? So now let's copy this script. Okay, this script is giving me this results if you execute it. So I go to Power BI Desktop and get data, SQL Server, Here, I need to provide the server name, database name that I'll be providing later. First, I go to the data advanced option now, and here into the SQL statement, I just paste my SQL query, right? So whatever the query I copied, that I pasted here. Now, based on the SQL query, I will be getting the data. And now I just put my server name and I put my database name and I click OK. Now this query gets executed and I get the data here. I click on transform data, and based on the query, I have got the data here. Let's suppose I don't need any particular column. I can remove that from here. Whatever the operation I want, I can perform. And it comes here as a query one table. So it should be properly named. So I double click and I can name it. I can define it, let's say salesperson. All right. And now I can load it, close and apply. Now the salesperson table data will also be loaded here. So your salesperson table has been loaded. Let's suppose you would have some scenarios like the script what you provided to load this table. Now you want to modify that script. You want to make some changes in that script, correct? So for example, the script which you have here, you have added this script. Currently it was just having top 1000. You remove that part from here, and now for example you are adding, let's suppose you're removing some more columns from here, and only this part of the script you have which you want to use, right? You have modified your script. You can add more joins, more conditions, whatever you need basically. Now this script you want to use, so updated script you copy. And how you update this script here, for that you go to Power Query Editor, transform data, and the script you have for the salesperson, you go to the salesperson table and you go to its source. You just go to the source and double click on that, and you get that window again. And this script you can remove from here, and you can paste the new one and click OK. Here you go. You got your updated data here. Got it? But your table was having one reference column, row GUID. That column has been removed from your table itself now. So you need to undo that step. So this is the data only which you have loaded through the updated script. Got it? How you can update your SQL script also in Power BI. Now we are going to see how we can load the data from any PDF file. So we have some sample data in a PDF file. This PDF file is like this. In this PDF file, we are having some sample data which is appearing like this, right? We have some sentence in some paragraphs written, but some tabular data also we have. So this tabular data I expect in Power BI. If I scroll it down, so I have some driver details data. All this data also I need in Power BI. So Power BI can read the tabular data. Obviously the graph paragraphs you have, the sentences you have, this is not a data, this is information. So this data I don't need. I need only the tables in Power BI. So how Power BI can interpret it, let's see. So going to Power BI desktop. Now I need data from a PDF. So as usual, we go to get data, and here in the most common data sources list, PDF is not appearing. So no worries, I go to the get more button. Now here I can see PDF is the data source. Click on connect, and now I select my PDF file and click open. Now Power BI will extract all the content from that PDF file. Now one by one you need to cross check which one is the one which you are looking for. So this is not the one which I need. I select the second one. Yes, this is the one table, second table, and this is the table which I was looking for. So I select this table and I click on transform data. As usual, generally we click on the transform data. Well, this is what best practice says. When I click on transform data, data gets loaded in Power Query Editor. And now here in this screen, I can prepare my data. I can transform my data. Now, the table name is not correct. First of all, I need to provide a meaningful table here. So I call it driver details. Now, if I load this data to Power BI desktop, that's again so simple. Just clicking on the close and apply, and data will be loaded to Power BI desktop. Got it? So now if you go here, driver details, you can see this data I have loaded from the PDF file. If I open the PDF file also side by side, you will see it. Now you can see this is the same data which we have loaded from the PDF file. Even the titles, the header, column header also Power BI has extracted into the in a table format here, right? So these type of very common scenarios you would be doing is when you want to extract or read data from the PDFs. Now, another very common data source is how you read the data from web. So reading data from any web or any web page is basically, it depends on the website. If there is any website which is not having any security, then you can load the data directly. If any security is applied on that website, then first you need to have the valid credentials and only then you can load the data. So for example, you want the world population data in Power BI desktop. For doing some analysis for some purpose, you need the world population data, or maybe you can take the example of some other websites. So how we load the data. So for that purpose, we have a connector available that's called web. Using this web connector, you can load any web page data in Power BI desktop. So this is sometimes used for the web scraping purpose also. So here I go, I search for world population. And here now on Wikipedia website, I just open this page, and this page contains lots of data here. Let's suppose this tabular data, what I have, this data somewhere I need, this data I need in Power BI, right? Whatever the tabular data you see, this data I need in Power BI. So I'm going to get this URL, and then I go to Power BI desktop, I'm going to get data, choose web as a data connector, and then I just provide the URL, and now click OK. So it is asking for the credentials here. So as it is a open source URL, we are using Wikipedia, anybody can anonymously access it. So anonymously you can access, but in case if you are getting the data from any other custom page, custom website, which has some security implemented, then you would be having some security keys or some organizational account to pass. Once you provide some of the credentials here, then only you'll be able to get the data successfully. For this demonstration, I'm using anonymous account. So click on anonymous and connect, and you will be successfully connected to that web page, and lots of other information will be extracted. But here you need to choose that which particular data you need. So this data is not needed. This is not needed. So now you need to decide top 10 most populous countries data you need. Yes, this is the data what I was looking for. So you select your data, select that check mark, and click on again transform data. And in Power Query Editor, you make sure that all the data is clean, it's transformed properly, right? After looking at it here, now you can load this data to Power BI desktop. So this is how you can bring the data from any website or web pages also. But make sure the data should be into the tabular format only, because if data is not in a tabular format, then even if you bring that data in Power BI, you will not be doing anything with that. I mean, that would be useless data for you. Okay. Now we are going to see how we can load the data through any API or through a OData web service. Now we are going to see how we get the data from any OData feed. So there will be some situations when you will be loading the data, like if you would have some on-premises application, or you will be having some, I would say some softwares like Jira, you will be having some softwares like Snow or ServiceNow, right? Or some other custom softwares or some other third-party applications, which applications data you would like to load in Power BI. So one of the option would be that you can load those applications data in Power BI through a web service or through API. So we have a sample API in our dataset folder, Northwind sample database OData link. This is a sample ODatabase link. This is a web service link basically. If I copy this link, this link looks like a website, but it's not a website. It is a XML link. If I open this link in a browser, then you will get more understanding. If I open this link in a browser, you see this is a XML format link. So behind the scene, the data is appearing, data is coming through this XML format. So if this data I need in Power BI, for that, we go to get data and we choose here OData feed. OData feed is used to get the data from any web service or through any API. Click on it, and here we need to provide the URL, and now click OK. It also asks for the credentials. If you have any valid credentials from your company, then you will be selecting that one here. But for now, I select the anonymous and click on connect, and I'll be connected to this link. And once the connection is established, I will get a list of the tables. Now from this list of tables, I can choose the tables which all I need.
for my work. So let's suppose from here I need the invoices table. I can select the invoice table. Now, here you have one more functionality in the navigator table. Some of the data sources allow you to select related tables. This is not a very common functionality. It depends for which data source it is available here. When you see this select related table, that means if you know that invoices table will be used, but you are not sure that what other tables should be selected here or should be used. So in that case, you can click on see select related table. When you click on this, automatically Power BI select other tables. Let me select another. I select the customers table. And now what all are the related tables for customer? When I click on it, other tables got selected. You see orders table have been selected here. If I select orders now and click on it again, you see employees and order details got selected here automatically, right? So this functionality also, you have this functionality total depends on the.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. The principal arrival of Power BI depends on which of the following: A. Microsoft Excel, B. Microsoft Word, C. Microsoft PowerPoint, D. Microsoft Outlook. Comment on your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Relationship of the tables which are maintained on your source level. If on the source level, if the relationship between the tables, relationship between the data is maintained, then this functionality works, otherwise no. Okay, so let me just select only the invoices table here. And now I'm loading this data to Power Query Editor. And now from here onwards, you knows very well whatever the data you need, whatever the transformation you want, you can perform here easily. If you don't need any table, any field here, you can remove unnecessary fields from here. So in this table, you have multiple fields here. Let's suppose you want to load only 5 fields. So what you can do, you can select the fields which you need. Let's suppose with the control key, you can select the 5 fields like this. But if you are not sure that which field to be selected here and you want to get a complete list, then you can go here to choose columns. This is another option to choose your columns or to select your columns and remove the unnecessary columns. You click on this choose columns button. From this choose columns, now you can select the columns. You get a list basically. Now this would be easier for you to select the required columns. If you want, you can sort these columns by name, and now it is easy for you to select the column. Let's say you need all these columns. So whatever the columns you need, you can select them here into this list, right? And then just click OK. So only the required columns are selected here. Unnecessary columns have been removed from your data now. At any point of time, if you realized you need some other columns as well, so no problem. Again, you can go to this removed other columns step, double click on it. You get this window back and you can add few more columns what you need. Here you go. All right. So this is how you can choose the columns here. Okay, so this helps you to understand how you can load the data through any OData feed. Now, if you want to load the data from the similar data source, as I said, you can repeat the process again. You can go again and get data, and you can again load the data through OData feed. Or there is another option also, which you can try. That is, you can go to the source tab, and let's suppose here you see all the fields, all the tables of your OData feed. So let's suppose you need the suppliers table also. So for the supplier table, you go to the table hyperlink, you right click on that, and you add as a new query. When you add as a new query means suppliers table will be added as a new table here. Here you go. Suppliers table has been added as a new table. That means you have loaded the supplier table data also. So rather than you go to the entire process again, you can take this approach and you can load the other tables data from the same data source. Correct? So this is another trick. All right, let's load this data to Power BI Desktop. All right, now we are going to see how we can use the R with Power BI. So let's suppose you have, first let's understand what is R. So R is a programming language which has been integrated with multiple programming languages, and especially data scientists use this programming language for developing different type of statistical model, different type of data analytics models. And this can be used to deploy your models on any existing, for example, any existing SQL or any existing production environment or any other tools. Like here we are going to understand how
R can be used to feed the data in Power BI. R is a programming language, right, which is mainly used for the statistical data analysis. For now, I'm going to show you how through R also you can load the data. Means how R can also be used as a data source. If you go to get data, under the get data, if I search R script, you see R script, Python script. These are also used here as a data source. Means through R script also you can load the data. So this we are going to see now. So we have a data, we have a tool called RStudio. This RStudio is mainly used by the data scientists or by the R developers. So this tool we are going to use, we are going to just see here. Okay, so just a quick and the simplest demo here is we have an Excel file. That Excel file is available in one of the C drive, and in my C drive workspace folder, there is a movie data, right? In this CSV file, I have some movie data. This movie data is available. So there is a script written, right, in R to get the data from that CSV file. And that data we are loading into this data underscore movie data frame. This is a data frame created within R. So just write this is script, written a script I use, and I execute this. After executing this script here, the data gets executed and a script get executed here. My data is loaded. Now you can see all that CSV file data has been loaded here, right? So the script with what I have here, so the script I have here, I copy this script and I go to Power BI, and here I am going to get data, more, select R script, click on connect. And now I just provide that R script, whatever the script is written. Currently, there is a 2 line of a script is written, but you may have, let's say, 100 lines of a script written here, right? Now, when you click on OK, Power BI will execute your R script and it will give you the data into the navigator window. This is the same data which is extracted from that CSV file through this R script. I select this R script and I can directly load it, or I can transform it in Power Query Editor if I need it. So I load it. So this is how R script can also be used. But before you use the R script in Power BI, R should be installed in your machine. Once R will be installed in your machine, then Power BI will detect the R installation directories automatically. So the setting is here. You go to File, Options and Settings, Options. Under this R scripting tab, you can see Power BI has detected all these R directories automatically, right? So if R is installed in your machine, then automatically these directories will be detected by Power BI. And if these R libraries are detected by Power BI, only then R script will work within your Power BI. There will be a couple of use cases where Power BI, where R you can use in your scenarios, right? For example, if you want to create some forecasting data model, or you want to create a predictive data model through R. So in R, you will be writing that predictive data model script, and then that script you can call in Power BI to bring the data for the visualization purpose. Correct? Similar to this other scenario, another use case could be like you want to load data from such a data source which is not yet supported in Power BI. So through R, you can write a script, you can load the data from that source, and then data will be imported in Power BI via R script. So these type of, I would say these type of solutions sometimes are needed for the organizations. It's not a very common scenario, very rare people use it, but just a demonstration to show you the capability of the tool. Okay, all right. So here we have understood multiple data sources, how we bring the data from different data sources. So I'm going to save this file, and after that, I'll be starting a new file to understand a new scenario. So I save this with the name of demo data extraction. All right. Now I'm going to start a new Power BI desktop file. In this one, we'll be understanding how we get the data from multiple Excel files or from a folder. All right. So now there is a very common scenario. Let's suppose you have a folder, monthly sales data. In this folder, you have multiple Excel files. For each month sales transactions, you get a new file in this folder. These files are auto-generated Excel files through any other system. Maybe your SAP system or your another system is generating Excel file and dropping this Excel file in this folder every month automatically. Now, using these Excel files, You want to create a report in Power BI. You want to use all these Excel files data in Power BI desktop for the report development or for the visualization purpose. Now, you want that if in future any new file comes into this folder, then Power BI should pick that new file data automatically. Obviously, you would not like to import the data manually from a new file. Okay, so you have 8 files right now in this folder. All these are the 8 files you have. So if I need these 8 files data in Power BI, so one option is I can one by one, I can import these 8 files data. At one time, only one Excel file you can select here. You cannot select multiple Excel file. That is not allowed. Only one Excel file you can select here at one time. So similarly, 8 times you need to load these 8 files, correct? After that, you need to club all these 8 files data in one table. You need to consolidate these 8 files data in one table, which is a very tedious task, very difficult task to do all these things manually. And let's suppose somehow you are able to manage to do it very first time, but how would you do it in future? When a 9th file come in this folder, then you will definitely be liking to import that new file data and appending it manually. So you need some mechanism, you need some process which should automatically pick the data from this file and automatically consolidate the data of this folder into a one common table. Make sense? Okay, this is a very common scenario in most of the cases. Most of the people struggle with these type of scenarios. So let's see how Power BI help us in this case. So I go to get data, more, and this time, rather than I pick Excel as a data source, my data source will be folder this time. Means I will be pointing to that particular folder where the Excel file comes automatically always. Okay, so I select the folder as a source and click on connect. Now I need to provide the folder path. I can click on browse and I can choose the folder path from here, or I think the easiest option is I directly go to the folder and I get this folder path, whatever the folder path I have here. Okay, inside this folder I go and then I copy this folder path and then just this path I paste here. Okay, you can through browse also you can select the same path. It's up to you, right? You can just go here like this and this path you can select. Okay, it's up to you. Now just click on OK. It will look into inside your folder and it detects like there are 8 files available. Here it shows you the 8 file details. Now you want to combine these 8 files data and edit that. So you click on combine and transform. So you click on combine and transform. So by clicking on this button, what will happen? Data will get consolidated in one table and data will be loaded in the Power Query editor. It quickly consolidate, but before that it asks for you to combine. You need to select common sheet. So in all the Excel files, means in this you have all these Excel files. All Excel file contains a common sheet, this sheet 1. So this name should be same in all the sheets, in all the Excels. The sheet 1 name should be common for all the Excel files, right? And this would be common obviously because these are the manual, these are the auto-generated Excel files. So it is asking that which sheet data you want to combine. If there would be multiple sheets and multiple sheets data you want to combine, then you will have to repeat the process again. So for now, I want to consolidate the sheet 1 data of all the files. So I select sheet 1 and click OK. Now it will consolidate the data of sheet 1 of all files in one table. Behind the scene, another window gets open here, Power Query Editor, you go there. And now there is a separate folder created for Power BI internal use. You can close that folder. And this is your new table created with the same name as your folder name. Your folder name was monthly sales data. And this table has been created here, monthly sales data. Your table contains a default column. That default column name is source.name. This is nothing but your file name. All these are your file names by default Power BI picks. Now all files data has been consolidated in one table. If I load this data to Power BI desktop to display it, all right, now I'm going to add a table. And in this table, I'm going to just display the name of all these files. Source.name. All these are the Excel files. And if I just want to show the count of Excel file.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So total files I have 8. Those 8 file names are appearing here. Correct? Now, if a new file comes into that folder, let's do that. These are the 8 files. I put a new file here. So rather than I put a new file, I just create a copy paste of existing file. I create a duplicate file, 2000 September, October. So next file is 2016 November, let's say. I copy paste and I rename it 2016 November, right? I just created a duplicate file just for the testing purpose. So I have 9th file available now here. So now Power BI should pick this file data automatically. It still shows 8, but you need to hit the refresh, because until unless you don't hit the refresh, Power BI will not load the data. Power BI will not fetch the data again from the folder. So when I hit this refresh, Power BI look into that folder again and fetch the data again, and data gets updated here. Now you have 9 files data here, and 9th file data has been appended here automatically. You see 2016 November Excel file data has been loaded. So whatever the other visuals you will be displaying, those visuals will automatically pick you the data of your new file. You don't need to manually load the new file data again and again every month. Automatically Power BI will pick the data on each refresh. Make sense? Is this clear? How it happens, how it works? When we say shaping of the data in Power BI, basically not in Power BI, right? I mean, if you just think it very, I would say a very generic scenario, if you take in previous class we understood how we bring the data right from various data sources. So we were understanding, like in Power BI desktop we have more than 100 plus data sources. That list you can see here. You can go to get data. These are the some commonly used data sources, which is a predefined list. You can go to more, and from more you can see a entire list, right? So all these are the supported data sources, and this list is continuously increasing. So let's suppose you got a project, you got a requirement to develop a dashboard, to develop a report for your sales team members, for your sales team, right? So first your responsibility would be to understand the requirement, to do some data profiling, to do some data discovery, where the data is, how the data looks like, and how that data is related to the requirement. Is there anything missing as per the requirement? Is there anything missing, or any data is missing which is not available or for which you are not aware of right now? So you need to do that data discovery. Suppose you found that some of the data you will be getting from SQL Server database, some data generally Excel is also used in the companies. A lot of scenarios you will be facing, like target budgets or their plans is prepared in the Excel. So you have Excel budgets or plan data in Excel, your sales transactions in SQL Server database, and there is some other data, right? Maybe some other opportunities, your services, or some other domain or some other business data is in Salesforce, let's suppose. So what you do, you start bringing all this data, right? And after bringing all this data, you need to set up some joins, some linking, because the data is coming from different sources. So different sources would be having some unnecessary columns, unnecessary data, unnecessary, or we can say not cleaned data, unstructured data. So it depends. I mean, it depends on the quality of the data. But majorly, when you work with ERP data or CRM data, right? So you will be having more or less, I would say, very much cleaned data. To an extent, the data would be already cleaned because it is generated through the system. Problem becomes when you are getting some unstructured data. Let's suppose somebody has prepared the data manually in Excel. Just think about it. Like there is any marketing team has organized a say a marketing campaign, right? And they are collecting the data manually. So when they do the data collection, is the source, the way the data is generated, that is manual. So the probability of the manual mistake is very high. Correct. So when you get that manually prepared data for some analysis or for some reporting purpose, then you face a lot of challenges for the data cleansing, for data replacement, and different issues you face. So depending on the nature, where or in which domain you work, or with what type of data you are expecting to get, the complexity of the data transformation depends on that. Okay, sometimes if you are lucky, so you will be getting very clean data, or completely structured or transformed data. So your life would be very set. Then you just bring the data and do the quick visualization and your project is done, right? So it depends. So we'll be exploring a lot of different scenarios, correct? I mean, based on the I will say the scenarios, or based on the data sets, we'll try to
scatter most of the functionalities of the Power Query Editor window. But again, it all remains on your side as well for the practice purpose. If you go through to your assignments, right, you go to your self-paced section in your LMS portal, there is again some documents and assignments are attached. So if you go through to all those, then you will get more scenarios or more different use cases, correct? So most of the stuff we'll try to cover. Now, so let's start. Basically, to do the data transformation, first of all, we need the data in Power BI, right? So now to show something I need some of the data in Power BI desktop, first of all, how data transformation happens. As I said, we need some of the data. Data is the fuel for Power BI desktop. So let's bring some data here. So I'm going to use O data feed. Before it, there was a question, SharePoint, how to use a SharePoint. So for getting the data from the SharePoint, first of all, you should have a SharePoint data, right? A SharePoint link or any SharePoint URL. So let's suppose you already have a SharePoint URL, or let's say your Excel is already available on SharePoint, right? Or sometimes, like generally what we do, Teams is a very common product, very common tool in almost every organization, and we upload some Excels in Teams. We create some groups or some channels, and there we place some Excel files, right, as a common source. So from there also we can generate a online SharePoint link, and that link we just copy paste, and then we can provide it into the Excel workbook as a source. But if you have any SharePoint online or SharePoint list or SharePoint on-premises folder, then these are the data sources available here, which you select. Let's suppose you have a SharePoint online list URL, correct? You select that SharePoint online list and click on connect, and then on next screen, you need to just provide your URL here, right? You just provide your site URL, whatever the site URL you have, wherever the data is placed, that site URL you need to put here, and just click on OK. On next screen, it will be asking for you to provide your Microsoft credentials. Means the same credentials which you use for your organization, the same, basically, if your organization is using SSO, single sign-on process, then automatically this will redirect you to your organizational credential sign-in page. You put that and you will get your data in front of your screen. From there, you can select to load. Correct. So this is the step. I do not have any SharePoint because that SharePoint is like a paid product. So I do not have any SharePoint link or something to demonstrate you. But if you have in your company, you can try that. Or if you're stuck somewhere, you can let me know. Then I'll guide you further. Now, for demonstrating, I'm going to use this OData feed because this is a sample data source we have available. If I go to my data set, there is a Northwind sample database link. This data I'm using, correct? So let me cancel it. I'll be using multiple sources. So I select Excel and I'm going to bring that global superstore Excel data, because whatever the data transformations we are going to learn, these you can apply on any of the data. Doesn't matter whether the data is coming from Excel, from CSV, from PDF, from SQL, from Azure, or from anywhere. Basically, the operations will be performing. These will be performed on the data. I'm selecting all these data sources, right? All these tables to load in Power Query Editor. So generally, whenever we connect to any data source, we see this navigator window. Best practice says you should always click on the transform data, because before you directly load, because we cannot be that much overconfident like the data is already always will be cleaned, right? We should always consider that the data we are having, I mean, we should have this data, we should consider this data like it is not transformed, or at least we should review it, correct? Although you can directly load this data, but loading the data unnecessarily is I would say not the right utilization of your machine resources. So it's better you click on transform data. Transform data is very similar. Like, let's suppose you are coming outside the market and you stay outside your home, and then you sanitize all of your stuff. You sanitize yourself before you take entry inside your home, right? Just to make sure like any unwanted item you are not taking inside your home, right? So that's the best practice, correct? So the same thing you do here also. You transform the data, you click on that. So your data gets loaded into the staging area. That staging area is this Power Query Editor. Your data, you have not loaded your data yet, right? I'm not saying we have loaded the data inside the Power BI desktop. We have extracted the data from the source, and now this data is staged. This data is stored now in memory. So this in memory concept is the same if you have worked on SSAS, SQL Server Analysis Services. The same concept is used there also, where what SSAS says that
they use in-memory analytics capabilities. That is the same thing. Means now the data has been loaded into the memory. That's why it has been said if your machine has good RAM, then you get the good performance while you do the data transformation on data load. Because currently, whatever the data, these three tables data you see here, this data, whatever you see on the screen right now, this has been loaded into the memory, in the RAM. Memory means here the RAM of your machine, of your laptop. Correct. Now, if I go to my machine and see how much RAM is consumed, I'm going to task manager, going to see the performance of my laptop. There I see I have 8 GB RAM. Out of 8 GB, 6.8, 6.7 has been already consumed. Almost like 86% RAM is almost consumed. Although I'm using SSD, that's why even on 8 GB, I get a best performance because SSD is very fast. Now, if I go to processes tab here, you see five almost 550 MB RAM is consumed by the Power BI desktop. And why by Power Desktop? You can see here Power BI desktop has loaded your data into the RAM, and you see there is another component is coming with Power BI desktop, Microsoft SQL Server Analysis Services. So behind the scene, Power BI desktop also use SQL Server Analysis Services, means SSAS component. That is your in-memory analytics. So you see 279 MB. That means the data, whatever has been used, some of the data is cached. Maybe previously I loaded some data, so that data is still stay in the RAM for some temporary time, not for all the time. So that data is staying here in the RAM right now. Correct. So why I'm showing it to you, because you need to understand this concept. Like when you keep the data in Power Query Editor, your data is holded into the RAM. Correct. When you will be working on a complex data model, huge tables you are loading, so in that case, your machine may start performing slow. Your Power BI query editor may perform slow. Sometimes it can get hang also, which means you do not have the sufficient RAM as per your workload. If you have huge data, means you have huge workload, accordingly you should have at least 16 GB RAM. Correct. Sometimes I have observed like people just have 6 GB RAM or 4 GB RAM and they are loading millions of records, and then they say that it's Power BI is slow. Power BI is not slow. Slow is your machine. Okay. Now we loaded this data here in the RAM in Power Query Editor, and the data which you see here in the RAM, this is for temporary purpose. When I load the data, currently if I see the Power BI desktop in the fields, you see you haven't loaded any data yet. So means the data whatever I have, that is staying in the memory for temporary purpose. Right now I want to load the data. Now I can directly load it, or I can take a decision call here what data is needed as per the requirements. Requirement is separate, right? Let's suppose I have already gone through my all the requirements, and now I have identified that some of the columns I don't need. As in the previous class also we said ship date, this column will not be used anywhere. Okay, I can remove this column. Okay, you can right click and you have a couple of operations you can perform on your data. You can remove this one by one column, you can remove, or you can select multiple columns with control key, press control and select multiple columns and right click and remove them. Or else there is another way of removing the column. You can just go here to choose columns. From here you can choose the columns which you need, right? You can sort these columns for your ease. Now alphabetically these columns are sorted. You can do a selection. Let's suppose I need only these selected columns only. Correct. So it's very easy for me now to work on the required data rather than I spend my efforts, my energy on the unused data. It's better, always recommended, to keep only the necessary data. Now I'm keeping only these required columns. At any point of time I said no, I don't need this fiscal year, and instead of fiscal year I need some other columns. No worries. Again I can go to the choose column step on the same step, because when I'm performing these operations on my data, Power BI capture each and every step or each and every action into the applied steps, right? So first 2-3 steps are automatically decided or detected by Power BI. Now we did a change type, we removed the columns, we removed other column. For every operation a step will be added here. So if you are standing on the same step where you remove the other columns, you did the column selection, then on the same step if you are standing, means you haven't added any new step, then you can directly go to choose columns and you can add or remove any other column from here also, right? But let's say you have added some other stuff. Means for example, from the customer ID column, I want to create a duplicate column of this customer ID first, right? So right click on this column and duplicate the column. A duplicated column has been created. Now on this duplicated column, the initials, right? You see the name initials, customer name initials, AB, that I want to separate. Means AB I need, or JR I need in a separate column, and the number, the customer number I need in a separate column. I right click on this column. When I say right click, that means you need to right click on the header. Don't do the right click here. If you are right clicking on the values, you do not get those options. Correct? So right click on the header, then you get these options. Now here you see a split column, right? You can split the columns based on different options, by delimiters, by number of characters, by number of positions, depending on your requirement, whatever fits in your case. So let's suppose here I have a delimiter. Let's suppose this AB. If you sometimes you would be having the scenarios like you want to copy this number, you want to copy this value, or you want to search it in some other application. So you need to copy this one. So you can right click and you copy it. When you right click and you copy and you want to, let's say, paste it in Notepad or paste it in Excel, that's the one option. Or else what you can do, you can select a specific record, a specific cell, and then you can go here and then you can do the selection of this. Correct? So basically this AB I want to separate in a separate column and this number in a separate column. But here I have a delimiter that is hyphen. So based on the hyphen, I want to split this column. I right click, I go split column by delimiter. When I select, Power BI is smart enough that it automatically sense that hyphen is a delimiter based on you can split the values. In 90% cases, it does this detection correctly. But if in some cases, if you would have multiple hyphens, then you need to take that call, like based on which hyphen you want to split it. So now on the leftmost delimiter, right, from the left, when the first hyphen comes, based on that, the column value should get splitted. Select that, click OK. Here you go. Your column has been split into the two parts. When it is splitted, you do not get the same or proper column names. Having the proper column name is a very basic concept and a naming convention you need to follow. If you do not take care of the column names here, then it would become a problem for you. Not problem, I would say it would become a time taking activity for you on a later stage. You can change the column names on a later stage also, but best practice is do that here right now. Correct? Later you can do that, but that is unnecessary work for you.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. What area do you go to change and reshape the data in Power BI? A. Data transformation. B. Data editing. C. Question editor. D. Data modeling. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So I change it. Let's say I say this one, customer initials, right? And this one I call just double click, or you can right click and rename. Double click is much convenient. So just double click and call it customer number. This is the customer number. Right, after adding these changes here, you see this step has been added, renamed columns. Now, after performing some other option, you realized that you want to remove this fiscal year column from here and you need some other columns, correct? And now you go to the choose columns. Now you do not get the other columns list here. Why? Because you have moved ahead from that step where you were talking about removing, or you were doing the column selection. At that time you were here, right? But after that you have performed more steps, and now based on the latest step, you have only this list of columns. So out of these columns only you can do a selection. You can include or exclude something from these only, right? But you says no, I want, now I realize, because at any point of time you can realize that you can get an you can have a need that something you want to add or remove. So no worries, you can go back to that step, select that step. When you were on this step, or when you were on this stage, your data was like this. Now you do not have those splitted columns here. So this applied step is something like a time travel, you can see. Correct? So in some of the different tools, this concept is called as a time travel also, which means at that time when you were on this step, your data was like this, means you were having only these columns. Then you created a duplicate column, you splitted the columns in two parts, then the change data type happened automatically, and columns renamed you did. So this is kind of a time travel you can interact, or these steps helps you a lot for understanding that how you or how somebody else did the data transformation, have that person prepared the data, correct? So you go back to that particular step, and on in front of any step, when you see this gear icon, this settings icon, you can just double click on that step, or you can click on that icon, and you get that window again. Here you can select, let's say I said I don't need this fiscal year column. Okay, let's uncheck the fiscal year, and I need discount, quantity, unit price, product name. These are all the columns I need, right? I did selected all these columns, and then I click OK. I got all the columns added here in my data, and now I can go. Generally, we should go step by step. I'm standing on this step right now. If I want, I can directly click on this step. But if I click, if something has broken in between, then you will not get the right message. So ideally, best practices go next step by step, so that in case if something is broken, you will get the error at the same step, so that you can fix that. Correct. So we have added the more columns here, and you already have that initials and customer number which you have splitted. Got it? So this is how you perform your data transformations, how you work on your data. This applied step window is very important in this Power Query. I would say this is the most important section. You will realize when you work on some other data models. Let's say currently you are the developer and you are making all these changes here. But just think about it, like in a company, you work in a team. You will not be the only person, or always you do not work as an individual contributor. Sometimes you work as a team, or most of the time you work as a team, correct? So let's suppose you have got a data model which was prepared by Navneet. Okay, and now I don't know what Navneet has done here maybe 1 year ago, what all the steps he did. Now, what I'll be doing, obviously, I'll not be going to Navneet and asking what all steps you did, why you did these steps. So what I'll be doing, I'll be just going to these steps and I'll be starting from here. Okay, so Navneet got the data from the source, and the source was this Excel path. Okay, fine. Then the navigation, promoted headers, step by step, I'm understanding, right? So this is how I can understand the data model, how somebody else prepared 1 year ago, correct? So in that case, it is very much useful. Another use case is if if Navneet's organization would have follow all the best practices, then it would become very easy for me, for a new person, to understand the steps. If he has follow on the best practices for the documentation, like here it says split column by delimiter. But why splitted? What's the need of this? Maybe some message or some comment I want to add, right? Or if you should have added basically. So right click you can do, and you can rename your steps. So you can just mention some of the small documentation here, like for filter, right? Means now it will be easy for me to understand, like the split operation was performed. Maybe it was required, maybe this particular column was required somewhere for the filtration purpose, or it was the ask from a finance user or from a sales user or from someone else. Means kind of you can rename these steps. If you rename this step, you follow that naming, the documentation concept here. So that would be easy for somebody else who read your steps, who read your transformation. Correct? Make sense? Now you see only 5-6 steps here, so you will be thinking like it's very easy, but just think about it. Somebody has performed 100 steps, so it's not easy to understand the 100 step for a new person, right, who jump in a new report. So if you have followed these couple of documentation tips, and I mean, if properly you have organized your steps, then it is easy for some new person, or maybe for you also, when you interact with your model after a long time. Now, another thing is when you are performing these steps, right? Let's just assume we'll be performing all though, but you have performed almost 100 steps here, correct? Now, behind the scene, Power BI is generating a script, and that script is called as M script or mashup script. So the script you see here in the formula bar, you can see this formula bar. This is M script, right? That looks like a formula or a script. This is generated automatically. When I'm standing on this step, for this step, this is the script generated automatically behind the scene. Well, you don't need to worry about these scripts, right? Or sometimes this script editor, this formula bar may not be enabled, right?
generally, like if for the first time users, this may not be enabled. So you can enable it. You can go to view tab. From the view tab, you can go to formula bar and you can check or uncheck it, right? If I generally, it would be for the first time users, it comes like this without the formula bar. So don't get any surprise like that, that's not available. You can go to view tab in Power Query Editor and go to formula bar and check this. One more thing, sometimes first time users get some confusion between the Power BI desktop and Power Query Editor. This is Power Query Editor, which is data transformation window within Power BI desktop. So sometimes people just they go to the Power BI desktop's view tab, and inside this they've tried to find that where is that formula bar enabler button. So there are two windows here. One is Power BI desktop and one is Power Query Editor, right? Power Query Editor, Power BI desktop. Before loading your data stay in Power Query Editor where you do all the transformation, cleansing. Once you are confident, you are sure like all data has been cleaned, it is transformed to an extent. I mean, it's very difficult, very rare that on a very first level you do 100% transformation. No, let's say 60-70% transformation is done. Load the data in Power BI desktop. If on later stage you realize more transformation is needed, you can again take the data back to Power Query Editor and you can continue more transformations. Correct? This is how we work. Now I turn on the formula bar. I got this in Power Query Editor here, right? Now, this script, what you see here, you can expand it. And this is only for this step. For all the steps also, you can see a consolidated script that you want to see. Then you need to go to home. On the home ribbon button, you see there is an advanced editor, right? You can see the entire query behind the scene, what is generated automatically. So till now I have performed only these steps. Like I loaded the data from the Excel sheet. That Excel sheet is available at this path. Then from that Excel sheet, I took only the orders sheet data, then promoted the headers, removed the columns. I removed this column. After that, I removed the other columns also. So all these are the columns which were removed. Then I split it. I duplicated a column. I splitted the column. Here is a split column script generated automatically. You don't need to remember this. This is all behind the scene happens. Correct? So this is your MS script. Although this MS script is editable, if you want, you can modify this script, but which is not recommended, because if something has been changed here, let's say something has been modified, right? Or when you click done, your script, your table data has been broken now. And another thing is you do not get a very clear message like what's the error, what has broken. If you are beginner, right? Or if you are not, I would say, working on mQuery, generally nobody works on mQuery. mQuery is Power BI's backend language, right? Power Query's backend language, right? Some people says no, we want to. I mean, I don't think so. Anybody would prefer to modify them as scripts. Let me just undo the change what I did. Before I forget that, I just removed the comma just to show you. So let's suppose anybody wants to split a column, right? I want to split this column. So now just think practically. Would you like just to right click and split the column? Or would you like to go in MS script and just write this particular syntax? Obviously, writing this syntax would take almost a minute or a two, or maybe more than that also if you are new, because multiple times this will be broken, then you will be going to Google search, you will finding that a syntax, and then you update it. Correct? So rather than you write it here, everybody prefer doing right clicks and that's it. Correct? So that's why this is not needed. That's why I was saying this is backends or Power BI's Power Query Editor's backend language. Although this is all editable, if you are champion or if you want, you can modify this directly here. Now, let's suppose the data transformation, what I'm doing here in this table. Let me just remove the steps. So during the data transformation, any step you can add or remove from the in between also, but make sure your addition or removing any step is not breaking your table. Suppose I want to I want to delete this remove other column step. This step is not needed, so I can delete it. But at the time when you are deleting, it gives you a warning that it's deleting this step may affect your subsequent, your followed steps as well. It's just a warning. It depends on you. It's your responsibility now whether the step you remove that will impact something in your next steps, in your followed steps or no. If you deleted something from here, then you cannot undo it. So
make sure it before you delete something. I deleted it. Now there is no way to get that back. That has been removed. Okay. Now I have all the columns here, right? Now I looked that fiscal year is not needed. I can remove this one. When I'm inserting means I'm right now, I'm not on the latest step. I'm in between somewhere. Let's suppose here I want to remove this step. You can do that, no problem. When you added this step, and if that step doesn't affect your subsequent steps, there's not any problem. So be careful when you work in between the steps, right? Generally, it is recommended to work to add anything or to remove anything from the, to add anything at the last only, at the after your last step. But if needed, sometimes depending on requirements, you can add or remove in between also. You have the flexibility now. So this is one check, right? Let me give you 3 checks, basic checks. Means kind of like when we load the data, what are the 3 basic checks we should perform? Means everybody should perform. I mean, just example I would take here. For example, when you go to any doctor or any clinic or any hospital, generally they conduct 3 basic checks, right? Doesn't matter whether for which problem or which disease you are going to the clinic. Generally they do couple of checks. They check your blood pressure, they check your I would say temperature, they check your, or I mean any other check you can consider, right? So what are the basic checks which always you should perform? Doesn't matter from what your requirement, what your data, what you are going to do. What are the basic check? First check is remove unnecessary columns and unnecessary rows, right? So how do we remove unnecessary column? I have already shown you. You can right click on a specific column, you can select multiple columns, or you can go to choose column. From here you can remove, because there is no benefit, no sense of putting the efforts on unused columns which we will not be using anywhere. Why should I keep all that data? Because that will increase the size of my data model, and heavy data model always degrade the performance of your report at the end, right? So unnecessary columns not needed. Okay, so let's remove. Now the point is unnecessary rows. I have, you can see 999 plus rows. Generally in Power Query Editor, it shows only 999. It doesn't give you a complete count. If you want to know how many records, how much data is loaded, right? So then you can go to Transform tab and you can click on Count Rows. It gives you a count of the number of records. So you have 51,292 records in this table. Okay. Now this is also a step which has been added. So now undo this step. I got my data back. So I have more than 51,000 records. Suppose this table contains the data of all the countries, but I don't need the data of United States here, right? Maybe the report I'm creating that is for all the countries data should consider, but not for the United States. So I want to remove this data. So like in Excel, you apply the filter, you just click on this drop down and you can do a check here. You can scroll it down and you can uncheck the United States. Or this is simple filter, direct filter. If you want, you have a text filters option. You can go here and you can apply the filters based on different options here. Correct? It's very similar to the Excel filters you apply. Let's say I uncheck the United States from here, click OK. Data has been filtered out. Means you have filtered the records from your data and a step has been added. Now, if you are wondering, like when I'm removing the rows, removing the columns, or splitting the columns, what is the impact on my source data? Does it mean like in my Excel, because the data of this orders table is coming from the Excel, does it means like the data is changing in this Excel also, in the source also? No, never. Whatever the operation you perform in Power BI, that you perform on the copy of the data. Now you see the data you have here. This is a copy, or we can say this is a clone of the data you have loaded within the Power BI. It doesn't mean like the data will be changed, data will be removed from your data source also, no, right? So whatever the data you operations you're performing, it all performed on the clone of the data or on the copy of the data which you have into the memory, into the RAM right now. So first check is complete. Remove unnecessary columns, unnecessary rows from the tables. Now the second check is make sure what is the quality of the column, means quality of the data. How you do that? In each column, you should not have, you should make sure that there is no error, there is no empty or no blank data available, no null data is there. Because if you would have null blank data, if there is a valid reason of having the blank or null, fine, we can keep that. Or if there is a mistake or there is some process gap or some data mistake, then we should take action to correct that. Correct? Now, how you identify whether in this row ID column is there any null, or in the order ID is there any null or blank? In Excel, generally we click on this and we see the last section, there is a blank generally appears. So this is how we identify the blanks. But this is very difficult to go on each and every column and see that. Or if there is any error, that is, let's suppose this order date, if date contains any text value or some, let's say some unsupported character, and that would be error, that will come here as error. How would I make sure whether there is any error or no? Because currently I can see only, I would say 30-40 records I can see. These are 30-40 records I can see here. How would I know? Like, because this table can contain maybe 1 million plus records. How would I see all the records? That's not possible. So what I do, Power BI gives us an option called data profiling or column profiling. Now, under the columns, under the column names, you see there is a green line. That green line is not a border. Do not think that this is a border or it's just a color coding. No, this is your column profiling. This column profiling gives you the statistics of your data. When you see, when I hover, just hover on this green line. When I hover, I put my cursor on this, it gives me some information. It says that you have 1000 rows, 100% valid data, 0% error, 0% empty. Currently, the data or the statistics you see here, it is appearing based on top 1000 records only, because in Power Query Editor, by default, only 1000 rows are loaded considering the performance of your machine. If you want, you can change this column profiling based on entire data set. When you are changing it to based on entire data set, obviously it will take some time to run this statistics, to run this analysis. This is again checking that how much data is blank. Now you see you have 41,000 records. Earlier it was showing only 1000 records. Based on 41,000 records, there is no null, no error in this column. Got it? Now, when I go to order ID, I hover on this, there is no error, no empty. Means if it all green, you see, there is no error, no empty, right? Now, if you look at, okay, let the line load, it is still loading. Yeah. Now, if you scroll this, you just focus on the line color, and you see here postal code has most of the part as black color. Some of the portion of the green line is green. When you hover on this, you get more information. Means only 9000 plus records, only 19% data is valid. You have 81% data where you have null in this column, and that's why the 81% portion of this line is appearing here as black. So by just looking on the line color, you can quickly identify what is the health, what is the quality of the data you are having in these columns, right? This is how quick you just scroll it and you quickly get to know what is the statistics, what is the quality of the data you are keeping. It is needed, very helpful in some of the cases. If there will be any error, then you will see the line color as red. Going forwards, in going forward scenarios, I'll be showing you the red color also. Correct? So this is the check number 2 to check what is the health of the data. Now you see here postal code comes as null. Here it depends. Is it possible that postal codes can be null or no? It depends on your business requirements. You need to cross check within your organization, within your data engineering team, within your business users, or with, it's your action here. Suppose showing null is not a good way. Instead of showing null, you want to show something else, right? Maybe you want to show, let's suppose 0 here instead of null. So you can replace the null by 0. Right click and replace values. Which value you want to find here? Null. You want to replace with 0. Enter 0, click OK. Your nulls have been replaced with 0 now. This is how you can replace. And the operations you are performing here, all these operations will get applied on your new data also. Currently, I'm having the data of till today. Let's suppose today I will be getting new orders in my Excel. I am in my Excel, more transactions, more data will be added, right? When I'll hit this record, I'll hit this refresh button, I'll get the new records, new orders, and all those operations which I have applied here, these operations will get applied on the new data as well automatically. Correct? So this is now once the data is changed, means null has been replaced. Now you can see the green color, complete line is in green color. There is no black color portion is available. right? This is how you can take the benefit of this column profiling on this line color. I hope that gives you a lot of clarity what or how you can utilize this one. This was the second check. Now the third check is data types. So each column is having a type of a data. Now when you look at this column, segment column has all the text type of data. Postal code has the numeric type of data. City has text type of data, right? And if I go to the date type of column, the date, that order date contains date type of data. How I'm quickly saying that what type of data these columns are having, because by just looking again icon before the column names. So before the row ID, you see 1, 2, 3 is written here, ABC is written here, you see a calendar icon. So ABC means it's a text type, calendar icon means it's a date type, 1, 2, 3 means it's a whole number, 1.2 means it's a decimal number, it's a floating point number. These are the I would say icons, or the way how you decide that what is the data type of the columns quickly. If you, in case if you want to change the data type of the columns, you can click on it, and here you can see ABC denotes to text, 1.2 denotes to decimal number, right? All the data types you have. If you want to change the data type of any column, you can directly come here and change it. This is a third check. Generally, when you load the data in Power BI, Power Query Editor here, most of the time the data types will be automatically selected by Power BI. Power BI has the capability to sense or to detect the right data types. In 99% cases, I would say it detects correctly, but still it is your responsibility to quickly go through to that all the columns are having the correct data type. For example, row ID. This column contains only numeric values. Let's suppose when the data is, I change it back to text, right? Now this contains a text. This is a text type of column. Means in future, if any text value you feed in this column can accept. But I'm not sure what, let's suppose whether it should be a text type of column or it should be a numeric type of column. Based on the existing values in this column, Power BI can detect. For that, you go to transform and you click on detect data type. When you click on this, it will detect the data type of this column. Now you see it has changed back to the whole number again. So this detect data type gets applied automatically always when you load the data in Power BI Desktop, in Power Query Editor in most of the cases, correct? So, but still it's your responsibility to make sure whether your data has the right data types or no, correct? Why data type matters? There are many reasons of it, but one of the reason is because the operations you perform here in Power Query Editor or in after loading the data also, it all depends on the type of the data. For example, order date. You want to split year part from this date. Let's suppose this 2014, 2012, 2013, you need in a separate column, correct? So what you can do, you can right click on the column, you can go to transform, and there you have year, quarter, day, month, week, whatever you want, you can extract quickly. You go to year and you select year. Here, see, from that date, order date part, year has been extracted, means your date has been now converted to the year only. You can say that I need the order date also and year also. So no worries, you can just undo this step and you can create a duplicate column of this. And on top of this duplicated column, you can perform the transform operation to extract the year only. This is your order year. You can rename this order year, right? So when I did the right click and I extracted this one very quickly without writing even a single line of code, how this was possible? Just because of the data type of that column was date. Just think about it. If the data type of this column I change and I make it text, it's a text type of column. Now, when I right click on this column and I go to transform, I get a different options, means the options, transform options I'm getting, which are related to the text type of column, because the data type of the column is currently text. So only that type of operation options I'm getting, like lowercase, convert in uppercase, capitalize each word, trim the data. Means the operation which I was getting earlier, those were dependent of the data type. That's why this is just one scenario I'm giving you here, why data type matters, right? There are lots of other use cases, other scenarios as well, why data type matters. So always make sure that you are keeping the correct data type of your columns. Okay, so this was the third check. These are the three checks. I consolidate once again. First check, make sure you have only the required columns and rows. Second check,
Second check, make sure you have validated the column.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Quality using the column profiling option, just looking at the line color. Third check is you have validated the data types are correct or no of your columns. Clear? All right.
So guys, one more thing. Extraction of the data is not like there is only one way to clean your data, to handle your data. There would be different scenarios. I have different logic, you have different logic, another person has different logic. So it depends what option you take, what I would say, like there would be multiple ways to perform one operation, right? So it's not about like why to go with this, why to not to go with the other one. You can do that way. So it's up to you. Okay. We are trying to see max to max scenarios. Okay. Well, most of the functionalities will understand, so that depending on the need, you can fit them in your requirements. So Kingston, for changing the data type, either you can right click on any column and you can change the type, or else you can directly click on the icon of this and change the data type. Okay. So Bhavna, if you want to split the column and there is no symbols, then there would be some logic, right? Like why you want to, based on which column you want to split it. Let's say you have row ID column. You want to split this column. First, I convert it into the text. As I said, only on text column it comes. Now you want to split this. I said only first two characters, first two numbers I need in a separate column. Okay, so instead of a hyphen, instead of a split, this time I have a condition here. I have a rule that first two I need. So I go to split column by number of characters, and first two I need from the left I need only two. So these two in a separate and rest are in a separate. So one condition, one rule, or there should be some logic based on that you want to split. If you have that, easily you can perform.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. The principal arrival of Power BI depends on which of the following: A. Microsoft Excel, B. Microsoft Word, C. Microsoft PowerPoint, D. Microsoft Outlook. Comment on your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Make sense? So it's not like always based on a split, or based on delimiter you split. It depends on your requirement. Got it? Okay. Now, let's suppose you have splitted these columns. So this is, let's say, first name. Later, we'll see how we can merge these two columns together. This is first name. This is last name. Okay. Now I go to returns table. In the returns table, also first row I want to promote as a column header. So I hit this. This is promoted, right? In order ID column, there is a possibility that I may have the duplicate values, but I'm expecting that one order, if there is an order ID, one order ID, so that would be returned only once, obviously, because one order ID cannot be returned two times, right? There is only one order ID, and I want to make sure that there is no duplicate data coming in this based on the order ID. So currently I do not have any duplicate record, but let me just create a duplicate record, right? So that I can explain the scenario to you. So in my source data, let's suppose I have some duplicate data. So in my returns file, here I'm adding one data. So let's say this is okay, this one I copy here as it is, North Africa, right? So this one is a duplicate row, correct? So this one I do not want to consider. I'll show you how we remove the duplicates. Now in Power BI I go, currently how many records let me just refresh this table data, refresh preview. Now I have the duplicates, but the point is, how would you make sure you have the duplicates in this column, right? You want to know, do we have the duplicates here? Let's see. So for understanding that do we have duplicates or no, what I can do, I can go to the view tab, and from here I can turn on column distribution. So currently it is bringing only 1000 records, not the entire record. So if I change the column profiling based on entire data set, now it is based on entire data set. You can see here, it tells you that you have 1079 distinct, and uniques means excluding duplicates, 1078, which means almost all the order IDs are duplicate, but there is one order ID which is duplicate, means you have a duplicate order ID here. Do you want to remove the duplicate order IDs, or do you want to keep the duplicate ID here? You want to see, it just tells you how many are duplicates. You can see the difference of them is duplicates.
Now you want to know which is that particular order ID which is duplicate. You want to see duplicate records. Okay, so go to home tab. There you see keep rows. Here you go, keep duplicates. These are the two records, two order ID. I mean, one order ID is coming twice, which is duplicate. These are the duplicate rows. This is how you can identify your data. Let me turn off this column distribution now. So this is to keep, let's suppose I want to do vice versa. I want to remove the duplicates from this. Okay, so then you go to remove rows and remove duplicates. Duplicates have been removed from this column. And in future, if any duplicate comes, then that will get removed from here automatically. Okay, so distinct. Okay, so basically here, Pari, in distinct, it consider the duplicate values also. Okay, it is just giving you total number of records. Okay, so basically here, Pari, in distinct, it consider the duplicate values also. Okay, it is just giving you total number of records. Now, in future also, if any duplicate comes in this column, that will be automatically removed from here. Okay, so this is how you work with the duplicate data. Now, the data what I have here, that we have already understood how we can extract the quarter. Let's say from this column order date, I want to extract the quarter. So what I do, I create a duplicate column because the original column I need as it is, and I extract to transform and I extract the quarter from here. It gives me the quarter number. So this one is QTR number, quarter number. But for the data filtration, let's suppose I would need the quarter as Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 like that, right? Currently these are appearing Q1, 2, 3, 4, but I need Q1 or let's say QTR1, QTR2 like that. So I want to append a text value with it, correct? So what you can do, you can, now you have two options. Either you need to add a new column for this, right? So for adding a new column, what you do, you can go to add column, right? And you can go to add custom column. But just think about one thing logical here. You are trying to concatenate a text value with this quarter number, right? Quarter number is a numeric type of column. And you want to add QTR, which is a string, which is a text. That QTR, that string you want to concatenate with this one, which will not allow you. Let me show you that what problem you get. I click on custom column for creating a new column based on some formula. You can define a column name here. So the new column you are creating, that will be your quarter. This is quarter number, this will be quarter. Now formula you can write here. So you need in double quotes, you write the string value, the text value in Power BI, QTR hyphen, and I want to append. For appending, you can use a ampersand operator. This is an append, or this will, I'll say, concatenation operator. You can use quarter number. Just you see all the fields of your table here. You can select quarter number, double click, that gets added here, and then click OK. A column, a new column has been added as at the end here, but it shows the error. What is the error? To know the error, you click in front of the error and the error description comes here. It says that we cannot apply operator this to type text and number because QTR is a text type and the this 4 is a numeric value. So this is not possible. You need to change the data type of this column. First, you need to make this as a text and then you need to perform this operation. And if there is error comes here, you see the line color, it's red. When you have the errors, you see the red color of the line. So before adding column, let me change this. Let me change the data type of this column and make it text. I have made the column quarter number as text, but still the error is as it is. Why it is as it is? Anybody understand the concept here? I have made this column as a text, but still this column, this data is appearing as error. Still the error is same. Why? So the step of the sequence of these steps are not the right. So just think about it. You created a column and after creating a column, you are changing a data type. Means change of the data type will not make any effect on it because after this you perform this option. So if you want to apply or you want to correct this error, then before the step, before the column is created, means here in the added custom, here the column is created. Prior to this, means before this, the column data type should get changed and you are changing after it. So obviously it will not affect it. So you should go to previous step and on this level, you should change the data type of this one, or else you can shift this step up. How? Right click and you can move before this step. right? Once this is done and you go to next step, now your error is fixed. There is no error and you get your expected results, right? The column data type always comes as alphanumeric. When you create a new custom column, that comes always alphanumeric, so you can make it text, because text can contain the numerics also. Make sense? So I hope this will give you more clarity how the applied steps works, how you can interact with this, how it important for you, right? And now exactly, you're right, Shishu. If you say this quarter number column is not needed, you can remove this. Right click and remove it. If you are thinking that this will break your column, no, because that already you have calculated. This will not break this column, because after adding a custom column, you are removing. So that's fine. You can do that. Make sense? Yep. Okay. Now, this was the one scenario of creating this column. You have another option also, that you can use conditional column also here. Means you can create a column based on the condition. Correct? How? Let's suppose, let me just create the same column so that you can understand the same example with two options, two ways. So I create this column once more just to show you. Okay, so I create a duplicate column. I'm extracting quarter and changing it to as text. Now I want to take us another approach for the same thing. I use this time conditional column, and this conditional column is same as your if else statement. So the another column should be QTR2, because I already have one column with QTR, so it will not allow me to keep the same column. That's why I'm keeping a different. If your column name is QT or this one equals 1, then it should come as QTR-1. Correct? Similarly, you will add the other conditions, else if other clauses. If your quarter number value is 2, then it should come as QTR. So this is the another way to achieve the same thing, right? Based on the conditions QTR3. But the previous one is much easier than this one, QTR4. And in case if any other value comes, that should appear as null. Although that is not possible because you will have only 4 quarters, not more than that. So this is another approach to do the same thing. Got it? Okay. Now, important thing we are going to see here, if you see in this orders table, you have performed multiple transformations, multiple operations you have performed, right? All these. So let's load this data in Power BI Desktop, because till now the data is not loaded. You see, no data loaded yet. So let's load. For loading the data, you just hit this close and apply button. Your Power Query editor window gets closed and your data start loading in Power BI Desktop physically. Now the transformed data is coming into the Power BI Desktop. So the data has been loaded now. Now you can go to the data tab, and here you can see all the loaded data. Okay. Here you can see the row ID, right? Now, let's suppose, let me save this, go to file. I'm going to save this report with the name here. So I'm creating a folder here. Let's see here, I save this file, demo data transformation. Okay, now I have saved my report. Okay, and I'm going to close this one. Let's say the data, whatever I have transformed, I'm closing this one. Okay, fine. Now, parallelly, I want to start on another report. I want to create a new PBX file, new report, or maybe my colleague wants to create a new report or a new file. Correct? So, and that person, my colleague, wants the orders table, and he will also be performing the similar transformation steps what I did, because to clean or to transform the data, he also need to spend almost like 1 hour to do all the operations in his data, what he wants to develop. Correct? So what he do? He start with Power BI Desktop, right? Or let's say I'm creating a new report. So for creating a new report, I need the orders table. And in that orders table, in that orders data, I want same operations to perform to start further. So the option one is I can go get data, Excel workbook, and I again go to my source. I select this one, right? And I take this data again and I load it. I perform all the operations in Power Query Editor, which is a very lengthy process, time consuming. Option one. Option two is the PBIX file I have that I can use. This PBIX I can open again in Power BI Desktop. I can save as this, okay? and I can remove the unnecessary changes, right? Means if this table contains 12 tables, so I need to remove other 11 tables because I need only orders. And if this PBX contains the visuals or some other part, then I need to remove unnecessary part, which is also time consuming. I need orders data in a transformed manner, whatever the operation I have performed. So here is a good trick. I need the orders transformed data. So what you do, you just take your previous PBIX file, you open that, and from there you get the script of the orders table. And now we are going to reuse that M script. This is a good use case that how M script is used. So here in this orders table, I have all my transformed data. So from the query editor, you click on the transform data window and you get this Power Query Editor. There I can select this and go to advanced editor. So all this is the query which is generated. We know it. I select the entire query, copy it, and I paste it somewhere. So this is the query I have. So right, so this query is generating the orders transformed data, means all these operations. Okay, just close this to avoid the confusion. Okay, so this is a blank file. I need that orders table. So the query which I have copy pasted here, this one I'll be using just. So for that, I go to get data and I use this time blank query. When I go to use the blank query, I go to Power Query Editor and there I can click on Advanced Editor. This is a blank Advanced Editor, blank. I remove all this part. And now I hope you have already understood this stuff. I copy this and I just paste it here and I click OK and it does the magic here. You got everything, all the steps here. You don't need to spend your 1 hour again. This is how you can copy paste and you can get your transformed data in another report because you create many reports based on the similar transformed data. This is a pain point for most of the people. Like, does it mean like I need to again do all this stuff? Or maybe my team member needs to do this stuff again. For some reason, I cannot share my entire PBIX file, but at least I can share this copy, this script. They can quickly copy paste and they can, I mean, it's ready to use transformed table for them. Okay, and now you can just change this table name. This is your orders table. And that's it. You got a copy of that transform data in just a couple of seconds. Does it make sense to you how we can take the benefit of that MS script, right? So refresh are separate, means now you have created two PBX files, right? Means all these basic transformation I quickly got here. If I want, I can further do the transformation, or if I want, because see, when I'm refresh, when the data you created here using this script is still the source file is same. Means rather than you do everything one by one step, you have copied the steps. Basically, that's it. Correct? So now you can refresh it. You can do anything, whatever you want with it. Okay. So it save your lot of time. Just think about it in a complex scenario. You have many tables you have transformed, right? And you want to do other reports also based on the similar data, similar transform data. So you can just copy paste your scripts quickly in a different PBX file and start with the visualization further. All right. So this was the use of a script, how we do that. Okay. Now I'm going to open my previous file again. I'm not saving this duplicate or the new one. Now I'm opening the data transformation PBX file again to demonstrate the other options. Now, a very common scenario is how do we bring the data of from one table to another table, right? Let's go to Power Query Editor. And now in orders table, I have a column called region, right? Now against the regions, we have some responsible persons. In people table, I can see the data. Against each region, I have the responsible persons. So the person name I want to bring in the orders table against each region. Against each regions for central US, who is the responsible person, that name I want to bring here. Basically, this is I want to do for all the records, all the cells. This is like how we do it in Excel. How do we achieve this thing in Excel? If you have two sheets, one sheet data, one sheet column, you need in another sheet. How you do that? How you achieve in Excel? Exactly, VLOOKUP. You just apply a VLOOKUP and you can bring the columns from one sheet to another sheet, right? Based on a common column. And in SQL, how you do this, how you achieve this thing? When you have two tables, one table data you need in another table, how you achieve this thing? Using the joins, right? In SQL, using the join, you can achieve this easily. So the thing is how you achieve the same thing here in Power BI, which is a very common requirement. So you have an option available here of merging your data. So you can merge the tables. Table merge works same as like VLOOKUP or same as like join in SQL, right? So this is the merge queries option you have under the home section. You have a merge query option to join your two tables. So what I'm going to do first, before I bring the person name, I have splitted data, first name, last name. Let me just consolidate. Let me just concatenate this. So for concatenating the columns, one option I have already shown you, like you can go to add column, add a custom column and use a ampersand, but you have a shortcut also for concatenation. Select the columns in the same sequence in which you want to merge them. So I select the first name first and then last name. If you would have more columns, you can select them and then right click and then you see merge columns. Merge column is like your concatenation. A separator you need a space and the column name should be manager name. Let's say this is the column name. Click OK. Here you go. Data has been concatenated, joined. So this is the manager name of these regions. So against each region, the manager names data I want to bring in the orders table. Now, here is the region. So I go to home tab, there I have merge queries. Click on this. You need to select your orders table automatically comes here because you were at that time you were on the orders table when you clicked on merge queries. So orders table is picked here. Which table you want to merge with orders, that table you select here. So I want to merge the people table, and based on which column you want to merge these two tables, which is the common logical common column, this one, right? Region to region. Column names may be differ, that's fine, but you should have the logically common data. So this is mandatory because if you would not have the common column in the table, then you cannot link the tables. So you select a common logical common column in both the tables. By default, Power BI select the left outer join in most of the cases. This is the most used type of join. This is selected. If you want, you can change the type of joins here, but this is most of the time used. And then you click OK. A separate column is added at the end from this table, from this column. This is a referenced column of your people table. From this referenced column, you need to now extract the manager names. For that, you click on this double-sided arrow button. And here you see the name, the columns of the people table. In that table, people table, we have only two columns. So two columns are appearing. If you would have more columns, then more columns appear here, right? So I select only the manager name and click OK. Here you go. Manager names have been extracted. If you want to keep the manager name column just next to the region column, then you can move it. Just pick it and move it left or right you need. Where is that region column? Here it is. There you go. Right. So this is, although sequencing of the columns doesn't matter, but if for your understanding purpose, if you want, you can place them, you can sequence them, or you can move it at the in the beginning or at the end or left, right. I just right clicking and move them to left, right, or beginning end. Got it? So I hope it's clear how you can merge the data, how you can bring the columns from one table to another table.
In Python, R script steps are available. What is Python? What is R? How do you go there? You can just read out all these lines. What is the Power Query Editor? What are the areas you have? Why do you use Power Query Editor? Power Query Editor is this, right? Here you do a lot of stuff like your transformation, loading, shaping, formatting, and merging the data. There are a couple of key areas of this window. Ribbon is nothing but two options you see on top. These are the ribbons. Now, next you see query pane. This is your queries, means all the tables, all the folders you see here. Data view, query pane. This is your data view, and this is your query pane where you see all the applied steps here. Okay, step by step, these things are explained. Advanced editor, where you see this M script behind the scene, whatever you perform in your report, everything will be captured by Power BI in a M script, right? So here you can see that information from the advanced editor. And that's it. This is all about this data extraction module. So now let's come back to the topic. I have Power BI desktop started here. Within this Power BI desktop, I'm going to get some data from my data source, right? So for example, I have some data in my Excel file. If you look at this, I have Excel file here, Global Superstore. This file data I want to load into the Power BI. So I go get data, Excel workbook, and now I can locate for the data set. So here is my data set available. I select this data set. When I click on it, when I open it, it will give me some sheets to fetch the data. How we extract the data from Excel, SQL, web, OData, right? We talked about all these data extractions process in our last class. Now, if you want to get the data from, let's say, orders sheet, for now I select orders in people. These two sheets I'm selecting here, right? Now, here you can see the preview of this data. This is just a preview of the data. Now, you have option here, transform data. Ideally, as per the best practice, we should always click on the transform data. When you hit this button, your data will be loaded in Power Query Editor. If you see here, this is your PQE, Power Query Editor. Within this Power Query Editor, you perform all your data transformation. So this is that window where you perform data massaging, data transformations, right? So it's not like Power BI can replace the ETL tools. No, ETL tools are mainly built for that purpose. But Power BI has the capability to handle the data transformation, data preparation as well. Got it? So now we have extracted this data here, but we want to make some changes, some transformations on top of the data. For now, I'm loading only 2 tables. Going forward, as we'll be proceeding further, I would require some more samples, some more use cases. So I will be bringing some more data into this. So when I make a connection initially, my data loads into the Power Query Editor, which means the data is staged in the memory. Memory means in your RAM, in your machine RAM. Because if you see, you can see some of the data here. But if I go, now you see there are 2 windows open, Power BI Desktop, and this one is your Power Query Editor. If I go to Power BI Desktop, in Power BI Desktop, you don't have any data yet, right? You haven't loaded any data yet in Power BI Desktop. But the point is, where is the data then? Data is staging currently in Power Query Editor, and this Power Query Editor means data is in RAM, in memory. If I go here into the task manager of my machine just to understand the processing a little bit in detail, here you can see my Power BI desktop instance is running and which is consuming most of the memory, right? You can see it is consuming most of the RAM, right? So whenever you load the data from any source, initially that data is staged, that data stay for a while into the RAM. Why? So that whatever the transformations you do, you perform it on the fly. Before you load the data in Power BI desktop, in this window, you prepare your data, you massage your data, correct? So for example, you have SQL database. In this SQL database, you have one table. In this one table, you have 100 columns, right? And you want to create report in Power BI. So what you do, this data, one table data where you have 100 columns, you bring this data in Power BI, right? Means 100 column data is loaded in Power BI now. But for reporting purpose, I don't need all the 100 columns. For reporting purpose, I need only 25 columns. So why should I load rest of the 75? I don't want them. So before I load the data in Power BI Desktop on the Power Query Editor, this Power Query Editor is kind of a gate, right? Entry gate. On this Power Query Editor, you take all your data here and you have a lot of transformation operations. You perform all these transformation operations on top of your data. Let's say you don't need 75 columns, you will remove them from here. You remove some null columns, null values, you remove the duplicates, you create some joins, VLOOKUPs, you do all your massaging of the data, all data sanitization you do here. And then you take this data, once it's all cleaned, it's all confirmed in this window, means in this window, this is your Power Query Editor, right? This is your Power Query Editor. Within this window, you clean all everything, and then you say, okay, let this data come in the Power BI Desktop now. Then this data come to your Power BI Desktop. But when the data is here, it stay in your machine RAM. right? And when this data is cleaned and it is loaded in permanently in Power BI Desktop, then this RAM, let's say it was consuming, let's say 30 MB, right? 30 MB of RAM. So once the data is loaded from Power Query Editor to Power BI Desktop, then this RAM will be cleaned automatically, right? It will be, your RAM will be free automatically, right? And the data will be loaded in your hard disk, right? And in Power BI Desktop. So actually, I would say the data comes in the Power BI Desktop physically when you clean it all in Power Query Editor after that. Correct? So this is the whole process, means how data works. So whenever you load the data in Power Query Editor, by default data loads in RAM. Why RAM is it's loading data in RAM? So that the processing or the transformation you are doing on top of your data, that could be faster, right? If it won't be loaded in RAM, then it won't give you a better performance. So that's the concept of loading in the data in RAM initially, keeping RAM, clean it, massage it, and then load it into the Power BI Desktop. That's it. Correct? So this is a layman language to call or to understand this functionality to this concept. But if you say technically or from the interview point of view, right? So in interview, how this question will be put up by interviewers? They will ask, what is anybody knows this process, this concept name? What is X velocity in memory analytics in Power BI? I said X velocity. This is just for your understanding purpose, so that you should aware what it is. If somebody asks you the question, you should be able to explain what it is. Right? So initially the data will be loaded in memory, in RAM, for processing purpose, because keeping the data in RAM, it is always fast. It gives you the fast performance. Okay, so this is conceptual knowledge. Now let's proceed further. You have this data here, right? You see a lot of ribbons you have. If you do the right click, you have so many options available here. If you right click on a table, you see then so many options available here. Right? So everywhere you see too many options in this window. And really, this window is like almost everything you can do within this window related to any data, massaging any data preparation. Okay, so now, very first thing, how you start with this window. Let's say you have loaded some of the data. Very first thing is you should take care what data you need, right? Let's say the example, if I take that same example, you have SQL table. Let's say this orders table. In this orders table, you have currently 24 columns. You can see that number of columns here, right? In this orders table, when you load it, it has 24 columns. But for reporting purpose, you need only 20 columns. You don't need 4 columns, right? And how you would know how many columns are required? You will be doing your requirement analysis, right? You will do requirement analysis at that time. You will be able to identify which all columns are required, correct? But it's not always possible like you 100% or accurately you are able to identify which all columns are required. So tentatively you just identify. In case if you miss something, you can do that later as well. That's not a problem. It's fully flexible. Now, in this table, you say I need only limited columns. I want to remove a couple of columns from here. So the one option is you can right click on a column and remove it. Shift 8 column has been removed from your data. When you remove the column or when you perform any operation on top of your data here, for each and every operation, one step will be added into the applied steps window. Correct? So let's say you remove a column, you rename a column, you remove duplicates. For everything, one step will be added here. Right? Using this applied step window, you can go back to your, I would say your data processing level, or you can go ahead to your data processing level. This is very useful window. I'll come to this later. So when I remove the shift date, that's removed from your data. But it's not like it's removed from your source data also from Excel, no. Whenever you make any change in your data, there will not be any impact on the source level, source data. Because Power BI just read the data, Power BI cannot write back anything to the source. Correct? So this data, the column you remove, that is removed from the data which was loaded into the RAM, because we are keeping the data in RAM, right? and it's a clone, I would say it's a copy of the data. So from that data, we are removing it. Now, if you want that ship date column back, so you can undo this step. You can delete this step. Click on it. You got your ship date column back. Okay. So at any time you can interact with these steps and you can manage your transformations. For example, you want to remove multiple columns. Currently, I removed only one column. If you want to remove multiple columns, then you can select multiple columns with the help of Control key, right? Like generally what we do in Excel as well in other tools also. So let's say you say I need ship date. I don't need, for example, postal code. I don't need state. You can select these columns like this and you can remove them. So these columns have been removed. And when you remove the column or whatever the operation you perform on top of your data, everything will be written here as a script. Power BI will write a script behind the scene. And this script is nothing but this is called your M query, right? This is called M query, right? This M query is basically, I would say, Power Query language. So whatever the operation you perform in Power BI, everything will be converted into the M query. Although we'll come to this concept later, right? But let me just take it forward. So whatever the query you see here, if you want, you can interact with this as well. But this is not recommended to interact with it. Correct. Let's say you say, I don't want to remove the state column. Okay, then you can remove this state part from. But it could be dangerous as well to edit this query. If you are familiar with it, only then you should do that. Otherwise, no. You got your state column back now. All right, fine. Now you have so many columns removed, right? You have removed the columns, but it is difficult to find a specific column to remove, right? Let me undo this step. You are looking for a state column to remove and you are just scrolling it left to right or right to left because these columns are not sorted properly. These comes in the same sequence as they exist in your table, in your data source. But you are looking for a state column and that is difficult to find. Just think about it on a complex scenario when you have 100 columns loaded here and you want to remove a specific column. For that purpose, you have choose column window here. Just click on it. And from this window, you can choose your columns, which all you need. So let's say I don't need ship date, I don't need state, I don't need market, right? So you can select them. You can search these columns as well. And if you want, you can sort these columns as well in a different orders, right? Now you click OK. Again, it does the same thing. It removes the columns, correct? So there are many ways to perform one operation. It depends on you how you use that. And that will be possible only when you explore the entire window, means all the process, all the operations you see here, right? Now, this is that. Now next thing is once you have selected your columns, next thing is filtering the rows. Let's say you have a couple of rows where you have some data in your postal code null, right? You can see null is there. If you say I need only those records, only that data where the postal code is not null, so you can just click on it and like Excel filter, you can deselect the null. You have some advanced number level filters as well. If you want, you can apply these filters also, right? Or from the drop down list also, you can apply a filter directly. And now you just click OK. Your data has been filtered. For this operation also, one step has been added, correct? At any point of time, if you want, you can undo this, you can delete that step, right? Now, once this is done, next thing you do, you work with data types. When you load the data in Power BI Query Editor very first time, Power BI detect the data types automatically. And how you would know what is the data type of the columns? If you see before the column names, there is a icon written, right? There's an icon displayed here. If you see 1, 2, 3, which means it's a number type of column. ABC, it's a text type of column. This date means it's a calendar type of column. It's a date type of column, correct? So by just looking at this icon, you can quickly identify which type of column it is. If you want to change the data type of any column, you can just click on it and you can change whatever you need. So let's say you want to make this column as a text, click on it and you can replace the current step because already you are changing it into the whole number. Now, do you want to replace the existing step or do you want to add a new step? So recommendation is to always choose to replace current step. Once that is chosen, you see this column has been converted now into a text type of column. Correct. Although Power BI take care all the data types, but in case if Power BI is not taking care, then you have option. You can right click. You can click on this column and you can change the data type, or you can right click as well and change data type from here as well. Correct. There are many ways to apply one change here. Once you have taken care of all the data types, and or maybe sometimes you may have some situation where you are not sure which data type should be selected for a particular column. So in that case, you can take some help from Power BI. You can select the column for which you want to take help. Let's say you are not sure what should be the data type of this column. You go to transform data, and here you have option detect data type. When you click on it, Power BI automatically detect and change it to whole number again. Right? So this detect data type option you have here. This is all about to work with the data types. Next feature is check the data quality. Right? Let's say you have taken care of your data types now. Now you want to understand like how much data you have blank, how much data you have null, right? Or null or blank is almost same generally. How much data you have where you found some error in your data, right? So if you want to understand all these things, then what you do, you just look at the columns, and just under the column there you see there is a green line. So this green line is not a border. If you are thinking like it is just a border or for some style purpose it is given, no. It is telling us something. If you hover on this line, so for example, if I go and hover on this line, here you go, right? It tells you how much data you have valid and how much you have data where you found errors, how much data you have where you found empty records. And this analysis you see here, this is running here based on the 1,000 records only, right? So this is called as column profiling. So this column profiling, what you see here, this is coming here based on top 1,000 records currently, considering the performance. If you say, I want to run this column profiling on an entire data set, then you need to change this property from here. Change the setting and make the column profiling based on entire data set. Once you have changed that, if you notice, it is still processing. Why? Because now the scope for the data has been increased, and now it is taking some time to compute it. Now it's done. If you see, it is giving you 100% valid data, and this column has 51,291 records. Correct? So now if I scroll it, you see the status, the profiling of the rest of the columns. Generally, we prefer to keep it only 1,000 records because on 1,000 only it gives us a lot of information. Now, if you notice this postal code, the postal code line is not all green. If you see, it's green and most of the part is black. If I hover on it, it tells me 81% is empty data and only 19% is valid data. So we have 41,000 records where we have empty in this particular column. So most of the data, most of the records are not having the postal code entry. Right, so you can quickly understand the health of your data. You can quickly see what is the status of the data, in which column you have null values, where you have the error values. All these things you can quickly identify. Correct? Let me change it back to the 1,000 because that takes time. Fine. Now you found there is some data. I would say there is some data null you have in it, and you want to remove this null. You want to replace this null. Correct? So I see quick question, this green line, this is called column profiling, right? That's what I was saying. This is column profiling. Okay, so this is your column profiling, which helps you to understand the quality of the column, means what type of data you have, how much is blank, how much is having the error, how much is valid data. Now, if you want, let's say you want to replace the null values, right? Null value means there is no data in your database. Error means in this column, let's say if you enter some text value, although postal code is a number type of column, and if you enter any text value in it, that will throw the error, correct? So that particular row will be giving you the error record.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. What area do you go to change and reshape the data in Power BI? A. Data transformation. B. Data editing. C. Question editor. D. Data modeling. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Or if there is rest is valid, right? So means if there is no error, no null, means that is valid. Valid means no error, no null. That is your valid, correct? And I hope you understood now how it is detecting. So if there is no null, no error, which means it says it's a valid data, correct? So basically it is just to detect the null or error in your records. Now you want to replace this null. For some time we don't want to keep null values in the data. It purely depends on your project requirement. It's not like every time you replace a null. No. Sometimes you want to keep null as it is. It depends on your project requirement, or sometimes you don't want to keep the null. If you say you want to replace the null values, okay, so you can treat the multiple operations on it. If you just remove, if you hover on it, it says remove empty cells, means wherever you have empty or wherever you have null, remove them. When you click on it, it will just filter the data. That window is here behind this, right? So now you see it's all green line, which says it's all filtered data. But filtering data may not be good choice because it has filtered the data of other rows as well. So if you want somewhere, it's all about the fitment. If this is fitting in your requirement, then you can remove the filter rows. You can remove the null rows from your data, or you want to replace the values of the null, right? So for example, you right click on it and you choose replace values. So you want to replace what? You want to replace the null value. Any value, any other value also you can replace from here. And this one I want to call out, let's say 0. If I have somewhere null, then it should be displayed by a 0. There you go. Right? Now, if someone says, can we replace null values by NA or not applicable, not available, something like that, let's try. If you want, you can delete this step and add it again, or if this step has this setting icon, means you can edit the settings for this particular icon. Just click on this and you see again this window. Now you say you replace the null values by NA. When you write NA here, your OK button is not available now. It's grayed out and it gives you an error. If I click on this error, it says enter a number value, means this column can accept a number value only because the data type of the column is a numeric, a decimal number, right? It cannot accept. But ideally, the column data type should be whole number, but that's not a problem. If you want to enter any text type of value here, then first that column you should change as a text. So let's do that exercise first. I delete that step, and now I right click on it and I call it text. Change type and make it text. Replace the current step. Once it is converted as a text, now you can easily replace null values by NA. There you go. Correct. So data type also important while you are transforming your data. Now, this is all about replacing of the blank values. But how the error value comes up, how error looks like here. So for example, this row ID. Row ID is a number type of column, right? Let me just make some changes in the data sheet so that I can generate the error to show you. So what I do, I'm just making some change in my Excel sheet, right? Just to generate some error, just to create the scenario. Let me change the data, some of the data in Excel. So in my order sheet, let's say here I have some data, row ID, and this row ID, let's say I change, I make it something number, or number it's already, I make it something like this. Some manual mistake, right? I change this data now, save it, and close this Excel. Now I go back here, and when I give a refresh to this data, I want to refresh the data of this table, orders table, refresh. See, now it is giving the error on this record, which makes sense, right? And now if you see, it is not giving you the error. Why? Because this column profiling not got refreshed. When it will be refreshing? When you go to another tab and you come back here. It will do that calculation again, and if you hover on it, it says there is one row which is having the error. So what to do with to solve this error? Do you want to remove this error row, or do you want to replace this error record? Let's say you have the error in it, and wherever the error you have in this column, that should have a default row ID, and that we can say that's a row ID 1000. So you right click on it and you say replace errors. So wherever the error is, or maybe if in future any error comes in this column, that error value will be replaced by this 1000. Here you go. Correct? And now you see your row ID of column profiling shows complete green line. Got it? So these could be some scenarios where you may get these type of problems, but it's all in Power BI. When you do practice, you explore it, right? Well, there's one more thing just want to share with you. Data transformation is all about just logical thinking, right? And it's simple. If we are able to think something, then definitely we can implement that. Correct? So let's say if you have some null values in a specific column, and if you say what to do, how can I remove these null values? So first we need to think like which operation I want to prepare, what I want to do with this data, right? All right. So another thing is these are the couple of operations we perform here, and what we are doing now. I hope you understood. This is what I am doing. I'm cleansing the data. I'm transforming the data depending on the need, right? Sometimes you may get a clean data, 100% structured data, and you don't need any transformation, anything. Although if you have that type of data, then it means you are lucky. You don't need to spend a lot of time. You don't need to do a lot of struggle here on preparing the data. It's all ready for you to start visualization on writing some calculations. Now, if you look at this people table, in this people table, my headers are not properly aligned. If you see the first row, this first row is useless data for me because someone in Excel prepared the data in this format, and that's why it is coming here. So if you want, you can obviously do this data correction in Excel, but how to do it in Power BI? We are learning that. Correct? So I don't need this particular row. So let's remove this particular row from here. This column one, I don't need this particular row. And now the first row you have, this should be the column headers, right? For that you have option, use first row as headers. Then now your data looks better. Here you see region and a manager. So for each region you have a manager. For Caribbean region you have a manager. For Central Africa you have this manager, right? Like this. Now, if you go in your orders table, do I have manager data here? You can look into the column like this, or if you want, it is becoming difficult for me to scroll it like this to find a manager column. I don't know where it is. So I can just click on the drop down of choose columns, and there you see another option, go to column. Now you can search manager here. If there would be any column manager, then that will get filtered here, but I don't see any column here with manager, right? So do I have any region column here? I can search. Yeah, I got the region column. Select it and click OK. It will take me to the region column directly. Here you go. Right, so you don't need to scroll or search. You can take the help of this go to column. It takes you to that column directly. Okay, so I have a region, but for some requirement, I want to bring manager's name of these regions. So who is the manager of Central US? That information I don't have in this table, but for some reason I want that information in this table. So I can go to the people table, and in people table I can see where is Central US. Here it is, and I have Lon Bonner. This is the manager of this region, and this data I want in this table, like a Excel VLOOKUP. In Excel VLOOKUP also we do the similar thing, correct? Or SQL join. In SQL join also, if you want the data from one table to another table, then what do? You just apply a join in SQL and you can easily bring the information. Or in Excel, you apply the VLOOKUP and you can bring the information. Now, if you want to achieve this type of thing in Power BI, which is very common thing, right? Most of the time you will require this thing. So first of all, you should have a common column in the data. So I have, yes, based on region, I can set up some link, some relation between these two tables, and I can easily extract the manager. So I need the data manager in orders. So I select this table Then I go here combine. There you see merge queries or without. I mean, sometimes under the drop down you see this option, or sometimes without drop down also you can see this. You see merge query option here. You click on the merge query. In this merge query window, you see this is your orders table, and you need to select your another table, people table. Now, you want to link these two tables based on a common column, and that common column is region. You select the region column here and region column here as well. Then Power BI automatically detect the join, which join type it will be. It is left join. If you want, you can change the join types from here, which is very rare. You don't change the join types. Now you are seeing here a message like you're out of 51,291 rows, these particular rows are matching in your second table, in your people table. Now, once this is just information for you to see how much data is matching. So I see yes, for most of the records, I'll be able to fetch the manager information in my orders. So I click on OK. Once you click OK, you get a new column added in your orders table, but that column is a referenced column of your another table. But if you want the people names here, then you need to expand this table. So if you click on this double-sided arrow button, here you will see all columns of your another table, right? So I see the column of my people table. Eventually, I have only 2 columns in my people table. That's why I see 2 columns. So I select the manager column here, and then I click on OK. Now you see, it easily extracted your manager column here. Now, if you find there is one thing which says blank data is coming here, means there are 6 records we have which are not having any manager. So means I have 6 region, I have some data where there is no manager. So I want to see that whose are those 6 records. So I select the null only to see the data. Data is processing. You have these records here, right? So these are your records. But now you are surprised, like when you were hovering on that was showing only 6 records, but now you got a lot of records here which are having null. Why is it so? So the reason is because at that time when we were hovering on it, if you see, when you were hovering on it, it was showing you only 6 records, because at this time the column profiling was running based on 1,000 records only. Exactly, 6 out of 1,000. But maybe the other data you found null, that is more than 1,000, that is in the another batch, or more than 1,000 records. So in this case, if you need accurate information, you need to choose this one, and then you need to wait for some time, because it takes time to process your data, right? To give you the information. And other thing is, it depends on your machine configuration and on your machine performance as well. So in my machine, there are many applications are running behind the scene. Let me close some of the applications. I don't need the gateway at this point, so I can stop it. Plus, I don't need SQL Server also at this point. I can stop this as well. All right, now if I hover on it, it says you have 384 rows where you have the empty data. Correct? Now you got more accurate information. So if you want to see that, as I said, you can just go here and you can choose null only. It will give you the null records. These are your 384 records. Now, if you want to see which region you have for these, so if you see Canada, so it is not able to bring any manager from the people table for Canada region. If you click on it, you see yes. So does it mean there is no manager for Canada? Let's check that. If I go here in region and if I try to search Canada, yeah, there is no manager for Canada. That's the reason I'm getting the blank name for Canada region. Okay, so no worries. Let's say I have already made this join here, means this column profiling. Let's say now it's kind of a data correction for me, right? So now I got to know, okay, so it means for some reason my manager for Canada, there is no manager updated in the records in the source. If you want, you can do this thing in Power BI as well, but ideally we do this in the source. So here you see we need a new region, that is Canada, and for this region, for Canada region, The manager name is, I would say, any name, let me pick from the chat window. I pick Akash. So Akash is manager for Canada. Save this and close it. Now if I go here and I just give a refresh to the data, right? Because I've already added a step. So these steps will get executed on your new data or on your refreshed data. So when I hit the refresh button here, I want to refresh both the tables this time. So I choose refresh all. If you choose refresh preview, that will refresh only the selected table. Now it is refreshing. You can see it's processing here and it refreshed quickly, right? It is done. But you see still it shows the blank, which means this profiling is not refreshed. So just go to other table and come back to this table again. And now let that run, let it run. And see it comes or no this time. So it should display Akash now as a manager for Canada region. So now we are going to learn another functionality, that is append query, how append query works and what append query is. So to understand this functionality, I have some sample data already, because these functionalities are something like when you would have that type of the data, only then you will be using these operations. So I'm keeping a sample data here, like I have these 3 sheets. You may have these sheets data in a different Excel as well, or maybe in different source as well. That's not a problem. We just need the data. So you have north order, south orders, east order. So in these sheets, the main thing is your data is different, but the structure of the table, you see, structure of data means number of columns which you see, which can be same or sometimes may not be same. It depends, right? So let's say I keep this one first simple. In each table, I have the similar columns, right? In each column, in each table, I have the similar column names, and data is different. Obviously, data will be different, correct? So I saved it. Now, whenever you have these type of scenarios, so what you do, you prefer to bring this data into a single table. You want to consolidate this data. In Excel, generally, we can do it manually. In Excel, we can do this thing manually like this, correct? But how to handle this scenario in Power BI, so that if we have 3 sheets or multiple sheets, and we can automatically append this data, right? So let's see how we handle it. So I'm going to save this file. I'm going to load this data in Power BI. I go new source, Excel, and I select my Excel as a source. On this window, I select my 3 tables, which I have in my Excel sheet, and I click OK. You can see here you have east orders, north orders, and south orders data. Data is in 3 tables, but you want to consolidate it all in one table. You want to do kind of a union, I would say. Like in SQL, generally we perform a union operation. So we want to do this union operation here, means we want to consolidate the data of 3 tables into one table. For that purpose, we use the append operation. You have operation here, append. You can append into an existing table, or you can create a new table for appended data. So I click on this drop down and I choose append queries as new. Means data will be appended in a new table, means in a 4th table. If you have 2 tables to append, you will select your first table, second table. If you have 3 or more tables, then you can select all your tables, east and north, and click here. So these 3 tables data will be consolidated together when you click on OK. You can see in this table, you have got the data of these 3 tables. You can change the name of it, and I call this one all orders data, right? So if you see in each table, I was having 10 records. When I did append, this table contains 30 records now. Means 10 records are coming from east, 10 are coming from north, 10 are coming from south. But if you say how to identify the data which is coming from which table, right? It can append 50 tables also, 10 tables also, right? I took example of 3. You can append 4, 5, 6, 7. It's up to you. Right? Let me show you again. If you see, there was an option 3 or more tables, right? It's not 2 tables, 3 or more tables. If you have 3 or more than 3, then you use this tab. Now, in this table, if you see, you want to see which data is coming from which region table. So for that purpose, you need to add a separate column here. If you will add a separate column, then append will automatically append a new column here as a region, and that will give you the information for each of the table's data. But there is a prerequisite while you want to use this append functionality. Append functionality you can use only when you have the same column names and same data types. If you see order ID, in each table we have the same column name, order ID. Right? If it is same only, then it will append it properly. But let's say just for the understanding purpose, I make it order ID test. My column name is different now. If I go to all orders data, order ID and order ID test, these columns are treated as separate columns. Correct? Where you have order ID test in this sheet, you are able to see the data in that particular column, in those particular rows. But for order ID, it shows blank because there is no column with order ID in that particular table. Correct? So if you need correct output, make sure the column names are same and data types are also same. Column sequence doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter which sequence you are having. Main thing is column names and column data type should match. If you say, I want to see a region column here. So if you just add a new column here, if you want, you can add in your source, but if not possible in your source, you can add a custom column here by going to add column, custom column, and just bring a new column here. And I define the column name as region. You define your custom formula here. Whenever you want to write any text, any string, that you write in the double quotes, and this one you call, this is your east orders, right? A new column is added here. Make sure it's a text type of column. Same thing you do in your another table as well. Column name should be obviously same. Make sure the data type is same for the column in each table. Okay, now if you go to your all orders table, you get this appended column automatically here. Right, so all these particular rows are coming from your south table, all these are from north and east. Got it? So we are going to see some more transformation operations here, which are very common for day-to-day data preparation. So for example, you have this order ID column. In this order ID column, you are containing year, right? You know what you need. Let's say in this year, in this order ID, you have a year value in between. You need this particular year value in a separate column, correct? So to get this to extract some specific value from any string, we can use a split functionality, right? This could be multiple, it could be in a multiple ways. Sometimes you want first few characters, you want sometimes last, or you want to split this particular order value in a separate column. Means whenever a hyphen comes or a specific delimiter comes, it should split your value in a separate column. So you have these inbuilt options here available. Right click on a column, split column. You can split it by the delimiter, by number of characters, by position. It depends. So let's say I select by delimiter. Now you can choose here based on which delimiter you want to split this column. So it automatically detect your split your delimiter. But if you want, you can choose from here as well. Or if you want, you can enter a different delimiter operation. You can choose based on which occurrence of this delimiter you want to split your column, from the left side, from right side, or from the each occurrence of the delimiter you want to split it. So for now, if I select, I want to split it from the right, from the each, based on the each occurrence of the delimiter, right? So just click on OK because each occurrence is selected already. Click OK. It's splitted now. Each column value has been splitted, right? Now, if you say you need this 2015 only in a separate column, no worries, rest you can merge them together again, right? Just select all them in the same order in which you want to merge. I select this one first, then this, and then right click, and then you can merge the options. When you go to merge these options, here you have a separator option, You can add a custom separator for the delimiter, that's your hyphen. Here you can define your merged column name. So that is my order ID. And click OK. There you go. Your data has been merged in order ID and order year you have extracted separately. Correct? So whenever you want to split the column, you can just use a split functionality here. Sometimes you may have a different requirements to handle this case. Let's say currently I extracted this order year from the order ID part. In my order ID part, I was having the order year, so I could easily extracted it from here. But let's say from the order date, you need to extract the date related components, right? Like you have these months, year, quarters, all these things you want to extract from here. You can use duplicate column, create a duplicate column of this. And on top of the duplicated column, I want to perform some operations, right? Now on this column, I make one more duplicate. On this, you can transform and you can say, I need year. And now just double click on it and you can say this is your year. From here, you can, from this column again, you can create a duplicate. If you want to change, you can change the original column as well. I'm creating duplicate because I need that column for some other purpose. So here you go on the transform and you can extract month number, month name, how many days you have in this month, what is the end of the month, the start of the month, whatever. I mean, any component you can bring from here. So I select, let's say, name of the month. This one I can use to extract quarter. There you go, it's my quarter column. Now, for some reason you say, I need the quarter like Q1, Q2, or QTR1, QTR2 like this. So you can append that value within this existing column. But if you try to append that value in the existing column, it won't allow because the data type of this column is number and numeric type column cannot accept your string type. So you need to change it to make it text.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Let's hear what our customers says about the course.
Who are job seekers or like who are freshers. So if they complete these 3 to 4 projects of this Intellipaat only, so they will definitely get a job. And who are into business only, so it will be really helpful to make the projects. So this is the beauty of the projects of the Intellipaat.
Now let's continue with the session.
When this column is converted as a text, now this column you can use to create a separate column. In that separate column, you can concatenate the string value and later you can remove this column from here because this would not be required. So I go to add column, custom column. I'm creating a new column and that one I define. This is my quarter column. Here I define the text value, which is my QTR hyphen. And to concatenate, I use this ampersand operator here. And from here, I want to append this QTR, this column. So this, all the columns are available here. I just select this column, double click on that. That is added here. Now I click OK. You got the column here and make sure it is a text type of column. I changed the data type as text. And now this column is not required. So this one I can remove now. Right click and remove. Got it? For everything, if you notice.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. The principal arrival of Power BI depends on which of the following: A. Microsoft Excel, B. Microsoft Word, C. Microsoft PowerPoint, D. Microsoft Outlook. Comment on your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
For each and every step, whatever we are performing, everything is captured here. At any point of time, you can go to a specific step and you can undo or you can make any changes in that. While you see these steps, behind the scene, Power BI is writing a script. If you click on this advanced editor, here you can see this is a script which is generated by Power BI. When you are performing these operations on top of your data, Power BI is writing a script behind the scene. Although you don't need to worry, you don't need to write this script. If you want, you can write it. If you are familiar with it, you can write this script. Correct, but there is no sense of doing it. If let's say if you want to split a column, and for splitting a column, if you want to write a script, then that would take a lot of time to do that. Correct. If you see here, we were extracting the column from I would say from the column, we were extracting the quarter. For that, you need to write this script. This writing this script will take around 1 minute. If you are expert, then 1 minute, right? But for new person or for some beginners or for some intermediate level of person, that may take a lot of time because we don't know what it is, right? We never experienced, we never learned this thing. So that's why these ready-made options are given to you, which makes life easy. Just do some clicks, right clicks, and that's all, right? So data preparation, you do in Power BI editor with all these ready-made options. On top of the ready-made options, if you want to make more transformation, more customizations, for that we have the DAX. DAX is another scripting language, or that is very similar to the Excel formula language. So this DAX we can use on top of this data, whatever you are preparing right now. This DAX is something which is part of our next module. All right. Now, when you have extracted the data from multiple sources, now you want to know which data is coming from which source, right? Because sometimes when you are working on a complex scenario and you have, let's say, many tables, 20, 50, 20, 50, 20, 25 tables you have extracted, and you want to see which table is coming from which source. For that, you can take the benefit of the query dependency option, which is under the View tab, query dependencies. You can see a tree here, right, which tells you, like, if you select this particular source, means this Excel file is feeding the data in all these highlighted tables, right? If I want to see the data in this table is coming in orders table, data is coming from where? If you select it, means in orders table, data is coming from the people, because people is used as a merge query in this table, and these two tables data is coming from this Excel file. So here you can see a tree map, or I would say tree view of your all the tables, and you can see the dependency as well of your table. If you see all orders data, this table is built based on 3 tables. So if I select this one, it highlights all the tables, all the structure, right? That helps you a lot to understand if you are going to make any change in this particular table, then what other tables will get impacted, correct? So you can see the dependency between your tables from here. Correct. If you want, you can just increase it from here. You can see, right? So it tells you, it gives you the dependency between your tables. Okay, this is just for your use when you are working on a complex scenarios. Complex means when you have loaded multiple tables. If you have the data of 1, 2, 3, 4 tables only, then that is not much required. All right, now we are going to see some more transformations here. And this time we are going to apply a few things which you see under the transform tab. In transform tab, you can see we have a group by option. So I'm taking an example now. For example, you have this orders table. In this orders table, you have ship country, ship city, not ship, I would say you have country, you have city, and you have, let's say, the column here, which you see profit. You have, let's say, shipping cost, right? So you want to use the shipping cost. So for each country and city, we want to see how much is the shipping cost we have paid so far. For that purpose, I need a separate table, right? And in that separate table, I want to keep all this data in an aggregated manner, right? Means I want to just group by this data. Whatever the data I have, I want to group by it. So in this table, I'm keeping the data, let's say, of my Transaction level means granular level of the data. But I need this data to aggregate it based on the country and city and shipping cost. So what I do, I select the columns, but before that, let me create a duplicate table. If you want, you can apply the group by directly on this table as well. I'm just creating a duplicate because that I would require for some other demonstration. Now in this table, if you see when you create a duplicate, all the steps and everything comes here automatically. Now in this table, you want to keep only 3 columns: country and city and your shipping cost. You can change the position of the columns. You can just drag the columns to left or right. Now you see country, city, and shipping cost. If I select a particular country here, my data is coming for one country, or because I think we are filtering the data somewhere. Yeah, it says filtered. So we filter the data for some demonstration. Let me clear that filter. All right, now if you see here, if I select, let's say, Argentina. For Argentina, you see, city-wise, shipping cost is displayed to you. If I select a specific city here, just to make it simple, let's say I select this particular city. For this city, you have 8 records here, right? And if you want to see the total shipping cost you have paid so far for this particular city, then you need to sum up the value of all these cells, right? So how we can group this data and how can we aggregate the shipping cost to display it in a one row? Means Argentina and this for this city, and for this for this city, the total shipping cost is this. Correct? I want to show only one row for each city. So how can we group this data? And I want to group it based on country and city, and then I will aggregate the shipping cost. So in such case, in SQL, we use the group by functionality, if you remember, right? Or in Excel, we have pivot table for the same purpose. In Power BI, we use this group by. So click on this group by. You want to apply the grouping based on 2 columns, country and city. For that, you go to Advanced tab. There is choose your first column, country, second level of grouping you need on city. And then you want to do the data aggregation. And in the aggregation column, you want to call total shipping cost, right? And you want to perform an operation here, sum, and you want to do the sum of shipping cost. And when you click on OK, here you go. If I want to test the same thing, I select the same country, Argentina, and we'll select the same city, which I selected earlier. See, it has done the sum of all the lines, correct? So that is the benefit of grouping the data. If you notice one more thing here, somewhere it is displaying the data up to 2 decimal places, somewhere if you see up to 3 decimal places, somewhere it is showing the data up to 5 decimal places. But it should be consistent, right? So you can right click on it and you can transform it and you can round up the value. Round up, round down, whatever. Let's say round up the numbers. Now it will just do the round up and it will give you rounded up values. It will remove the decimal part from you, right? All right, so you have got your country and city shipping cost. Got it? So with the help of these type of functionalities, you can group by your data, right? I would say one potential use case I see here is like, let's say in any table you are fetching data from Salesforce, and you have transactional level of the data, means every day multiple orders are created, but for the reporting requirement, you don't need, I would say, granular level data, means daily level data. You need only month level data. You just want to display for this particular month, what was the total number of orders, what was the total orders amount, what was the total orders, I would say the other details. So you can aggregate your data, you can group your data with the help of it, right? Means when your data will be loaded, it's not like, let's say if you in your Salesforce table, if you were having, let's say, 50,000 records, so And you don't need 50,000. If you just group your data on a month level, you aggregate your data on a month level, then it would become hardly 5 or 10,000 of rows, right? So ideally, you should load only 10,000 rows because your requirement is just to show the data, just for do the analysis, do the reporting for aggregated data only. So why should I bring transactional level or means daily level of the data, because that's not in my requirement, correct? So in such cases, you can roll up your data with the help of this group by functionality. Got it? What is this group by, guys? Is this clear to all of you? All right. Next thing we have here is, all right. So for next thing, I have some sample data prepared so that I can show you that thing quickly on a smaller data set. Although you can apply it on a large data set, but on large data set for us, will not be able to see it properly. So I have the data prepared in this format, right? So I got some data in this format. This is my country, these are my cities, population data, and this is my, let's say 2012 data. Means data is prepared in this way. Users can prepare the data in any way. So we want to prepare it, we want to handle this data in Power BI. And it should have, let's say for all these rows should have country, India, but currently it's a merged cell, right? So these merged cells, how Power BI treat. Let's work on it. In another sheet, we have transpose data, and in the transpose data, we are keeping the data like this. But we want to flip this data like we do in Excel. We have a transpose option in Excel. We can easily do the transpose of the data like this. Correct? So how this data we can transpose within the Power BI, we are going to see. So these two are the generic cases. Sometimes whenever you are working with Excel, in Excel especially, you get these scenarios. So I bring these Excel data. I choose here my Excel file. I select these two tables, click OK. All right, so first let's see fill table, how this fill looks like. So when you loaded the fill table data, it is coming like this. Now we need to think like how we want to structure it. So my requirement is the first column title should be country, right? And this column title should be city, and it should be population, right? And these columns which you see, these are not properly, these rows are not properly handled here, that we need to do. So first, let's remove the first row you have. This row I don't need, I can remove it. So I reduce the rows, I click on remove row and remove top. So from the top, I'm removing the one row, right? Now, if you notice here, the first row you have, I promote this one as a column header. Click on this option, use first row as header, it's promoted. This one is not changed, this I define manually, I just rename it. Now, the problem is, when you see India, it's not populating to all the cells which you see here, right? Although all the cities are of India, but it's not populated here properly. So to fill these details in the downward cells, we select the column, then we go to transform tab. There you have a fill option. If you click on fill, you have two options here. Do you want to fill the data downwards or upwards? If you click on down, it will fill your data in downwards direction. Now your data is sorted properly. It's in the usable format in Power BI. Correct? So we prepared these couple of operations to make it in a usable format. Correct? Now let's go to the next functionality to see transpose. So your data is like this. You want to flip this data. These first column cells you see, these are actually the row, I would say the column headers. So you want to flip the data, means you want to convert your rows into the columns. So for that, you have option here, transpose. Just hit this one. Your data is converted now in this format. This is your country, city, and population. If you just remove the first row as a header, then it will look better. Here you go. Right? So your data is flipped here. To flip your data means to convert rows into the columns or column into the rows, you use the transpose functionality here. Got it? Another thing you have here is, let's say in this table. In this table, you have a lot of data, and for some reason, you want to count the number of records. I removed the filter row step because that I did for some purpose. Now, in this table, you have a lot of data, and you want to see how much data you have in it, means how many rows are there.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
If you want to count, it doesn't give you the complete count because this data is just loaded in a RAM. So when the data is RAM, it doesn't give you the exact count of your records. And you want to see how many records you have in this table. For that, an option is given to you, count rows. If you click on it, Power BI will quickly count the number of records in the table and will give you the count. In this operation, you can just use to see the count of your table. Correct? Okay, that information I got it means 51,291 records I have. All right, next option, if you go under the transform tab, you have, not in transform, I would say add column, you have conditional column. So you want to create some conditional column. That conditional column is something like, if I scroll it a little bit more. All right. Okay, so here you have unit price. This is your unit price of the product which was ordered in the orders, right? So now you, based on the unit price, you want to create using the unit price, and unit price would be of product, right? So you want to create a separate table of the product, like you have product names, product IDs, product category, subcategory, and unit price. Using these columns, you want to create a separate table, and that table you want to define which product, let's say this particular product, you want to define a category of the product in category A, category B, category C. Means if the product's unit price is greater than, I would say, in between $0 to $500, then we'll call it, it's a C category product, right? If the product's unit price is $500 to $5,000, then it's a B category product. And if product's unit price is more than $5,000, then I will call it, it's very expensive one, and give it a category A tag, right? I mean, you want to just define the tagging for these things. So how you can do this thing? So using this table, I want to take these columns in a separate form. I'm creating a separate product table. So I create a duplicate of this first. And now in this duplicate table, I keep only the required columns. So my required columns are product related columns, product category, product subcategory, product name, and product unit price. So I need only these columns. The rest I want to remove. Right click and remove other columns. Here you go. Right. Now, based on this unit price, I need a separate column. So for that, you can just go to conditional column. This is my column name. It's like a if-else functionality, or you can say like in SQL we use case statement, case when statement. It's like that. But the good thing is you don't need to write any script, any logic for it. It's all based on the just drag drops, right? Or based on the clicks, ready-made functionality. So you are creating a new column, price type, based on a condition. And that condition is if your unit price, I would say if your unit price is less than or equal to 500, means if product unit price is less than 500, then we call it, it's type C. Add another clause, else if unit price is less than or equal to, I would say 1,000, not 1,000, 5,000, then it's a type B product. And if you want to add another condition here, if your unit price is greater than 5,000, then it's a type A. right? But there is a possibility, like you may have some, although you will not have any other scenario, any other case except these three. But in case if there is any other value comes, or any, I would say any blank or anything comes, so that value you want to replace by in the else section. If any other price you have other than these three categories, then that should come as other, means just a else part you can define. It's optional. If you want, you can leave it blank as well, and just click OK. Here you go. Your conditional column has been created, and it's your text type column. Now, if you see, wherever you see unit price is less than 500, you see it's type C. When you see product prices in between 500 to 5,000, that's type B. And when you see prices more than $5,000, it's a type A. Correct? So you quickly created a conditional column without writing any script, without writing any code for it. Right? So this functionality you have conditional column. Now, behind the scene, when you created this conditional column, behind the scene, Power BI has written a M script for it. If you want to see that, just go Advanced Editor, scroll it down, and you can see here, this is the script written by Power BI. Correct? So the good thing is we are not writing it. Behind the scene, Power BI is writing this one for us. We are just using these UI functionalities, in-between functionalities. Correct? In case if you want to do some customization, or if you want something else, then we have a different approach for that. We can use the DAX. Through DAX, we can make more tweaks in it. We can make some more customization depending on our need. All right. So this is all what I applied in the transformation. Now let's say I want to load this data. So I just click on close and apply button. And now this data, whatever the changes I made in my tables, everything will get applied now in the Power BI desktop. In Power BI desktop, you see I don't have rest of the tables because rest of the tables were in the RAM in Power Query editor only. When I hit that close and apply, now Power BI will start bringing all these tables data in, I would say, into the Power BI desktop. You can see all this data is loaded here. All right. DAX is a formula language, right? And just for your knowledge, Microsoft developed this DAX programming, DAX formula language. Initially, it was introduced with DAX with Excel Power Pivot, right? In Excel also, we used to write some DAX, some formulas. Then it used in analysis services, SQL Server analysis services, models. And then the same DAX is extended to Power BI as well. DAX can be used in some other tools as well, especially Microsoft tools, but these three are main. And now DAX is widely used in Power BI. So DAX is a formula language which is very similar to Excel, not exactly same as Excel, similar to Excel, correct? DAX has more than 300 functions, right? It's not updated now. More than 300 functions you have for the DAX. And DAX functions we use, I would say, in a combination, right? Like calculate you are using with filter, SumX you are using with another function, right? So if you just make a permutation combination of all these 300 plus functions, operators and constants, then it becomes thousands of functions, right? Or I would say thousands of scenarios.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. What area do you go to change and reshape the data in Power BI? A. Data transformation. B. Data editing. C. Question editor. D. Data modeling. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So DAX is ocean, and DAX is continuous, or I would say it's a iterative, or I would say incremental learning. DAX is not something like within one day, within 1 week we can learn DAX, within 1 month we can learn DAX. We can, but we cannot be master. DAX within Power BI, DAX is the main thing which requires ages to become master in Power BI. So within DAX, there are like multiple function, and all function returns at least a value, right? Either they will return a single value or they'll return the multiple value. It depends on the function behavior, on the function nature. Now, DAX is already used in Power Pivot for Excel or analysis services. DAX gives us the benefits for calculating the measures, calculating the values on top of our existing calculations. It gives us the reusability. It gives us the flexibility to break our complex calculations in bits and pieces with the help of variables. With the help of DAX, we can perform so many things, right? Like we can calculate our time-based calculations. We can calculate a lot of calculations where we want to perform some comparisons, we want to filter them some data, we want to perform some aggregation, some text type of functions we can perform, some statistic functions we can perform on the DAX. So DAX has a list of categories, right? List of functions. All the DAX functions, all the DAX expressions, basically when you read, these are very easy to understand, right? If you want to read it, it's easily you can understand the functionality of the DAX. So to read the DAX syntax, there are two things. One is your expression and another is your filter context, right? So currently you see this is only a expression, and the previous syntax you see, there are two things now. One thing you see, this is your expression, right? This is your expression, or you can say calculation, but this is your filter context. It means this calculation you are performing in this filter context. If you read it simply, it is simply we are doing the sum of my sales amount column, which is a sales amount is a column of my sales table. Come back to the functions category. In DAX, we have mainly 10 categories of the functions, right? Like date, time functions, time intelligence filter, information logical functions, math and trigonometry functions, parent and child functions, statistical functions, text, and rest and other categories. So these are the key, I would say, main 10 categories we have all of the function. And within these 10 categories, almost every function is included. Each function category includes a list of different functions, right? But we use based on our requirement what we want, right? So let's say we come back to Power BI desktop now. We want to start with the DAX. So when we say we want to use the DAX, basically we can create three things using DAX. There are three things which we can create using the DAX, and those three things are: first thing is calculate columns, right? Calculated tables and measures, or you can call calculated measures. There is one more thing which is row level security, right? For now, there are three things which we create. First is calculated column. And yes, it is different than our source column, right? So these calculated columns, calculated tables, we create using the existing columns we have in our table. So these are the three things which we create using the DAX. First, calculated column, we are going to see how we create it with different functionalities. Before we start on it, we need to understand one more thing: the difference between column and measures. Calculated column versus measures. What makes different measures and the columns? Row context and filter context. Okay, so when we compare Power BI with Excel, Excel work on a cell reference. Means in Excel, you can pick the value of a particular cell. You can reach out to a specific cell by just defining the cell reference like D3, means column D, row number 3, correct? So you can reach out to a particular cell in Excel. While Power BI doesn't work on the cell reference. The structure of Power BI is not on a cell level. It's on a column level or row level. There are two things: column and row in Power BI. Whenever you want to perform any kind of aggregations, whenever aggregations are like sum, min, max, count, distinct count, average, all these are your aggregations. Whenever you want to perform aggregations or we can say, in other words, we can say whenever you want to perform any mathematical calculation, right? Mathematical calculation includes your aggregations, right? It includes some other operations, right? Like division or some other operations. Division is not aggregation, right? What do you think? Multiplication. Is this aggregation or no? Okay, no. Multiplication is not aggregation. Why? We'll come to that. So whenever you want to perform any kind of aggregation, right, and that aggregation returns a single result as a final output, that returns a single result, then as a thumb rule, you always go with the measures, right? Doesn't matter, you want to visualize it on a card, you want to visualize it on a table, you want to visualize it on any of the visualization doesn't matter. Sometimes there would be some scenarios where we'll create the measure, but we won't use those anywhere, but we'll create them. Why? Maybe for some conditional formatting, maybe for some other calculations, maybe for variables, right? So measures are your calculations basically, and those calculations must include at least one aggregation. You cannot create any calculation for measures without the aggregation. Well, I'll show you. Now, come back to the columns. For columns, it's not recommended to create the columns for mathematical calculations, first of all. In case, if any value you want to see in table, any value, any mathematical calculation you want to see in table for some requirement, right? For some reason you want to see, you say, no, this is a mathematical calculation, but I want to see it in a table because I want to create something else on top of it. Okay, no problem. You can create the column there, but it's not recommended. If it's a calculation, mathematical calculation, and it includes aggregation, which will return as a one value as a result, then always go with the measure. But in some cases, you can go with columns as well. And there are some cases where you should not go with the columns. Why? Because columns increase the size of your data model. Reason, whenever you create the columns, they becomes the physical part of your table. They occupy some space in your table. If they are occupying this space, then it means the size of your data model will get increased automatically. Right? So we should be very careful when we are creating the columns. We should think twice whether this is a calculation. Can I achieve it through measure also? If yes, then always go with the measure. Why? Because measures do not occupy any space in your tables. Measures data won't stay in the data model. It's just an on-the-fly calculation. It's like a dynamic or runtime calculation. And the output won't stay anywhere. If you want to display the output, then you have to visualize it. Correct? If you are not visualizing the measure, you cannot see the output of measure. Right? But column output you can see in a table. Okay. So this is all about the discussion theoretically. Now let's see some practical understanding on it that will give you more understanding on it. There is one more thing. When I create calculated columns, let's say here I create a calculated column in this table. So that column I cannot use in Power Query Editor. If I created any column here using a DAX, I cannot use that in Power Query Editor. Right? Sometimes few people got some confusion in it. Like if I created some data, if I did some data modeling here using DAX, like I created some columns, I created some measures, even I created some tables. So few people just open the query editor and they just surprised. They are surprised, like why that is not appearing here? Did I made some mistake or something? So it's not about a limitation or something. It's a behavior of the product. Because it's a calculation. And if there is any calculation, means that is just on the fly calculation, that doesn't become available to your Power Query Editor. Right? So scope of DAX is only in Power BI Desktop, not in the Power Query Editor. Right? Now let's understand, create a couple of columns, calculated columns first. Okay, so I come to this order details table, and I want to create one calculated column, right? And in that calculated column, I need my sales values. For calculating the sales, it's simple calculation. Like I just want to multiply these two columns, unit price into quantity. Unit price into quantity. So let's create a column, right click on your table, you create a new column, or you can right click here, like Excel, insert a column, you can create a new column, or from top, you can create a new column. Multiple options you have. So I prefer to right click on a table to create a new column. All right, now I define the column name. Let's say this is my sales column. Here I simply write my unit price into quantity. And when I write some keywords here, right, it gives me a list, right? These all are the DAX functions, right? It gives you a list of DAX functions, tables, and columns which you have in your data model. So I want to do a multiplication of my unit price into quantity. Write your expression here and press enter. You got your column, right? Column is added. And I said when you add a column, that calculated column will become a part of your table. Here you can see the output of the table of your column is available here. At the end, what I want to do with this column? Let's say I want to visualize the data. My requirement was to display the total sales by product name. So what I'll do, I'll just go back here to my visual. I add the column chart. In this column chart, I'm adding a sales column and I'm adding product name. Now, instead of product name, let me add the categories. Okay, so it's a relationship issue. Maybe we do not have the relationships in the table. So let me create relationships quickly. All right, so my sales column is created here. So you can see our total sales by categories. But to display this information, what we are doing, we are bringing the sales column, right? We are bringing the sales column here on a visual, and it is giving me the sum of sales, right? But if I want to achieve this through measure, what would be the approach and what would be the benefit? I can easily achieve it through the column. I created a sales column and quickly I added that here, and that's it. Easily I can achieve my requirement, but it's not as per the best practice. Output you got it, that's fine, but it's not the best practice. So let's try to achieve it through a measure. I'm thinking in a way like I got this calculation, right? This one I'm using to create a column. Let's do one thing. Let's copy this calculation and I create a measure. Right click and create a new measure. So here I created, let's say this is my measure name, sales measure. And I just paste that calculation here. Control V and press enter. It gives me error. And what it says, this error is self-explanatory. This error says this can happen when a measure formula refers to a column that contains many values without specifying any aggregation. So basically you are passing a column here and that column is not having any aggregation. So what is happening here? It is this measure is trying to basically measure is getting multiple values, but multiple values cannot be accepted by measure because measure's nature is it will always return only single value, right? So it is not able to get multiple values because measures always need some aggregations so that they can get into a single result. They can return only a single result. So one thing is clear here, it means this multiplication is not an aggregation. So what is an aggregation then? Aggregation is something which you use to roll up your data or to summarize. Multiplication, divide, these operations are your, I would say, row level operations. Means these operations iterate row by row, right? So when they are iterating row by row, they will always return multiple values, multiple results. And what measures can return? Measure can return a single value, means either the sum of this everything or sum of this, average of this, count of this, something like that. So now to make this happen, we need a different functionality. We need to use, as multiplication is a iterative, or I would say it iterates row by row. So now if we want to make this in measure, then we need to use some iterative function to handle this iterative calculation. So that iterative function is here sumx, right? So you can see some description says it returns the sum of an expression which is evaluated for each row in a table. Means if there is any expression, there is an expression which is iterated row by row for each row. Then at the end of the day, sumx will just do the sum of each row calculation and will give you the result in this measure as a single value, right? Let's simplify it more. Because this is something, if we got it, then all the x functions, sum x, count x, average x, min x, max x, rank x, right? Rank x and concatenate x. All x functions you have, all these are the iterative functions, which iterates your calculation row by row. So this sumx function is like a running total. It iterates your row by row. So behind the scene, what will be happening when you will be using the sumx? A temp column will be created in its somewhere cache or in some temporary location, and that would be giving you the output something like multiplication of each row, right? And in the next row, when you will be going to multiply this value, it will perform this expression, perform the multiplication, and it will, whatever the final output would be, it will include the previous output value in the output of this calculation. So this is behaving something like this. First, it is having the reference of a previous value. It is doing the sum of previous value with the multiplication of this. Correct? And same goes for rest of the cell. So when you calculate the measure for it, it returns a single result, and that single result will be the last value which it keeps in its cache, right? So the last value would be 1674. So it means the total sales is 1674 for it, right? So this is something how it works behind the scene, right? Now, if you want to validate it, let's say if I create a column. So this is my column for sales. And how it is going on. So for each cell, for each row, we are doing a multiplication like this. And at the end, we are just doing the sum of what? Sum of all these. And we get the same results. So this is how column works. First, it calculates value for each row. And then at the end, we do the sum of that on a column level. And this is a row level sum. Means it is iterating for first row. Then it iterates for the second row, and it does the sum of previous output. Then it iterates for third row and does the sum of previous one. Keep going, and when it comes to the last, whatever the last output value you have, that will be returned as a single result, what it needs. When we were trying to create it here, and let me generate that error again. So if you read the last line of this error, to get a single result, right? So means measures always need a single result. In this way, you will get a single result. Currently, what is happening? You are just passing the multiplication. And when you are passing multiplication, you are trying to give 4 values to measure, which measure is not able to handle. Measure can accept only one as a final output to return, right? So multiplication is not aggregation, first thing. And if you want to make this calculation, then you need to use an iterative function, SUMX. And SUMX expression says it requires two parameters, table, right, and expression. So you need to pass these two arguments here, table and expression. So on which table you want to calculate the whole things. So you want to calculate these things on order details table, right? Add comma, and now you need to write your expression. What is your expression? So my expression is unit price into quantity. So now I'm doing the multiplication, but along with multiplication, it will do the sum of my records. Now, if I press enter, now SUMX is aggregation here, means to measures, I'm providing an aggregation. So then I press enter. Measure has been created here, and the measure icon looks like a calculator icon, right? Just to differentiate it. Now, let's visualize the same thing with the help of a measure. So let's make some space here. And I'm creating same visual. Let's copy paste and delete the column from here in category 2. Now I add sales measure and I add the category. Here you go. So this visual is getting the data from a measure and this is getting the data from column. Same result is generated, and the good thing is we don't need this column. Unnecessarily, we created this column. Because if I'm creating this column, directly or indirectly, it is increasing the size of my data model. Let's assume the size for this particular table is this is 1 KB. Each column is 1 KB column, right? Maybe more than that. We are just taking a calculation and we are assuming it. So my table size was initially 5 KB. But when I added one more column here, now it became 6 KB because it's a physical, it's a part of my table. So I don't need this column. Without it, I can perform each and every calculation easily. So why should I increase my data model size? It's a bad practice. So now, one more thing to understand. Okay, so I know in this measure, aggregation, how we are doing the sum of it, on where we did the sum. I know within the measure, we did the sum, right? After performing the multiplication of each row, we did the sum at the end. Fine. But where we did the sum of this, of the column, because when I have a column, in column, I'm not doing any sum. Then how it is, where it did that sum part? So there is one more, I would say, concept. That's a implicit and explicit aggregation. So implicit aggregation is something like which Power BI visual is doing internally, and explicit is something like what we did on a measure level. Means we defined the aggregation here. We defined aggregation, that's an explicit aggregation. And when we added any column, by default it did the sum of this sales column. How? Because if I select this column, when I select this column, if I go to its column tools here on top, and its default summarization is selected as sum here. If you want, you can change it. You can select average, min, max, count, distinct count, whatever you need. Or if you want, you can don't summarize also. So here, for the column level, whenever you see somewhere these summation icons means something, right? Even on this calculate column also you see a summation. Means on all these columns, the default summarization is applied. And that would be always sum. If I select discount column, on discount column you see default summarization is sum. If I select order ID, on order ID, default summarization is don't summarize, because order ID is not a fact value. It's not a number. It's not something like which you can count, which you can sum. We cannot do the sum. We cannot do the average of order IDs. No, right? Because it's not a fact value. It's not a number for us. This thing Power BI detects automatically, but maybe 1%, 99% it will be always correct, but 1%, if it's not correct, then you can select that particular column and you can change the summarization level. Maybe you want to don't summarize that, or you want to make it average or whatever, right? So when we are adding this column here on this visual, on visual level, if I right click on this, it is doing the sum here. So sum is maintained on the visual level now. When you visualize any field, the default aggregation will get applied automatically on the visual, and that is because of this, it is doing the sum. When I go for a measure, I select this and I right click on it. Here you don't see those options, right? Like sum, count, min, max. Why? Because within measure definition, we have already defined that just do the sum, nothing else, right? But here we have an option available. If you want, we can change the aggregation. Let's say let's calculate the average. Select the average. Values are changed. Now these are showing the average, right? If you just want to count, these numbers are count. If you want to calculate a standard deviation, or you want to calculate the variance of your columns, median value, all these options you have available here. Easily you can apply. Right? So it means on visual level also aggregation is applied, but that's a visual level aggregation, and that's a measure level aggregation. Benefit with this measure is it is on the fly calculation, because it's the output of measure is not stored anywhere. It's everything on the fly. So if you create 10, 15, 20, 40, 50, 100 measures, there will not be any impact in terms of the space, the size of your data model. There will not be any impact. The size of data model will not be increased. Reason? Because it's all fly calculation. Nothing is permanently stored in your Power BI. All right. So this is important and main and basic things to understand about DAX first. Same logic, same concept is applied everywhere with every function of the DAX. Now we are going to have a look of some other DAX functions, right? So far we have a fair understanding of the columns and the measures, right? So let's create a couple of columns where we'll understand more about the columns features. Let's have one scenario first. So for example, you are in order details table. In order details table, for some reason, you want to bring product names. In this table, currently you have the product ID only, but you want to bring the product name here as a column. And all these things basically depends on your requirement. If you want sometimes, right, that particular thing, so you can use these functions. It's not like always you will have same requirements, same scenarios, right? So it's something like here we are going to understand all these functions. Whenever you would require them, then you will use. So it's simply like if we know all the medicines, then we can easily treat any disease. So let's try to achieve this thing. So here we have two approaches to bring it. One is from query editor, we have a merge option, and we can bring that easily. Another option could be, let's say you are not using the merge functionality. You want to bring it using the DAX, like a VLOOKUP we do in Excel. But Excel works, the Excel VLOOKUP work only if you have a common column, right? Let's say if you won't have a common column in your Excel, so your VLOOKUP function won't work, right? That requires a common column. Now, I want to bring the product name here. So for bringing the product name, we have inbuilt function that is related.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. The principal arrival of Power BI depends on which of the following: A. Microsoft Excel, B. Microsoft Word, C. Microsoft PowerPoint, D. Microsoft Outlook. Comment down your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Related function helps you to bring one column from one table to another table based on the relationships you have. So you want the product name in your order details, and if I check the order details relationship with products, here you go. So order details with product is not directly linked, although you have a relationship, but this relationship is not, it's not giving you the data because it's an inactive relationship, right? So we want to make it active first. So let me just remove this. And now how can I decide it's not there? Because of the data understanding. So data understanding, business process understanding is required. Okay, I make that active. Now I want to create a new column, right click and use a new column here. Now I define the column name. So column name should be product name. I'm trying to extract the product name. Here I use related, right? This related function returns a related column from your another table based on the relationships you are maintaining in your model in between these tables, right? So now it is giving you a list of a couple of tables here. And why it is giving the list of all these tables? If you notice one thing here, I get the categories, customers, employees, invoices, orders, products, right? Multiple table names I'm getting here. Why? Because of relationship only. Directly or indirectly, your order details is having a link with other tables, right? Just for the demonstration purpose, if I delete all the relationships except one, which is my products, which is this one, right? I select the relationships, like these relationships, and I delete them. If I go to the tags, when I use the related again, this time you see the list of products table only, right? You see a products table fields. It is not showing the fields of other tables. Likewise, previously it was giving you a list of products, categories, orders, invoices, this, that. Too many things were coming here. Now only one is coming. Why? Because now you have only one relationship, means directly or indirectly your order details is linked with product table only, and that's why you get a reference of this table. Correct? So if you want, you can bring the data from other tables as well, whatever will appear here in the list. If any table or any column is not appearing in list, you cannot use that in related. Reason? Because there is no relation with that particular column. Got it? So in short, this related function requires that relationship which should exist between your current table, means your order details, and your table in which you are trying to find this information, means products table. Right? So now it's easy. Now you can select your product name. We need select the product name and press tab. That is added. Close the bracket. Otherwise, you can skip the close bracket. Power BI will close the brackets automatically. Right? Here you go. But as a best practice, you should always close the required brackets here. Okay. And you can easily extract it. You can see it's easily extracted the data from your another table. When I was creating this SumX measure, right? I was creating this measure. And I'm calculating the sales of my transactions, right? Like I have a couple of orders which are my test orders, means these orders I just created for the testing purpose only, means 10248, 10249. These two orders I have like a testing orders, or basically in short, I do not want to include the sales of this particular order for any reason, correct? So what you want to do now, you are already calculating this thing. There could be multiple ways to perform one thing, right? Like some people prefer the calculate with filter, some people prefer the SumX with filter. It depends, right? Because it's all like your logic building. So everybody has a different understanding, different way of creating the logics. So now you want to do the sum, but when you are doing the sum, you want to filter your table. So let's do it. Currently, I'm passing this table as an argument here, the complete table, complete order details table I passed here, right? And on this top of table, I'm performing this calculation. But I don't want to pass complete table now. I want to exclude 10248 order ID, right? So let's filter this table first. Instead of passing this entire like this, now use a filter function. This filter function will always return a filtered table, right? It will always return a filtered table. It means filter function you always use whenever you want to filter a specific table.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
And almost all the functions can be used with other functions as well. Like we are using filter with SumX. Later we'll use related as well in it. So filter function says I need two arguments to work. One is table, means which table to perform, which table you want to filter. Okay, so I want to filter order details. Add a comma. When you add a comma, your second argument has been filtered, has been highlighted now. Filter expression. What is your filter condition here? So my filter condition is order ID should not be equal to 10248. Correct? 10248. This is what I want. And now I just close this bracket. Right? Now, when SumX needs a table, this time I'm passing a filtered table. Right? Rest expression is same. Press enter. Here you go. Now your sales, which you display here, let me display the sales here in a card. The sales you have, this is not including your 10248. Correct. So it is not including now the sales of this particular order. And if you say I want to include the sales of it, means you want to just calculate the sales only of this product. Let's do the equal. It will give you the sale of this particular order only. 440 means this product, this particular order sale is 440, right? So it means when I was excluding, so out of the total sales, 440 is excluded. Now, I got another scenario. That's fine. This is doing the whole calculation and all. That's fine. But I don't want to filter it only one order ID. I want to filter out one more. Let's say there is one more order ID I have, which I don't want to include. Let's say 10249, right? I don't want this one also in my sales. So what we do here, currently we are passing only one expression. Now I want to filter it based on one more order ID. So let's say I want to go like this, where order ID is N, add your curly brackets, curly braces, 10248, 10249. But I said I want to exclude. So I add another operator here, not, and close this bracket. So what I'm saying here, not include these two, rest include, press enter. Got it? So it's your 1.35 million. It's not changing because the number is big and our two order sales are very small numbers. So that's why it is not changing. But yes, this is changed in numbers. I mean, in hundreds, it is changed. Now you see 1352, 155. Earlier it was greater than this. Right? So this is another approach. The one you said, that is also fine, right? Or maybe we can use or operator, we can use a pipe here, right? Or we can use the another ways as well. There could be multiple ways. Got it? So here we understood what is not a function, it's operator. Same, in is not a function, it's operator. Let's dig more in it. This is the one case. Let's just copy this formula. I want something different now. Means currently I'm doing the filtration within the same table, right? Means within the same table I have order ID, and within the same table I'm doing this filtration. I want something else, right? Like I need the sales of all those products whose category ID is 1. I don't have the category ID in this table. I want the sales of the products whose category ID is 1. And what is this category ID 1? Let's see that also. I guess it should be beverages, right? I want the sales of the beverages products. So I'm going to create another measure. So related can be used in multiple scenarios. Here we just use the related to bring into flow the column here, column output value. But this time I do not want to flow it. I want to use that related as a dynamic filter. So let's try. So I use it. See, whenever you want to use the filters or functions from your another tables, it depends all on your relationships, how your data is modeled, right? So that's very important. That's the very first step. So I'm going to use, let's say this is my sales of beverages, and here I use my sumx function. Now in sumx function, I don't want to pass a complete table. I want to pass a filtered table. So let's use a filter. Which table you want to filter? I want to filter my order details table. Correct? I want to filter my order details table, but the filter expression is not of the order details this time. Filter expression means filter condition. Filter condition is not of this table. Filter condition is of my products table. In my products, I have a category ID. Correct? So now I want to look in my products table. Let's look in products table. Right? How? Based on your product ID, your category ID, here is your products. In products table, you have category ID. Now this table you have added. Correct? Close it. And now you add, it is equal, right? All right, so now my calculation is filter expression I have already added, and this one I call, okay, it is my equal to my product ID is 1, category ID is 1. And now I come back to my sumx, right? See, these statements, you just need to understand these, you just need to understand these syntaxes, right? When you add a comma, when I was not adding a comma, it was when I was inside the bracket, I was working with filtration, right? Once my filter is complete and I go out of the bracket, then now I got control again on a table. Means this entire thing is just a table. I can say a filtered table. Now I need to work on expression. Come back here, add a comma. Now work on expression. My expression is simply unit price multiply with quantity. Or if you have any already calculated value, like you already have a sales column, you can pass that as well directly here. Correct. So unit price and quantity, just close your bracket. And now let's hit the enter. Let's see what it gives me. It is giving me something, right? A measure is created, but measure output I cannot see unless I visualize it. So let's go here, add a card, sales of beverages. It gives me 286.53. It says that the beverages sales is 286.53. How can I trust on it? Let's validate this data. Let's validate it. So how to validate it? We have many approaches, many ways to do it. I can just add a slicer. In slicer, I can add my beverages names, my category names. And here I can display my sales of my column or maybe measure, right? Total sales is 1.35 million. If I select beverages only, Because of relationship, we don't have relationship. Let me build other relationships. I deleted it just to show you that functionality of related. It's processing. Now you see your beverages sale is 286.53K. Same thing. Your measure, your calculation is also returning you the same thing. So means in if you are referring within the same table, right? I want to filtering this order details, but referring the another table fields for the filter condition. So related, same function, but this time I'm not bringing this column and using dynamically I'm bringing, but I'm just bringing it for a filtration purpose where my category ID is 1.
So guys, we will be working on this data set now. So guys, basically, let's assume a scenario where in a country, US, so there are many stores in which a survey was conducted based on the students, guys. So how much they are spending on different kinds of purchases, like video games, indoor games, toys, books, gadgets, etc., guys. So in the data set, I mean, this is a student survey data set, guys. So using this data set, we will be going to perform some kind of visualizations where our store setting, see, the store setting is the column that explains the type of location in which the store is present, guys. So by using this data set student survey, we will be trying to extract some meaningful insights, guys. So guys, we will be firstly we will be just, let's start with our Power BI report, guys. So first of all, let me establish the connection to Power BI, guys. So guys, while connecting to some kind of data sets, you might get this kind of error. So let me just 1 minute. So guys, you need to just download this Access database engine, guys. Sometimes it might be missing on your machine. It's just 25 MB, 27 MB, just 1 minute. All right, guys. Basically, whenever I mean, you just publish your reports or dashboards to your cloud service, you need to either have, I mean, you need to have a either organization account, or you can, if you don't have any organization account or student account, guys, you can just use on Microsoft account, guys. In order to create on Microsoft account, basically you can just get it created in Azure Active Directory, guys. For that, you don't need to have a paid service of Azure. Even it can be available in free service, guys. So it's downloaded. Let's just install this and retry that. So basically, based on your version update, guys, this Access database engine will be missing. So whenever you upgrade your Power BI or whenever you upgrade your services, this might be missing, or you might, all you need to do is just download this Microsoft Access database engine 2010, guys. So which will be default for all the versions of Power BI. All right, guys, it's done. Now let's just retry the same operation. Yes, now the connection is got established. So let's check the files. So we will be loading the student survey as well as user mappings tables, guys. Let me load these things. All right, guys. So 1 minute. So here you can just view your data, guys. Yes. So now I will be just firstly I'll just perform one tabular visualization where I'll be formatting the let's say total amount of purchases, guys, based on the store location and the store settings. So I'll keep some condition filtering where I'll just where, let's say if the total amount of purchase lies between 0 to 35,000, then the record should be in red color, and if they lie between 35,000 to 60,000, then the record should be in yellow color. And let's say these kind of conditions, let's make them right. Okay. Now let me switch back to Power BI. So in this portal, you will be just doing the visualizations, guys. So let me select the tabular table part. So all right, guys. So now I will be just choosing the store location and store settings under the student survey. Let's open this student survey. So I will be just choosing store location. So I selected the store location. Now I'll select store settings, and then we will be selecting the total amount of purchases, guys. Let me just drag this thing so that you can just read out. Yeah, total amount of purchases. All right, guys. In order to make it more interactive, you can just go to fields and you can just increase the font, as well as you can just give this. Let me just not values. Let me switch this title on, and I'll just give the title as total amount of purchases. So this is total amount of purchases based on store location and store settings type. Let's give in this way. And also let me give a background color for this title to make it much more interactive, guys. So I'll just center align this, guys. Now you can increase the values font, guys. Just go to this values part and increase the size of the text. Let me put it to 14. And also let me increase the column headers as well as okay, I'll just increase it to 14 in the same way. Also you can just increase the title also, guys, so to look more better than this. All right, guys. Now we will just make some kind of conditional formatting, guys, in order to make that. So basically, we thought that if the total amount of purchases lies between 0 to 35,000, then the condition is that record should be in red color, right? So in order to make that, we can just do conditional formatting, guys. So in order to do conditional formatting, let's go to the values over here. Right click on this set, total amount of purchases, and then just do conditional formatting and just select background color, guys. So here you will be doing format by a rule, guys. So let's set the rule. So my field will be sum of total amount of purchases, which will be the condition where I just do condition color formatting. So I said if the total amount of purchase is equal or greater than to 0, and then it is equal to, let's say, 35,000, guys. And one more thing, this should be not percent, it should be number, right? So as we are giving 0 to 35,000, so let me put it as orange color, guys. You can also put any color, and also add some one more rule, guys. If it lies between 35,000 to 60,000, let it put it as yellow. And we'll add one more rule, guys, where it will be the last condition. It will be like 60,000 greater than 6,000, and you have to give the upper limit also, guys. That will be, let's say it is 1 lakh. Then the color will be blue. Let it be blue. Okay, this should be, let's say, 33,500. Okay, this is percent, right? That's why it was not done. Let me change to number. All right, now let us click on OK. All right, guys, the format got affected over here. Now let me create one matrix visualization where I'll just show the amount spent on outdoor sports across the different ages, guys. Let me go through the data set for you guys now. So now I'll just show the matrix visualization to show the amount spent on the outdoor sports across the different ages and store settings, guys. So let's create one matrix chart first. So this is the matrix chart, guys. Let me drag it over here. So here I'll just select age, as I want to show the amount spent on outdoor sports across the different ages and store settings. I'll be selecting age, outdoor sports, and store settings, guys. So here I can, in matrix visualization, I'll just change the rows and columns, guys. Under the rows, I'll just put age, and then under the columns, I'll just put store settings. And under the values, I'll just put outdoor sports kits, guys. Now, see, to be blunt, basically matrix is just a fancy name given to the Excel's pivot table, guys. If you have worked on Excel, you might know that. So basically, just like pivot table in Excel, it becomes easier to represent your data across your multi dimensions. Basically, in matrix visualization, basically, guys, you have the option to add rows, like as I have done now. We can add the rows, columns, values, unlike the table, guys. This is the main difference between the tablet visualization and matrix visualization, guys. So also you can, this looks something awkward, right? Odd, right? So you can just have the let me just disable this row subtotals, guys. under the subtotals, I can just disable. If you want, you can keep it. If you don't need, I'll just disable my column subtotals, guys. I'll just keep my row subtotals. So I'll just give a title for this. So my title for this will be total amount of purchases by store location. Sorry, let's say it as amount spent on outdoor sports. All right. So I'll just give a background color as some different thing. Let's say it. Let's keep it as pink. And I'll also center align this, and I'll increase the text format of my background. So let me increase the text size as well. Values. Under the values, I'll just increase it to 14B. Right. Now it's perfect. You can also increase this row headers and column headers, guys. So these are row headers and these are column headers, and I'll just put the column headers to 14 feet size. That's okay. All right, guys. So now I'll be just doing conditional formatting for this also, guys. Let's do a conditional formatting, color formatting for this amount spent in the total outdoor sports. Uh, Conditional formatting, background color, and then I'll just choose to the rules, and I just sum of outdoor sports kids. Let's say if it lies between 0 to 1000. So if it is a number, let's choose the percent to number, guys. So then it will be something like orange, and let me add another rule. If it lies between 1000 to 3000. Let me put it into yellow. All right, guys. Now let me. So this is the total amount of purchases by your, I mean, spent on your outdoor sports, guys. So let me put. Now let me create a funnel chart to show the total amount of purchases by the store settings, guys. I'll just show the data labels as the percentage of first. Let me show you that funnel chart first. So firstly, I'll be just clicking on a funnel chart. So here now, as I want to see, guys. First of all, you have to divide the data according to the store settings and the total amount of purchase, guys. So this is the store settings and the amount of purchase. All right, guys. So basically, we will consider the first one as 100%. Let's say we want this one urban and rural as the percentage of this suburban, as suburban is the maximum here. So we will be considering suburban as 100%, and the remaining we will be just giving the percentage. How can we do this, guys? So basically, we can do this just by data labels, guys, right? So let me go to the data labels. Under the data labels, I'll just put it as data value as percentage of first. So it will be changed. See, guys. So this urban is 71% of the suburban, and rural is 69.36% of the suburban, right? In this way, we can do this. So for this, let me just total amount of purchase by store settings. Let me give a title for this as well. So it is already added. Let me give a background color and center align this. So I'll just increase the font and I'll just give a background color as a all right, guys. Now we will be just creating another chart, guys. We will be just creating a pie chart where I'll be showing the total amount of purchase by different store location for suburban store settings, guys. So for this, I'll just give you a hint. If you're trying parallelly, guys, if you're trying parallelly, just try using a filter context for this. So let me drag a pie chart for this first. So in the pie chart, as I want to show the amount of purchase by different store location for suburban store settings, I'll be just dragging down the store location and then store setting, and then I'll be just dragging the total amount of purchase, guys. So as I said here, for suburban store settings, so I said here the total amount of purchase by different store location for suburban store settings is 6. So here you can select the suburban, guys. So also let me give the type background color for the title, guys. I just center align that and I'll give the background color as orange, let's say. All right, guys. Now I'll just design a scatter plot, guys. Basically, I hope you all know why do we use this scatter plot. Basically, we use scatter plot for finding some outliers, guys. So let me in this data set, I'll just plot a scatter plot where the video game purchases and outdoor sports spent across the different ages. So let's do this kind of this analysis now. So I'll just select a scatter plot first. So this is a scatter chart. So under this scatter chart, I'll just select age. See guys, in scatter plot, as I have said already, I'm just going to plot video game purchases and outdoor sports spent across the different ages, right? So in this, I'll be just plotting this age and then video games. And then I'll be plotting outdoor sports, guys. So, but you have to change the axis over here, guys. So basically, under my x-axis, I'll just put video games. And under y-axis, I'll be just putting outdoor sports. Yes. And then age will be kept under details, guys. So let me drag. Where is details? Yeah. Let me drag this age to details over here. Yeah, guys, you can also, any visualization, you can just view it in focused mode in this way, guys. So basically, these are the outliers, guys. If you see this age group, I mean, both for video games and outdoor sports, he's spending almost same amount of money. This guy is also spending in that way. But if you see this customer, I mean, this age group, see, age 16 years age group, people for video games they're spending 5,892 rupees, and for outdoor sports they're spending 9,300. So in this way you can just find some kind of outliers, guys. You can just scatter plot is suitable for these finding these kind of outliers, right? So guys, Power BI is not limited to only these visualizations, guys. So we can also add some custom visualizations, guys, where you can find it over here. So you can just import from, you can just select get more visuals, guys. See, as I said at the beginning, you need to have either organizational account or on Microsoft account. As I'm using my organization account, guys, let me. If you don't have any, if you are not working, or if you have some privacy issues, or if you don't want to use your organization account, you can just use on Microsoft account, guys. As I said it already. So basically, you can use it by using, I mean, from Azure by creating it in Azure Active Directory, guys. So it is taking some time. Let it get loaded. So for now, I'll just show you one sand dance plot, which is one of the custom visualization. Let me enter the password first. Also, guys, if you have any kind of queries, you can just mention in the question bar, and I'll just at the end I'll just answer all your questions. So let me search sand dance. Yes, here is a sand dance photograph, guys. Let me add this. So in this sand dance plot, I'll just show you some random visualization like indoor sports or video games spent across the different age groups. It is added to my visualization port. Let me. Oh, sorry. I'll just drag it to sand dance. So let me click here and then add this sand dance plot, guys. So I'll be selecting for sand dance plot. Let me put random things like age, total amount of purchases, and then video games. You can just view the visualization here, guys. So you can just select this kind of visualizations: grid chart, scatter plot, density, column, bar, tree map, and stacks, and you can just choose whatever mapping you want, guys. So let's get back to this. All right, guys. So now let me explain you how to restrict data access, guys. In case of security purpose, so sometimes you need to restrict your data access for the given users in your user mapping table, guys. So basically, for this, you need to. I mean, let's say an admin has some kind of privileges, and a normal user or employee can have some kind of privileges. So for this, you need to create a separate table with user mapping, guys. You need to map your table with values wherever you want. So let me see. For example, let's say in my case, let me just show the table. So under the user mappings, here money, see, let's say money deals with rural area only, guys. So the this should she should be able to view the data which belongs to rural only, not urban and suburban data. So how do we do this? So basically in modeling tab, guys, you will be just having, if there is any common value in between both these tables, so basically it will be by default that value will be set. And if it is not there, in that case you can just so guys, let me see first whether my, okay, here you can see that survey location and user ID are not set. It too has edit, header file. So you need to do using Power Query editor. We can do that, guys. First of all, let me do that. So transform data, click on transform data, guys, and then you will be, so here you can use your first row as the headers, guys. You can close and apply for this. Now this, apply this changes for this. Now let me go to modeling tab. Now I'll just now I'll just create a relationship based on the columns, guys. Let me create a relationship. For that, I just click on manage relationships. So there are no relationships defined yet, so you can just create a relationship. So there are two tables for me. One is student survey and another one is user mappings. So guys, in this both things, user groups are common, right? In this case, urban, suburban, rural, which is survey location, and in this case, the store settings part. So here my store settings part and my survey location, which is many to many, guys. Let me just add this relationship. Let me add this both. Click on OK. So this new relationship is created, guys. You can just close. All right. Now, in order to check this rules, you can just see. So basically, whenever by default it is, whenever there is common value fetched, in this way only it will show. You can also define manually, as I have shown it right now. When in this case, like just like this column names are not same, but the values are, similar in the both part. So now I'll just click on manage roles, guys. So as I said, I will just restrict the data access. I said money is dealing with the rural area only, guy, right? So let's do it for money. Let's see the records for money. Let me create. So I'll be just. So you need to apply the conditions for user mapping, right? So in order to do that, I'll just right click on this user mapping, and I'll select add filter, and I'll just select the user ID. So here my user ID will be money. Okay, we need to turn off the cross filtering. Sorry, let's see this. Alright, guys, I have enabled the security filter in both directions. That's why it was not working. Let me just do it now.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Let's select this role, guys. Okay, this is saved. Now, in order to see, guys, based on this user mapping data, you need to make changes in student survey, right? So let me view this thing. So this is the new role which we have created, right? So let me just view this. See, guys, I said, see, now we have only, I mean, wherever money is dealing with rural, that data only you can see. I mean, let's check the student survey as well as. So let me give another role. Okay. So for money, only this rural is there, guys. So let's check it in our data set once. Yes, for money, only rural is there, and in the data set, let's check in this data set once. Sorry, rural. Let's see another name. Let's give it as Nani. All right, guys, you can see that Nani survey location is suburban as well as urban. So all right, guys, now let me publish this dashboards to my Power BI cloud. See, even the visualizations got affected as of that. So in order to publish this, guys, let me just publish this to my Power BI cloud. So I'm publishing it to my workspace, guys. Let's say if I just want to share my dashboard with my colleagues of my organization, and this way you can just do it, guys. So also, guys, you can use the question and answer features of Power BI in your Power BI cloud, guys. Now let me show that also. So first of all, let me log into Power BI cloud. So as I already have an account, I have published to my account. I just want to view my published dashboard in the cloud. So I'm logging with my account. Okay. So this is my live dashboard, which I have created now. It got published to your guys. So guys, you can also, so basically these are reports, guys. In order to just create a dashboard, so basically you can just pin these things, guys. So let's say I just want to pin my matrix visualization. So So before pinning, guys, you can pin that to an existing dashboard, or you can either create a new dashboard. Let me create a new dashboard. Let me name it as live dash Intellipaat live. So I'll also just pin this funnel chart, guys. I'll just pin it to my existing dashboard, which I've just recently created. That is Intellipaat live, right? So let's search for that dashboard. Yeah, guys. So basically, you can just ask your any kind of questions to your, I mean, about your data, guys. So in this, you can just give some kind of, let's say, if you want to see total amount of purchases. So in this way, it will show the answers by default, guys. You can use this QA features in this way, guys. That's it, guys.
In this assignment, we will be targeting Power Query. So we will be getting an introduction towards how to use Power Query, the benefits of it, and make an audit dashboard on this transportation corporation data. Okay. So this is assignment that we'll be covering as part of this session. So to start on, I will set the prerequisites. So here, um, every load that a truck carries, every load, so each transaction here is a trip, right? So it has a source city, destination city, and arrival time, all that. Fine. So it has also a auditing mechanism, like each trip should cover certain checkpoints. While a truck is going from destination source A to destination B, it should cover some checkpoints in this course of journey, say like 4 checkpoints, 5 checkpoints. So there would be some checkpoints where it has to get filled, fuel, and then refreshments, driver change. So there would be some compliance stuff that a truck driver should take care of. Okay, so here the data is recorded at a transaction level, I mean at a trip level. So how many checkpoints each of this trip has covered. Okay, so here we can see the data, checkpoints. Okay, how many checkpoints have been covered, but how many checkpoints were assigned for each of this trip, each of this trip ID. Say like for suppose this trip, okay, this trip for this customer from this source to this destination. So how many checkpoints were assigned? Okay, now it says that we are 10 checkpoints were covered, but were there 10 checkpoints? Did it cover all the checkpoints assigned to that or not? For that, we have to get data from a online system. So now we will connect to a RDBMS data source. This is the time we will now connect to an RDBMS data source. So for that, I'll be getting data from SQL server hosted on cloud, which is Azure. Okay, so I'll pull data from Azure service. So because that recording happens online, so to their centralized system. So when a truck passes through a checkpoint, that information will be sent to that centralized system. So that is being recorded on Azure. So Azure is nothing but SQL server on cloud. Okay. So I will quickly first log into my, I have set up that thing. So this is as good as connecting to a SQL Server database or an Oracle database. So I'll do a quick login just to get the server credentials where the database is hosted. One can easily set up Azure portal access. It's no big deal. So it's free. They'll give some credit for some time. Okay, so you can try out. You can set up a database. See, that is a free credit that I have, which is showing here. Okay, so I'm utilizing that. I'm on free trial now on this. So this is a database that has been set up. Okay, so that the one you saw earlier was a dashboard. See, this is a server name. So all I need is this server name. Okay, then I can access the database. So this is a database, Lands Transport Corp. So this is a database name. It got that centralized system tracking data of checkpoints. Okay, so I'll select Azure, click on Azure SQL database, connect. So I have to give server name here. The one just I copied. Okay, so this is a server name which is on Azure. Okay, so here now when you get data from Azure service, you have two options. Either you can directly import the data into your system, or you can run it as direct query. So these options will be there only for non-files data. So for files, always it is import. If you are getting data from a non-file, then yeah, so you have that option of directly linking it. So nothing will be stored in the analysis file. So it will have only reference points, as in then the analysis gets loaded or refreshed, so data will be brought from the live system. So that is direct query. Import is data is directly embedded into this analytics file. Okay, so when we are connecting to RDBMS data points, data sources, we also have an option to write SQL statements here. So this is a panel where we write SQL statements, set command timeout. There are some of the advanced properties that we got here. Okay, so right now I will import the data, okay, into the system, and so I'll click OK. So you might be getting doubt. I said all files will be directly imported. There is no direct query option. What if the data changes in the file? All you have to do is make sure that file is in the right place where supposed to be, and click refresh here. The latest data in the file will get loaded automatically into the Power BI analysis. But unless you click refresh, latest data will not reflect if it is file. Okay, so this is a database, this is a server, this is a database. In database I have these two tables, checkpoints and checkpoint points. I'll pull these two tables into Power BI analysis. Okay, this is a different way of getting data in the system. This is real-time data. Once I get that here, I'll tell you the model. It's loading the data into the analysis. Okay, so here we go. So we got checkpoints. So checkpoints are, you know, the actual designated halts. Suppose vehicle supposed to stop there. So these checkpoints have there's some names and then the IDs, then the flags like information like they have fuel station, they have refreshments, it's an interchange point, they have warehouse, the service center, and it's active, the checkpoint is active at the moment or not. So this is checkpoint information. Then we have a many to many mapping relation table, checkpoint trips. So these are two tables that we got from Azure database. So this will map trip ID to checkpoint ID. This is many to many. A trip will have multiple checkpoints. Multiple trips can pass through a checkpoint. Okay, so this is a relation how it is created this table. So it will do the mapping. It will see the trip ID and it will check whether if the trip has crossed the checkpoint, it will make an entry into this table. Okay. So now we'll go to relations. We'll understand the relations here. We'll spend some time in understanding these relations. If the key namings are correct, if they have correct key names, then the relations are automatically created. Okay. Uh, so if you can see here, so these two tables, categories and shippers, that we got from open data. Yeah, Northwind open data. So these two tables we got from Azure. So you can see these are the checkpoints, and these checkpoints are linked to our actual data with this many to many link table. Okay, so what it will do, it will join trip ID to this trip ID and checkpoint ID to checkpoint ID. So you open this relation just to check out. You see here checkpoint trip ID is mapped to trip ID in trips, and here
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. What area do you go to change and reshape the data in Power BI? A. Data transformation. B. Data editing. C. Question editor. D. Data modeling. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
checkpoint ID in checkpoint table is mapped to checkpoint ID in trips. So this is a, and you see here this is many to one. So this is many to one, and this is here many to many. So the actual many to many relation is established here. So you can see this is one to many, and this is also from one to many. So the many to many established relation is broken down into a link table, the help of link table here. Okay, so this is a kind of normalization. It's called fourth normalization. Okay, so that's how a data model is created. Remember this is a reference table that we created just on the fly to create buckets. Yeah, so we don't need to link this table to any existing tables here. Okay, uh, so now we have this. So another important thing that I want to mention here is, so when you mark a, uh table as cross filter direction as both, when you set this feature that cross filter direction can apply to both. Okay, it means that if you filter by checkpoints, if you want to see per checkpoint how many trips have been covered, yes, you can see for checkpoint how many trips were covered, you can see. At the same way, per trip how many checkpoints were covered, yes, you can see that. So this is both way, filter can work in both ways relations. So that's why we actually by default also all the relations gets created in bidirectional. So these are bidirectional relations. This is different. This is nothing to do with this link, this one to many, many to many. This is the cardinality actually. So the, the thing I am telling you about is bidirectional filtering. So that is like per checkpoint I want to see how many trips were passed from that checkpoint in a day or in a year, that I can do. So from here to here filtering. The same way per trip how many checkpoints were covered from here to here. So that is bidirectional relation filtering. Okay. So that is possible with Power BI. You can click manage relations and view all the relations at a time, whatever the relations are there. Okay. And yeah, now it's the time to get into Power Query. So these assignments were targeted to cover Power Query basics. Okay. So Power Query here can be browsed by clicking on this edit query. So if you click on this edit query, it will open a panel. Yeah, this is a panel where we actually do Power Query stuff. Okay. Yeah, you see this, all the tables will reflect here. Okay, it has bunch of options like transformation, so like column formattings. Yeah, here in this first panel we do a lot of column formattings, transformations, edit column transformations, column level, table level transformations, column level transformations. So you can do lot of data modeling stuff. This is different from DAX. Okay, so this is different from DAX. So this is Power Query. So in everything you write here is M, is also called as M. Okay, we don't actually write anything, at least in this assignment. So we will actually use all these options that are available here in this transformations panel. Okay. The first thing is, if you want to modify any existing data source pointer, so we have like data coming from Excel sheet. Maybe if the path has changed, yes, you can change the source again. You can select the relevant path, or the credentials has changed, or the link URL has changed. You can. So in this analytics, we are getting data from 3 different sources. All the sources we can see here. We can set permissions. We can do things around changing the data source properties. Okay, I'll do a basic transformation. So what I'll do, we have some inbuilt intelligence options here. So I will extract from ship date, I'll go to transformations, and in date transformations I'll take a week of the year. What is a week of the year? So I just click on that, so you check out what happens. So ship date now is created as week of the year. Okay, so this is now changed. Ship date is now changed into week of year. Okay, so maybe this is not how I want to do the transformation. So the good thing here is, so any transformation that you apply on a table, any transformation that gets applied on a table can be viewed here. All steps will be listed here. Okay, so if you don't want that calculation to take place, you can simply uncheck that and take that transformation out. Okay, so we have that options here. We can set the data type here on the fly. We have all data type options. We can filter the data that we don't want. Okay, so extract, we can do extraction. Okay, now what I will do, I will duplicate this column. I will do what? I will duplicate this column. So for that we have an option format where in home, keep row split. Yeah, so this is copy of ship date, and this copy I will only show week of year. Okay, so now I got this as a new column. That's what I was looking at in the first place. You see, it gets added as a new column, week of the year. So we need to go to add column panel. We need to go to add column panel, not here. In the transformations, it will do transformation of the existing column. Yeah, that's not how I wanted to show. Yeah, so that's one way of doing it. We don't want to show the column in the current format. We want to flip it altogether to a new format. We can do this. Now here I added as a column, so I extracted. So this is not DAX. Okay, remember, this is not DAX. So this is like, you can see here, transformations, go home and choose advanced editor. So it will just show you. So this is the Power Query language here. So you can see here, so this is add column, week of year. It is extracting and adding as a column. Okay, so that is a step again that we see here. We will simply name it as shipping week. And in addition to that, see, just like number on when you represent it on a visualization will not make much sense. So what I will do, I will do a little further transformations. What I will do, I will add prefix. Prefix would be week. Okay, yeah, this looks neat. Now save this. So we will cover more these transformations more. For now, I just wanted to show the overall view how it looks. We got transformations we can directly apply on the tables. We can add columns with functions. So all the steps that we do will be listed here. At any point in time, we don't want certain steps, we can remove them. And once we are done with this Power Query thing, we need to click this close and apply, or apply. So then that will reflect into our actual development environment. Okay, so where we have reports, tables, and relations. We just came out of query window now, Power Query window. Now you go to tables, check out trips. On trips, we should find this. So if you click on this column, you don't actually see any formula here. You click on this, you will see a formula here, because this column is created by DAX. So this is a DAX formula. But if you click on this, it's nothing you see here, because this is created by Power Query. Okay, we can do much advanced things with Power Query. We'll discuss that. Okay, now let's build a new dashboard. Call it checkpoint analysis. So I will now show you that many to many bidirectional filter, how it actually works, and all that things. So I will first do what? I will first get destination city. Okay, there I have destination city. I will change it to a side by side stack bar. On this, I will show first how many checkpoints each trip has crossed. So checkpoints, yeah. So yeah, the aggregated number of trips were crossing these checkpoints in these cities, these cities. Now I want to compare. I want to do a comparative study, like how many were actually intended to be covered. So what I'll do, I'll go to that table where we had many to many relations, so checkpoint IDs. So these checkpoint IDs I will pull into this bar diagram. Count of checkpoint IDs. Yeah, so count of checkpoint IDs. So this is my target. This is my target. So this would be on trip per city. Okay, per city per trip. So we are adding all those checkpoints at a trip level. So that's why count. Here we don't need to add. So at a trip level, okay, because at a trip level this is already added and we are seeing the data. So at a trip level we have this information, like this trip ID has covered 7 checkpoints. But if you actually go to that table, then we see that trip ID. If you map that trip ID, and we will see how many checkpoints were covered. So that count is what we are getting here, count of checkpoint ID. So this is a target. So this is, you can rename to make it more readable. Target checkpoint ID. So these are the targets that need to be covered. Yeah, okay, so this is actual checkpoints that are covered and count of targeted checkpoints. So this is a variation. So you can see here, most of the states that is meeting. Okay, so but here if you see, in some states target checkpoints are more than the actual covered, and in some states more checkpoints were covered than they assigned, so more delay in the delivery. So these are the states where trucks are heavily getting broken or halted or stopped. That's why they are covering more checkpoints than the intended actual. Here this is a perfect. In this destination city, all the vehicles going towards this destination city are perfectly adhering to the compliance of the checkpoints. Okay, so that like that we can do comparative study of this is a kind of auditing dashboard. Okay, now we will do a actual view here. We will see the transactional view. So for that I will pull a table visualization, and in the table visualization I will select fields like the trip ID, actual trip ID. Just click select on that trip ID. Okay, then we have customer, origin city, destination city, targeted ship days, trip type, and some more fields from other tables like shipper, category, and finally the auditing information. So how many checkpoints this trip has covered and how many were intended to be covered. So this target should be shown as count. Okay, there you go. So we have this detailed visualization. See, it has an intelligence to put up total line for numeric columns. Here it doesn't make much sense. So what I'll do, I can take that out. General, we can take out totals bar. Okay, now we can see in detail this data. We click on particular destination city. The data related to all the destination city will be visible here. A single click, ascending, descending, sorting. You can do sorting also on this data. Okay, so this is a detailed view. We can put details views like this with table visualization. But the thing is, right now at the moment, table visualizations doesn't support row level selection. You can't select a row in this table visualization. That's not possible. You can select that only on bar charts or any other visualizations. Selection within a table visualization is not possible. Only overall filters will work. Okay, I'll put one more filter. So this time I will do aggregated study, not like a transactional study. So for that I have to go for matrix. So get matrix here, matrix, and in this matrix what all I'll pull. First I'll get the trip type. Per trip type we have domestic, intercom, and international, and players in this each category. In each category we have, okay, all three players are uh, doing business in every category. Okay, and then we will put categories also. Yeah, so these are the categories within each. Now on this I will put checkpoint adherence, like, so actual checkpoints, values would be checkpoints, and then go to this and get targeted checkpoints. See, so we have totals, subtotals for each level. Automatically they have come up here, and we have data like this. What we can do, we can actually put this trip type in columns and can view data like this also. Per within domestic, how is the variance? Let's, before doing that, do some formal arrangement of columns. Yeah, then get this into column. So this is a normal mat. Generally in Excel also we compose, right? We have some options. We have some nice formatting options that are available here, like you can go and change the style of this matrix. For example, this I like, and we have also like this black header or just flashy rows. Yeah, this is good. Okay, okay, fine. We can add one more column onto this. We can put by origin state. It's okay. Yeah, this visualization is good. So now we do what? Now we remember we have extracted week numbers. We'll see this trend by week. This compilance, how they are adhering to the compilance. by week wise. So instead of destination city, I will use the column that I created, the new column. Where is it? Shipping week. This is week wise adherence. We will split this into line chart. Okay, so the adherence is good. So we see always the number of checkpoints covered are never going down below. So here in some weeks we see lot of variance. For some weeks the difference is more, so the compliance is less. Okay, and some weeks they are uh, aligning to each other, so where the compliance is good. So like that we can understand. See, one more thing I want to show in this modeling is, we don't, in this general modeling, you see here weak numbers are not properly sorted. Yeah, so we want to do that sorting. So what we can do, we can select that column. See, 1, 10, 11, that's not the way, because it's a text column, right? So that's why it is doing on text based sorting. So we can do custom sorting. Select week number. Where is week number? Yeah, shipping week. And we also have week of the year, right? Do we have it, or we lost it? If we don't, we will compose it. We have shipping week. Okay, I have directly appended that. Yeah, I have directly appended that. So what I'll do, I'll create a new column. So just to pull week number. So for this I will write, uh, I will go to Power Query. I'll not do, I can write a DAX, but that's not what I will do. I'll go to Power Query. I'll add a new column, and from ship date I will extract week number. So I did this already, but what I did, I got week of the year, but then I selected that and I went to transformation and I prefixed some text. Like in formatting, I prefixed some text. So that's how I got this. Now I'll not do this. I'll keep this column as is, this new column, and I'll use that column for doing custom sorting. See, I could have created that column using DAX also, but this assignment is more often Power Query usage. Okay, so now we have this column. Now this column should get sorted based on this column. How do I do that? Select the column that we are supposed to sort, shipping week. Select that column, go to modeling. In modeling, we already saw how to change data types, categorize them, do a dollar symbol or percentage, these options, right? Formatting and properties. We also have sort option here. Click on this column, we can select. So this is the default sorting happening based on that column. We can change, we can select on what column the sorting should happen. So see here now, week 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, perfectly sorted. Yeah, based on that column. This is custom sorting. For this, you don't need to go to Power Query. Here that we have it in data modeling. Data modeling, along with adding column or measure, we can do custom sorting also. We have explored all these features in modeling. Okay, we can add new page from here also. Instead of clicking tab, we can add new page here, or duplicate existing page. Instead of clicking on visualization, we can click here and add a new visualization and later select what kind of visualization it should be. Yeah, we can add text box images like we do in PowerPoint or Word. Yeah, we can do things like that. You can go and manage relations from here, or we can click here and see all the relations that are there on the table on one go here on this manage relationships window. Okay, so now I completed a proper dashboard analysis. Now in this for this corporation, from the data they have given us, we have constructed a dashboard, overall overview kind of a dashboard, which gives you a brief peek into the data. And then we have built one analysis file for delivery analysis, to do the delivery analysis, then also a checkpoint analysis. Now I'll save this and we'll publish this. Remember, when you're publishing, don't select any data, because it will get saved and published in the same manner. And always be on page 1 while publishing. So now click publish. So it will ask us to sign in. Yeah, I have to do the sign in. Yeah, so I did the authentication, I signed into the application. So now it is asking whether to replace the data set. Yes. And now it is publishing this to the Power BI cloud service. So see, the desktop client is free. Anyone can download this and start building applications and share the file. So when I save this, it actually gets saved as like this, a file. Now when I publish this, this will go and sit on cloud service. So for cloud service, you need to take subscriptions. So those subscriptions are chargeable. So $10 per month right now, but we can set up free trial. We can set up free trial which is for 60 days. So I am actually using a free trial now. Just we'll get rid of this. So it's going for second authentication. So we just finished authentication here process. So now that DXP, the local DXP will be published onto this cloud service. Okay, so now we can see all those three panels here, all those three dashboards here. From here I can specifically pin visualizations onto the dashboard. So remember, we already created dashboard in our first assignment, Lance Corp dashboard. Yeah, we already pinned some visualizations there from our first dashboard. Now I'm pinning from our second and third dashboards. Okay, and this trend line, pin this trend line also. Okay, now you go and check out that dashboard. You see more visualizations now here on this panel. They have to stabilize this. It's still not very user friendly arranging the styles here. Okay, so now you see here, this is the dashboard we got. Now we can go into full page mode. I look at this dashboard. So now this page is coming from delivery analysis. Now I click this, it will take me to delivery analysis tab here. Yeah, back. Now I have seen this checkpoint analysis. Okay, and now I click on this. I'll go to checkpoint analysis panel. So these are the dashboards that we prepare and deploy onto cloud service. Anybody access to this cloud account can analysis files. We can share them. We can share the dashboards. We can share, and we can also publish. We can embed the copy and we can publish. So we'll start our next assignment 5. So in this assignment we will cover data transformations, more data transformations using Power Query. Okay, and we will be utilizing a new data set for this assignment, which is state university admissions. So I'll give you a little walkthrough of this data. I'll give a brief overview of what this data is. So this is the number of applications received by various universities located in USA. So we have data like the institution ID, institution name, school name, and the university it's affiliated to, number of applications received, the total number of applications received, and then the split by foreign applications, Hispanic, Indian applications, Asian, Black, specific. So race wise, number of applications received in each university in each state. Okay, so this is a main data set, university applications, and then we have a data set which will give us the information like how many universities are there in each state universities, and how much fund they are receiving, state fund, and how much trust, so the accumulated fund they have with them.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. The principal arrival of Power BI depends on which of the following: A. Microsoft Excel, B. Microsoft Word, C. Microsoft PowerPoint, D. Microsoft Outlook. Comment on your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, per state, and these are the targets. So these are the targets. Number of applications should be received by each state.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
For various years. Okay, so now we are in 2010, so the data is from 2010 to 2016. Okay, so this is a data set that we have. So this data set now I'll take into Power BI. Okay, so this will create another instance of Power BI desktop. So we'll be performing all these transformations using Power Query. I'll close this. So let's get data from the university admissions. Oh, there is a problem here. Okay, so actually what happens when you're trying to access files which are prior to 2007 release, so which has XLS extension, yeah, so we need to have special drivers for that. Yeah, there I go. So now I got 32-bit access drivers, so I'll install them. So actually Power BI also comes in two versions, the 64-bit and 32-bit. Based on the operating system, we will install the 32-bit or 62-bit. So here this is Power BI desktop 64-bit and this is 32-bit. Okay, I'm putting the access drivers. This will help in reading Excel files prior to 2007 release. So I got these drivers from this website, so you can download from here, access drivers. Just when you click on download, it will ask which version you want. This is 32-bit. If there is no extension mentioned, it's 32-bit. Generally it would be mentioned as 84 or 86, not very sure, but for 64-bit it would be clearly written as 64-bit. Okay, so the installation is over. Let's get back to the file. So you can actually clearly see here the problem, that why it is unable to read that Excel file. Now retry. I'll get the data. So let's get all three sheets into Power BI desktop. Set tick load. Don't need to set preview now because we know already what data we are pulling in. Okay, so what is happening is now the data from all the sheets is getting embedded into the system, and table, schema, data model, everything is getting created, detecting relationships. Yeah, so see, now we got all three tables here, and then if there are any relations that will be created. I don't think now we have any relations here. Okay, yeah, let's get back to the data. So we have state-wise target, state-wise universities, and then university applications. Fine, so let's rename them, give proper names to these tables. State targets, so these are funds university funds, and then applications, simple name. Okay, so we got applications, we then got targets state-wise, and then we got funds universities wise. I think even this data is at university level, state level, state targets and state funds state wise. Okay, so now after loading this data, so this is the university data, right? Okay, after loading the data, I realized that there are some more applications in a different data sheet. Okay, now I want to get that data as well. Okay, like so here we have university admissions data, right? So actually if you see, there's another file which got charter as in these are state universities but ran by private organizations. They are under private management, but they get funds from the state. Okay, so here, so they are more accountable. The accountability will be high in such institutions. Fine. So now I have data here. So these are the applications received by charter universities. So I want to take this data into Power BI. So go Excel, take charter applications. So this version is different. XLS X. Earlier was XLS. Yeah, open. Once data is loaded into Power BI, you don't need to bother about which version of Excel we are getting the data from. Okay, now this is a table we got here. Charter applications, right? Yeah, so now I don't want to have two data sets separately because both contain same data, same number of columns. Sorry, not same data, same metadata, same number of columns, column formats, everything. It's just that we have different data sets. Now I want to append this data set to this. I want to make this as part of this. So what I have to do is get into Power Query, Query Editor. So we'll start with appending data and then we'll explore all possible data transformations that we can do on data using this Power Query editor. Okay, so we have applications. This is a table. Now on this table I want to append charter applications data. So now I select this table. Okay, and go here. So here we have options. So you want to merge queries or append queries. So in our case it will be append queries. Append works as union in SQL, union all. Okay, so here we have options, append query or append query as new. So it will append that new query and create a new table. Now I don't want to create a new table, I want to append to the existing table, so this table itself. So it's like two tables or more than two, it's just two table. What is the table that you want to append? So this is the current table. Now we are in, for this table we will be appending charter applications. Okay, yes, the appending is completed. Close and apply. We'll just verify that. Open this actual admissions file. So how many rows we got here? We have approximately 4K. Yeah, we have approximately 4K records. Now you see here we have 4K. Data didn't get reflect. Okay, actually we have to do refresh from the model. Yeah, so the refresh has finished. So now you can see now the total has increased. It's now reflecting 5000. So earlier it was 4K. Now we have 5K records. So 5K applications. So that additional applications, charter applications, have been appended to this original set. Yeah. Now that we have appended data here, can we delete this? No, we don't need this, right? We can delete this. Can we do that? Try. It will throw an error saying that this cannot be deleted because it is being referenced in another application, in another query applications. Yeah, so actually that is a virtual join, I mean virtual appending. So there is no actual data integration into this table. It still have data on this table, but it has created a bridge. So we need to have this table, but any expression that we write, any function that we write on applications will reflect on both the sets. We'll treat as one single set in applications. Okay, the main table. So we have the entire set of records here in this main table applications. So now I'll do I'll do some text functions. So text functions like, so here you see institution name. This institution name is a combination of university name and state code, CA, CS California. Yeah, so here we have state code also clubbed with institution name. We don't have that column anywhere else in the data set. We don't have that state code again anywhere else. That is essential for us because you see the other two data sets, they are all led by state code. So we need to have that state code separated here. So how? Let's do that here. So select the column and select columns split columns by delimiter. So how will we split this? So what is a delimiter? I mean, we can see that each word is separated by space, but every word is separated by space. So I can't split by space. I get a lot of words. So we have advanced features here, advanced settings that we can rely on. So first we select the delimiter, the separator, word separator. In our case, it is a space. Yeah, space is being, and split by what? At the leftmost delimiter, rightmost delimiter, or each occurrence. In our case, it happens to be the rightmost delimiter. We can write more delimiters. If you don't have anything, we can type the delimiters if it is not available in this list. So okay, so click OK. Now the column gets splitted. Yeah, we have a new column now. Let's rename these columns. Leave this as institution name, and this one state code. And so this is one of the basic text operations that I have done. So we can do more text operations, like we go and you see the school name. Yeah, school name, it's all in small letters, right? Let's increase the readability of this column. Select this. There are more transformations. In transformations, format, capitalize each word. I like this option. So capitalize each word. See, now it will get camel notation. So anything you do on transformations, you don't need to worry. It will not create any new column or anything. It will replace the data in the existing column. And you can see for every action that we are doing, a new step is getting created. At any point in time, you can move back and check what the data was at this point in time. What was the data at this point? Yeah, you can actually check. If you don't want a particular step, you can get rid of that here. Just click here, it will be cancelled. Okay. We'll come back here. We have more options here, like column level options. We can format text. We can set the type. We can set the data type. We can strong type. We can rename. Fill empty values. You have empty cells. You want to fill with the preceder or the successor, filling down or filling up. Replace pivot. Yeah, we'll come here. We'll come and we'll explore all these options in detail. First, we'll go to other data sets. So here I have state targets, right? Yeah, let's start with state funds. So this table is good, but actually if you see, the column names are not properly aligned here. So I have an option here. So you can go and do use first row as header. Use first row as header, or use headers as first row. So we got this option. So I'll select this use first row as headers. So yeah, there I go. So I have columns here and names, but this is not correct. See, right? See, these are states, but under states I don't have universities, funds, and all. So this data is in flat mode. So I want to transpose this data. Then it becomes meaningful. So I will take this step temporarily out. I'll not do that step. So before doing that, I will do a transpose of this data. So select the table and say transpose. Flip the data. Now it is more readable and more convenient. We can easily do the reporting. We can establish a join between our applications and this table using state code. And we can retrieve state-wise number of universities and the funds they got. So what are the options that you see here in this ribbon? Transform or add column. You can see most of the options here also. Use first row as header. Okay, so this is a valid, proper data table, best suits for reporting. Let's do similar stuff here in state targets also. Here we have to be little careful here. You see here we have state codes and then state-wise target. So what I have to do is here two operations. See, the first thing is I have to do a pivot of this data. But before doing that, I have to transpose this data because I want to do pivot year-wise. Yeah, you'll understand that. We'll see. First, we will do the transpose of this data. So I have state names, state codes, and then years and year-wise targets. Okay. Where did state code go? Okay, so state code will disappear when you do transpose on this kind of data. So before doing transpose, we actually have to take this out. Use header row as a column, as a regular row, header row as a data row, so that states will also be in column, and when I do transpose, they will the state codes will be in a row, and when I do transpose, that row will convert into a column, because only rows will convert into columns, not headers. Okay, when I do transpose, that's when I earlier did transpose, all state codes disappeared. I want to have them. Yeah, so we have state code and year wise targets. Now is the time to make this as header. See why I did transpose. I did transpose because I wanted years here, not state codes. I wanted years. Now I'll go and select all the years. I'll go and select all the years and then do unpivot. You can do unpivot of selected columns, or you can do unpivot of columns that are not selected. So I'll click this. So this all gets unpivot. Now it is a tower. Now it is easy to use. We have state code and year wise targets, but I don't want previous year's targets because I don't need to show them anymore on my dashboard. So I have data only for current year. So let's filter this set. So when I filter this set, the underlying data will also get filtered. So for the reporting purposes, only the data which I select here will be available. It is completely filtered. Okay, so now I select 2006. Now I have data only for 2016. Now that I have latest data only for latest year, I don't need this column anymore. I can remove this column. Yeah, it is possible. So now I have state codes and then targets for that state codes, because my entire data is for current year. The two files that I got, they are for current year. So there's no need of maintaining that unnecessary data. So I can filter and I can ignore. This tool is very powerful. You can do lot many operations like that. Okay, now let's get back to the applications. And now here I don't want to have this as a separate table. The state funds, yeah, let's leave it as a separate table because we have more columns here. Okay, but this has only one column, values. So instead of maintaining this as a separate table, what I will do, I will merge this table into applications. I will merge that into applications. So how will I do? So we'll go to home tab, and here we have an option to merge queries. Merge the existing, which is applications, the master set. So to this I will merge state targets on what, on state code here with the state code here. Remember the state code we extracted from this institution? Yeah, we are using that now. So we are joining these two, and the join that we selected will be left outer. So it will ensure that we will not miss any data from the master data set. So if there are no targets for any state code, then for those states it will show blank, but it will not ignore those states in our main data set, which is very safe. Okay, because we don't want to lose any data from the applications. If that's not the choice, you want only those states where there were targets, then go for inner join, only matching rows. Okay, fine. So safe option, left outer, select that. So that is added now. You have to select the field that you want. So what I want in this, I want just the value, not the entire table, just the value. Value is the target. I'll rename that column. Okay. So we have a state-wise target appended here. We don't see all the data here. It's just a little preview. But yeah, believe me, that merge is appropriately calculated, applied. Okay, so yeah, so now we finished that. We have more options, like we can uh, choose certain columns that we want, and we can ignore columns that we don't want. We can like remove the columns that just we did in state targets. Keep rows, so we want to remove certain rows from top. So this is data cleaning. This is actual data cleaning. Yeah, data in some terminologies is called data massaging. So yeah, we can sort a column and then group by, and then we do all this stuff. Yeah, let's go. And so in transformation also we have a lot of transformation features, like replacing values. We want to replace it in certain value, we can do that. Pivot, unpivot, yeah, split columns, text operations. Then we have numeric operations. If there are any date, then we can extract time, day, date, week, all that. Yeah, date intelligence, we have that. We'll add column now. We'll explore this tab. We'll add a conditional column to this application table. So in this conditional column, so this is a UI for creating a conditional column. I'll name this as applications status. So what I'll do, I'll create 3 categories, like high, normal and low. High is for more number of applications, low and medium. Okay, so before that, let's check out. So in this I want to just check out uh, applications, total applications that are received here. So this field will give us total number of applications. Okay, total number of applications received from all states. So this I will split by institution ID, and I will see this as a table. So institution ID, actually this is not the correct, so this is institution name. Yeah, so institution name. And let's check out the maximum number and minimum number. Okay, put this as a bar, or I can do better than this. So what I'll do, I will select by institution name, not by institution name. Minimum value, institution wise minimum value. Okay, let's just take the count of applications received in each institution and put a reference line. A reference line for average. I don't think we have an average line here. Okay, let's go for the line and then we put a average line. average line add by count of applications. Okay, so we see this is the average line. Let's show data table for data label for that average line. So average number of applications received in each university across universities. Data label on. Okay. Yeah, so that's somewhere around 16.22. Yeah, so that's 16.22. So that's the average value. Okay, why I wanted that I will shortly tell you. Okay, let's take this out from here. Get back to the query editor. So now here I will create a new column, conditional column. So in conditional column, status, column name would be total number of applications. So the order of this conditions, is very important, because that's how this gets evaluated. This expression gets evaluated. Okay, so if it is less than or equal to, we have total all races less than. If it is less than, say we just check this 20, right, is average, so I'll go and I'll put it as, if it is less than 20, slightly above than average, yeah, we will, it shouldn't be slightly above average. If it is less than 15, low, output should be low. I can actually type a text, or I can select a column. If I want to show any column, yeah, instead of a number I can show that, or I can simply type a value. Next rule, total applications, if it is less than 15. So if so how this gets evaluated, so we don't need to check between a range like 15 to 30 like that. So if a value is, this calculation happens at a row level, if value is less than 15, then it will show as low. If not, then it will pass to the next statement. So in this next statement I will check if it is less than 50. If it is less than 50, yeah, so this is normal. Number of applications received is normal. Add another rule. If it is not 50, if it is say greater than or equal to 50, after reaching here, if it is not below 15, it is not below 50, or I can say now I can put any upper limit here. I don't want to write again less than. I'll just say if it is 50 or more than 50, high. So yeah, that's why this order of evaluation is very important. You can actually move this order up or down, or you can take out a condition. Yeah, so options are there. This is a default option. If nothing is passed, so you want to have on default values, yeah, we can put that here. Okay, so you see that new column has been added here. Okay, so you can actually check syntax for this. When anything we do in Power Query, what happens actually, a Power M script gets generated. So these are script. So we added this additional column, right? This can also be added like this using the function each if. Each if is a function. So each if, then else if. So it has similar syntax to other programming languages. Then last is else null. If nothing is specified in otherwise condition, right? So that's why null. So this is the M syntax. So we just added, so here it will show the last operation. We just added the conditional column here. Okay, we have other columns, like most of the times we may want to have one unique identifier for each row. If there are any duplicates, you want to generate a unique identifier. That is nothing but an index column. Index, you can start it from 0 or we can start it from 0 or 1 or any value that we want, and a unique key will be generated for each row. Sometimes it will be very handy. Yeah. And if you want to write a more composite column, custom column, then we can go and write it in M. Using M, we can create more complex column like a date functions. We want to extract days and then add it to another field, compose a new date out of it. Any expression we can write here and compose custom columns. So these are the transformations that which we did. Let's check out. Did we? Yeah. So yeah, most of the transformations we covered. Summary tables. Yeah, let's do the summary tables. So now I have this data, so I want to create a summary table. Like I want to store.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. What area do you go to change and reshape the data in Power BI? A. Data transformation. B. Data editing. C. Question editor. D. Data modeling. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Applications received, actual application received by institution name. Yeah, by institution name, the number of applications received. So I can do that group by. So if I do group by, this existing table will get modified. Yeah, this existing table gets modified. But that's not what I want to do. So what I have to do, see, let's first do that here once. Okay, group by. So I can do group by institution ID. No, by I want to do by institution name. Institution name, what I want to do, I want to do count of rows. Yeah, this is what exactly I want to see. How many applications received per institution. Okay. No need to select any column here because we are counting rows. So what happens, this existing table gets transformed and a new aggregation table will be placed. See, this entire thing has been replaced. So these are the universities and those are the number of applications received. So there is a new table that got created, but actually this is the existing table got transformed like this. Maybe this is not how I want to do. So what I will do, I will create a duplicate copy of this table. Applications, right click. We have some options here as well. Right click on the table, you get some options. Say duplicate. So this application table gets duplicated. Now this, give a name, applications aggregation. It's still loading. Okay, here it is. I got it. So on this table, I will do aggregation. So before doing that, I don't want to have all these operations. So like adding that conditional column, capitalizing, renaming columns. Yeah, change split columns. Yes, leave it till there. Actually, I don't need split columns also. Split by delay. Append query. Yes, keep data up to here. On top of this, now go and compose aggregation. Yeah, so this is still referring to this data set. Now on this I'll do group by institution ID. No, not institution ID, institution name. Okay, so this is an aggregation table which is part of our data model. Now we can make aggregation tables like this. So we have covered most of the transformations that are available in query editor. So I got back to Power BI desktop.
So why do we require a certification to begin with? When you can think about it, if you have a certification, it means it's a stamp of excellence, right? It means you've put in a lot of work, a lot of time, a lot of effort into learning something new and making use of it, right? And this is not that. It'll get you a good job, of course, and you'll get a substantial increase in pay compared to a person who is non-certified. See, if a person who's non-certified, let's say, can get a 20% raise, you might be expecting somewhere around 50 or 70% raise with the certification program as well. I mean, of course, it depends on the individual and it depends on how much work you've put in, but at the end of the day, it's very lucrative to have a certification is my point. And then there's many corporate requirements, right? So let's say there's a very big player, an MNC, who wants to hire you, but then they require some sort of certification, let's say from Microsoft itself, right? So there are multiple certifications from Microsoft that we'll be discussing, and they'll be like, hey, if you have this, you can apply for a company. And if you do not have it, of course, there is no chance that you can get in there, right? And they'll be paying really well. They hire across the world. It's not just that. There's many companies who have multiple requirements that you have to shoot through to get the job. So when you think about it, a certification program is going to give you a good chunk of knowledge and an equal amount of projects. This is what a good certification program means. It's just not all theoretical or all practical. It's the best of both worlds, where you're going to make use of your knowledge in real-time industry level projects, where you can sort of verify whatever you have learned, put it into implementation and actually use it. See, business intelligence has come into our world because we have a lot of problems, regarding understanding what happened in the past or what's happening in the future. So not just this any IT concept, it's put into place because there's a problem and we need a solution. You guys as Power BI experts will be solving problems day in and day out. So your problem can be from a variety of domain, be it from the field of medical, be it military, be it space, a lot of different things as well. So when your domain is this wide, it becomes vital that you understand the latest certification offerings there are. From Microsoft itself, we have two main exams that you will have to clear, if you're considering to become an expert in Power BI. One is the DA 100, which is the data analytics exam, involves analyzing data with Microsoft Power BI. And then we have another exam, it's the 7778, through which you'll be analyzing and visualizing data using BI as well. So let's talk about these two examinations. Right? So let's start with the DA 100. This course expects you to have certain so this examination is going to test you on these things. One, how well can you prepare the data, how well you model the data, and how can you visualize the data, and of course analyze it and deploy and maintain variables at the end of it as well. So when you think about pricing, right, all of these examinations have a certain fee that you have to pay for the people at Microsoft. And I didn't want to mention the fee because it keeps changing rapidly. And when you think about the current times with the COVID-19 pandemic, they're offering huge amounts of discount. And as of what I've been seeing for the last couple of weeks, the price is changing. So I really don't want to put up one price and to see it increase or decrease later. For the pricing details, of course, all you have to do is Google exam DA 100, and you can get all the latest pricings on the Microsoft website itself. So let's talk about each of these points for a second. See, when you're talking about preparing the data, right, to clear this examination, to clear DA 100, what's expected of you in terms of preparation of data? First thing is you need to have the knowledge of how you can pull the data from various data sources and how you can profile these. See, we profile the data if there is a requirement for data to be very clean, or if your data is erroneous. You cannot feed erroneous data to the later parts of the chain where we're going to analyze it and visualize it, because at the end of the day, these anomalies, these errors in the data is going to harm your visualization way more than you think. So it's very vital that you prepare the data in hand, you clean it, you understand where to pick it from, and of course you'll be transforming the data as well, right? So when you think about it, right, here's a food for thought. Data is like raw ingredients. Sometimes it has to be clean no matter what. Sometimes you have to think about it like food. Think about it like literally food, right? You'll have to boil it, you'll have to fry it, you'll have to do something to it to make sure it's edible, right? When you think so this is exactly like that. You have to transform your data from it being a raw entity into making it useful information. So in that particular case, this is what you will need in this step of data preparation. And then coming to modeling the data. See, modeling the data will involve you having the capability to actually design and develop a variety of data models, because data modeling is the heart of your visualization, right? Because when you think about it, at the end of the day, you'll be performing a lot of analytics, applying algorithms, and use of it effectively as well. Efficiency is something you really have to be worried about when you're thinking about modeling the data. And then it's not just development of model, you'll be making use of DAX. See, DAX is basically data analytics expressions. It's actually a library of functions and operations that are used to build what we call as expressions in Power BI. So to create all of these, you need to have an offhand experience of either working with DAX, or of course you need to be certified and have some experience working with DAX as well. And it's just not this, in the state of modeling the data, you have to have the capability to optimize the model performance as well. See, creating a good visualization from scratch is easy, but then creating an optimum model, creating a model to the best of your capabilities, to the best of the ability of the data itself, well, that's definitely going to take some skill, guys. So modeling the data is a very important step that you have to know in case if you have to clear the DA 100. And then the next step is to visualize the data. See, with visualization, Power BI is all about visualization, right? So you need to have the ability to create detailed reports. You need to have the ability to create dashboard for mobile applications and others as well. See, at the end of the day, the person who's viewing your dashboards or the person viewing your charts can be on a mobile device, because let's be honest, right? Most of us are on our mobile phones looking for solutions, and having the ability to showcase your Power BI results on the mobile platform is very interesting and needed, right? So for that case, you need to have the ability to create dashboards for mobiles. And it's just not this. Be it a desktop user, be it a mobile user, you need to have the ability to create good looking visualizations in a way where you're enriching the user experience and the user interface. You can create beautiful looking graphs, let me be honest with that, but if you cannot place it together, if you cannot add good coloring, well, at the end of the day, your effort might go in vain. So to create aesthetically pleasing graphs, you have to understand what drives a good user interface and how well your customers are taking into the user experience of the charts and dashboards that you're providing as well. So in that particular case, it's very important you know this to clear DA 100. And coming to the main part of the data where we're trying to analyze it, well, you need to drive insights from the reports, and you need to have the ability to perform advanced analytics as well. At the end of the day, you can get away with the basics, probably having minimal to beginners training. But if you have to perform advanced analysis, split out and separate out these things where you really will not get confused anymore. So deployment and maintaining of your final results, right? That is definitely something that's required in DA 100 as well. So as I mentioned in the beginning, let me reiterate regarding the pricing policy. It keeps changing depending on the country that you're from. It keeps changing on a lot of factors that's happening around the world. So make sure to head to the Microsoft websites to check out the current pricing with DA 100. And then the next certification program that we're going to talk about is the 70778. Again, this is an examination that's put into place to analyze and visualize data with Microsoft BI. So if you clear 778, it means you have the complete capability to analyze the data expertly and visualize it in a very good way as well. So what's expected from you, when you're thinking about 77778? Well, you need to have a good understanding of first how to use Power BI and how to perform good data analysis. I think this is very clear, right? And secondly, you need to be proficient in connecting a variety of data sources that I just spoke about, and perform data transformations, modeling, visualizations, and all of it using Power BI desktop. This is very important. And then you need to have the ability to actually configure dashboards, create good reports using all the Power BI services that are available. And lastly, you need to be proficient in implementing connectivity from a variety of servers as well. See, be it SSAS or it's also called as the SQL Server Analysis Services from Microsoft. You have the SQL Azure, and of course, you need to have the ability to implement data analysis in Microsoft Excel as well. Microsoft Excel is another beautiful tool that's actually used to perform data analysis. And Microsoft Excel, even though it sounds simple, is definitely an advanced tool. And if you're trained on Microsoft Excel, you can do a lot of things with it. Well, coming back to 778, it's mentioned on the Microsoft website that this exam retires on January 31st, 2021, and after which they're going to bring out another exam or another certification program. But until then, you're more than welcome to actually go on to clear this examination and get trained for it, of course. Because at the end of the day, not much is going to change with Power BI. But I think Microsoft is looking forward to changing things a little with their examination, how it's conducted, and what's asked in these examinations as well. But then, as I mentioned, if you're proficient with Power BI, clearing 778 should be good. So, what's 778 all about? Firstly, it's about consuming and transforming data using Power BI desktop, because here again,
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
connecting to a variety of data sources, it is mostly on-site data, but then it can be offshore servers as well. So ability to connect with it and pull the data is very important. To transform it, to clean it, to pre-process it, to make sure that the data is at its best is definitely something you will be tested on, especially in 778. So you really need to work on these skills. And modeling and visualizing data is, again, as the name suggests, you need to have the ability to not just create data models, guys. You need to have the ability to optimize them to the best of your abilities, because this is where efficiency comes into play. And if your model is very efficient, if your model is very good, then of course creating visualizations from it shouldn't be a huge task. And of course, creating beautiful looking visualizations, well, that depends on your practice, that depends on your art skills, and definitely some practice as well. It's not just this, right? When you think about clearing an examination such as 778, they test you on a lot of things, and your ability to provide custom reporting solutions is definitely something that they look for. See, because one solution will never fit all the problems, especially in the world of business intelligence. So you need to have the ability to scale yourself and scale your systems in a way where you understand multiple topologies, in a way where you have the ability to pull in data from, again, a variety of sources, because each company can have a different data, right? So if you're working on hospital data, there's a good chance to be working on patient data. But then if you're looking at, let's say, a social media company, your data is so much different, right? So to provide customized solutions for these guys, a good chance there'll be the companies that you'll be applying for, to provide these solutions. It is very, very important that you know how to create customized solutions, and this is what is expected from you for 778 as well. And it's just not this. Of course, you need to be proficient in Power BI, but then you need to have the ability to configure dashboard, customize the reports, and all the applications you need to know how to use in the Power BI services as well. See, it's not just you creating a dashboard, it's not you just configuring a dashboard, it's about you having the capability to handle security for applications and reports as well, because data security is something that is key no matter which IT field you go to. So you need to have the ability to handle security for all of these tools as well. And of course, configuring app workspaces is definitely something that's important, considering you'll be working in a team, considering you might be working on multiple projects, and of course, to keep your efficiency and to keep it all structured, this is definitely required. And likewise, with the pricing of 7778 exam, it changes based on the location that you're from, and the pricing has not been stable for a while now due to the ongoing pandemic. So again, for the price of the examination, make sure to head to the Microsoft website to check that out. Another question that we get asked is, hey, so I am certified right now, I've taken up the exam, I've cleared the exam in a very good way, what is the average salary that I can expect, right? Well, a Power BI developer in the US can get an average salary of somewhere around $120,000 and more. In India, it's around 10 lakhs per annum, and in the United Kingdom, it's somewhere around 70,000 pounds. So when you think about the salary aspects, a Power BI developer's role is very lucrative if you have the skills for it, if you are certified, if you are trained, and if you're good at what you do. And of course, you have an inclination towards data. Well, guys, let me tell you this. You can do a lot with Power BI, provide solutions to a lot of problems, and in fact, make a good chunk of money, through your career as well. So when you think about it, a Power BI developer's role is one of the top careers to have in this decade and the next decade, as I mentioned in the start of this video, and it is vital that you jump on a current trend and ride through it, right? Well, now Coming on to the first question on this list of top Power BI interview questions, let's begin by checking out this. What exactly is self-service BI? Well, self-service BI or self-service business intelligence, right? It is called as SSBI. So you can be asked a question saying what is SSBI as well, and the answer is the same. So it's an approach that we take to perform data analytics, to report the result of these analytics, and to of course complement it with good data visualization that at the end of the day will make sure that a user, a client, or anyone has the ability to actually perform all of these above mentioned tasks and understand it, drive business insights out of it, create dashboards without having to put much effort. One of the most important things that you're supposed to mention whenever you're asked about the SSBI is that the person who's working with this, right, the person who's trying to provide the BI solution, he or she really does not need any sort of technical proficiency or let's say a large amount of expertise when it comes to working with reporting, because at the end of the day you'll be making use of a lot of filters that are already available, data manipulation options that are actually put into place to help the user, and you can work with it, you can customize it, and you can have a solution to your business intelligence problem without having to put much effort. That at the end of the day is what makes SSBI special. Now,
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. What area do you go to change and reshape the data in Power BI? A. Data transformation. B. Data editing. C. Question editor. D. Data modeling. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
with this, we can move to question number 2 that states what is the difference between managed enterprise BI and self-service BI? Whenever we talk about the managed enterprise BI, right, the data flow there is a little unordered. So there is no structured way that the data flows. But in the case of self-service BI, the data is via an ordered flow. And with this unordered data and ordered data flow of the difference that we have in between managed enterprise and self-service BI, it affects a lot in the second point as well. That is efficiency. So when we're talking about efficiency, right, since we're ingesting unordered data, since we're bringing unordered data into the pipeline, it means that it's going to take a lot of time, it's going to take a lot of effort, and it's going to take a lot of pre-processing as well in the case of managed enterprise. But in the case of self-service BI, since the data itself is coming in a structured way, in an ordered way, the process can go on in such a way that the process methodologies and the models can actually start working on the data rather than having to spending a lot of time worrying on how the data is coming, what order is it coming in, and working with it as well. So coming on to programming skills, when you talk about managed enterprise, right, here is where you will require training, proficiency, and working knowledge of how the BI tool works. Because at the end of the day, here you'll be making use of complex programming skills, and this comes by practice. You can be taught a lot of things, but at the end of the day, practical experience and hands-on experience in the production environment matters a lot for managed enterprise BIs. But when you contrast it to the self-service BI, here is where the code is really simple. At the end of the day, you will not require much of code at all. A beginner, a person who is uninitiated in the field of BI can actually get started and work on providing a decent enough solution, business intelligence solution, of course, without having to put much effort into it. So it's small code that has a large effect on the program or the outcome or the goal in discussion as well. So this is the simple differences that lie in between a managed enterprise business intelligence tool and a self-service business intelligence tool. So question number 3, it states, why are you interested in Power BI? What makes you think that Power BI would be a great career option? There is a very good chance your interview can start with this question itself. So to go on to approach this question, understand it first. The first part of it says, why are you interested in Power BI? Here you can approach it in two ways. One, you can tell your inclinations of why you like Power BI or how you have solved a problem before and how you're planning to solve a problem using that as well. But there's another approach that you can take is tell why Power BI is something that you have to prefer. Because if the interviewer is expecting an answer saying why Power BI, why not other BI tools, then you can go on to talk about the advantages of BI. For example, talk about the advantages of Power BI. For example, Power BI makes use of a cloud-based data reporting tool. It's an amazingly easy to use visualization tool backed by Microsoft. It provides everything that's needed to perform data handling and data reporting as well. And it's just not that. After the report generation has been done, dashboards have been created. You can share it across the globe easily, be it in your workspace, be it to someone else, be it online, whatever it is. So this one particular aspect of easily being able to finish your task and share it, of course, is what makes Power BI very, very efficient and very popular among all the business users out there. Because let's face it, at the end of the day, less work, better efficiency is something that all the businesses would definitely like to enforce, and this does just that. So with this, it's a win-win-win, right? So that's one of the reasons of why you should be thinking towards answering it this way. Second part of the question says, what makes you think that Power BI would be a great career option? Well, business intelligence is in demand everywhere right now, right? There are hundreds of thousands of businesses across the globe where everyone wants an analyst, everyone wants a solution to the problem that they have. A BI analyst will fit in 99.9% of the business companies out there. Now, in that case, considering that it is a trending career, it is among the top 10 roles to have in the next decade. And of course, this decade as well, it makes it a no-brainer that you guys would love to jump on the trend, make full use out of it, and provide effective solutions to the problems we have in the world of business today. So, moving on to the fourth question, it states mention the important features of Power BI. Well, as you might already know it now that you're on the video here, Power BI has many features, right? So you can probably talk 20 minutes just about the features of Power BI, but then do read the room. Understand what the interviewer is expecting. Is he or she expecting a concise and a small answer, or is he or she expecting you to elaborate on it? Or whatever the case, at least make sure you mention four of the important features. See, for example, Power BI is used to transform data into beautiful looking visualization and aesthetic presentation and helps you share it very easily. First point. The second point is that you can have the ability to bring in data from multiple sources, in fact, perform a quick analysis even before you work on it, have an all-in-one view of it as well. Coming on to point number 3. Point number 3 talks about how you can scale your data, how you can scale your solutions right from the startups all the way till the established organizations out there, be it governance, be it security, be it military, whatever it is. The span of Power BI is as good as the implementation itself. So at the end of the day, when you're thinking about it, you can span it anywhere you want. And then fourth point, once an output is basically generated, what happens in the case of Power BI is that users have the capability to actually scale these and show it in multiple devices at the same time if it supports the Power BI application as well. If you want to show the output on your phone, yes, possible. Laptop, yes. Have it on the cloud, yes. Put it on a website, yes. So there's many things that you can do with Power BI if there is support to do it as well. And the support for Power BI from Microsoft is of course really good. So these are some of the very important points, right? But then when you have to try to showcase that you know a little bit more about Power BI, you can talk about the NLP capabilities of Power BI. You can talk about Power BI Q&A, which of course we'll discuss in the next couple of questions on how, of course, user can make use of queries on reporting by not really having to use complex programming languages or let's say complex querying techniques to work with the database as well. So there's many things. But as I mentioned, make sure to talk about the top 4 or 5 features of Power BI. Now with this, moving on to the fifth question, it states, is Power BI free to use? The answer is yes. Users can actually make use of Power BI for free in case if you have had practical experience using it. Well, but the best of the best features of Power BI can be availed with the Pro subscription that costs a little bit of money. Of course, this can be purchased from the Microsoft Store or through the application itself. It's a subscription-based application where you can actually go on to use enhanced features of already existing feature set that's provided with the free account. So if the basic features and functionalities work good enough for you to solve your problem, then perfect. If not, if there is a requirement for let's say more ease of use, or let's say there is a requirement for more powerful filters or whatever it is, then considering a pro account or a pro subscription definitely adds a lot of value. Because what most business users do is they have a subscribed account where it provides a lot more features. See, for example, instant data refreshes by the day, and many other powerful solutions which are missed in the free version. It is totally understandable, but do know that Power BI Pro subscription makes Power BI pack a huge punch. It's a very powerful tool, even in its free form, but once you go paid, once you go all in, it's a beautiful app to work with as well. So make sure to answer it this way. Coming on to question number 6, it states, what are the versions of Power BI? See, Power BI versions, you really don't have to talk about the version number and all of that when you ask this question, but talk about how Power BI is basically divided, right? See, it's a tool that brings a lot of flexibility when you talk about data reporting, handling, and working with it and whatnot. So, to complement all of these, to leverage the power of Power BI and make the full use out of it, it is divided into multiple versions. We have the Power BI Desktop, which is basically used as an on-premise software for Windows 10 or any other Windows for that matter. And then we have the Power BI services, which are used for publishing and pushing the reports to the cloud directly. And then we have the mobile Power BI, where we try to cater solutions via the mobile operating systems as well, be it iOS, be it Android, and more. So these are the 3 important versions that you should mention when you ask this question. It's Power BI Desktop, Power BI Service, and of course Power BI Mobile or Mobile Power BI. Now, with this, we can move on to the 7th question that states, what is Power BI Desktop? This can be a follow-up to the last question as well. So, Power BI Desktop is actually a Windows-based application that is used for personal computers. It is used for laptops. It is used for microcomputers. That is basically used, to design dashboards, to generate reports, and to publish them to the cloud at the end of the day. And finding the most native way to do it in the Windows operating system is what Power BI helps us to do. So by making use of Power BI on PCs, right, a full-fledged environment is actually not even required to work with. If you have a basic machine that has the capability to run Power BI, then it's more than sufficient that you start working with it. For example, for some features, right, you will not even require being connected to the internet as well. So if you have to work offline, then of course you can do it. But then if you have to publish it to the cloud or share it with colleagues, then of course there is the requirement for internet, but I'm sure you already know that. Now, when you're thinking about how easy it is to get started with Power BI Desktop, well, you can jump right in, check out some samples out there as well, and begin working to learn, or let's say explore around Power BI without having any prior experience using the tool as well. So that's one of the big advantages of making use of Power BI Desktop. You can get right in, get your hands messy, and see what you can come up with as well. Now, moving on to the 8th question, it states, what are the major components of Power BI? Power BI has 5 very important components that you have to talk about. One is the Power Pivot, where we talk about how we can fetch the data, clean the data, and load it onto what we call as Power Query. Power Query is used in between the user interaction between the data that is present and how we interact with it based on a lot of features, programming sets, and for example, operations such as loading the data, pulling the data, cleaning the data, and a lot more. And of course, Power QA is basically to interact with the reports that we generate from the data, and this is done by using simple language as well. And then we have the Power View. The Power View is basically used to create a lot of charts, graphs, maps, and many other types of visuals that we can use to aesthetically present the data in the form of a good dashboard or great report as well. And lastly, we have Power Map. Power Map will make sure that we can have the processing power of global icons on the screen, where we're trying to depict or show the processing of accurate geographical locations that are present in the data sets. For example, sales figures in a particular country, support operations in another part of the world. A lot more that you can do with Power Map. So when you ask this question, make sure to mention the 5 different components of Power BI. That's Power Map, Power Q&A, Power Query, Power View, and of course Power Pivot. So with this, we can check out the 9th question that states, what is the purpose of the get data icon in Power BI? This is a very commonly asked question, but then it has a very simple solution. The get data icon, as the name suggests, is actually used to ingest all the data into your Power BI dashboard or your working environment. You can have Excel files, you can have XML files, be it JSON, PDF, SharePoint, CSV files, a lot of other files that you can directly ingest into your program, or in fact into your working environment with just 1 or 2 clicks. That is how simple it is, and we use that icon for this purposes, right? So in case if you have databases such as SQL Server Analytics Services, you have Oracle, IBM, MySQL, Access, Microsoft Access, of course, and lot more that you can start pulling in and check out what data sets are supported by Power BI, how you can pull it in, and how you can make full use out of it with 1 or 2 clicks as well. That's the specialty of this particular button. Now, if you're wondering about pulling data from the cloud directly, the answer is yes. You can directly hook up your Power BI into Microsoft Azure network and multiple other cloud platforms as well. And through this button, through this icon, you will find all the options and all the things that are required to pull all the data and bring it into your working environment easily. That's the advantage of Power BI. Now, moving on to the 10th question, it says, how can we filter the data we ingested in Power BI? Well, data filtering is something that Power BI is definitely known for. It's popular for. What happens here is that data can be filtered by making use of a lot of filters that are already present, in fact, implicitly. So you really don't have to explicitly start working on it. If you program your Power BI to do it automatically for you, it has the capability to do it. But then when we talk about the filters, right, there are 3 important types of filters in Power BI that we have. One we call as the drill through filters, second we have the page level filters, and third we have the report level filters. When we talk about the drill through filters, what we're trying to do here is that, especially in Power BI desktop, users can go on to create a page where their report is present, but then there are many things on a report that can get confusing, right? But with the drill through filter, as the name suggests, we're trying to drill through to the specific requirements that we have. Let's say we're talking about a manufacturing pipeline. Here you can go on to concentrate with suppliers, concentrate about customers, manufacturers, the graphs that are involved behind it, how these values are changing with respect to time, and a lot more. So to hone in on that particular requirement that we have to focus on, that is where drill through filters come into the picture. And then we have the page level filters. Page level filters where we try to filter out via each individual page, as the name suggests, pretty simple. And then we have the report level filters. Again, here we try to simultaneously filter all of the charts that are present in all of the pages of a single report. So one report can have multiple pages. If a page has to be filtered, we can use page level filters. If the reports have to be filtered, we have report level filters. But at the end of the day, if you have to get into a particular report, a particular page of that report, then perform some focus analysis on it, then you have the drill through filters. So make sure to answer this in a clear and a concise way. Now, coming on to question number 11. Question number 11 states, where is data stored in Power BI? Well, when data gets ingested into the Power BI environment, it gets stored into 2 types of tables. One is we have the fact table, and the other we have the dimension tables. So what happens in the case of fact tables is that we have a central table in the schema, what we call as the star schema. You might know it if you have worked on data warehousing. So a fact table will consider and store all of the quantitative information that is required for us to perform analytics. But one very important thing that you have to mention about fact tables is that the data is not normalized in the case of fact tables. So make sure to mention that. Now, when we talk about the dimension tables, right? Dimension tables on the other hand also make use of a star schema, but here what we're trying to do is we're trying to store the metadata of the data as well. So think about storing attributes, think about storing dimensions, think about storing things that actually describe the data or describe the objects that are present in our previous fact table where the data is actually stored. Fact table is where we have the data, dimension table is where we express and talk more about the data. Think of it that way. So when you ask this question about where the data is stored, make sure you talk about fact tables and make sure you talk about dimensional tables, and of course state how each of these work as well. So moving on to the 12th question, it says, what are content packs? Well, content packs are again one of the most important things in the world of Power BI, because this is where we can package reports, dashboards, data set, share it with other people very easily. Because one thing about a content pack is that whenever you head to a website, right, your portal, the Power BI portal, here you can merge your workspace list. Here you can check out all your reports, check out all your dashboards without having to put much effort into it. But then when you have to stress a little bit about content packs, right? So what it mainly does is it provides limited access or complete access to certain charts, certain lists, certain pages, and certain reports based on your organization structure. So if you want to deny access or authorize access to some people, you can do that. The second thing is that you can customize it with a title, give it a little description, and make sure that the user or the person who's seeing the reports or the dashboard has the ability to pick what's required and leave what's not required. So with content packs, that can be done. And of course, we have the next point, which talks about how users can have access and create new dashboard from the content pack itself, rather than having to open up the tool again and working with it hands on. So these three features form to be one of the most notable features of content packs. And at the end of the day, whenever you talk about content packs, know one thing: this is a topic where you can definitely stress on and talk about for 5 to 10 minutes straight. But then there is a very good chance that the interviewer is expecting a clear and a concise answer. So make sure you keep it that way. Now with this, we can check out the 13th question that states, what are the different views in Power BI desktop? Well, there are three different views in Power BI that you're supposed to know about, and each of these view has its own unique purpose. For example, we have the report view. In the report view, what we're trying to do is we're trying to add visualizations, add multiple report pages, add multiple reports, and see how we can publish it right then and there from the Power BI desktop. So this is the report view, where we can actually have a full scale view of what's going on. Then we have the data view. Data view is where we perform operations such as data pre-processing, data shaping, and all of these by making use of the query editor tools. So this is data view. And then we have the third different view in Power BI. This is basically the relationship view. The relationship view is used to actually show and manage the relationships that are present in the data sets that we are working with currently as well. So each of these view, as you can see, a relationship view gives the ability for us to manage relationships. Data view gives us a header through which we can work with the query editor tools, and we have the report view where we can add visualizations and work with the report directly as well. So as you can see, these are three different views that do three different things as well. So it is very important that you answer it this way. Now with this, we can check out the 14th question that states, what is row level security? This is a very important question, so make sure to concentrate. So a low level security, basically what it does, it means that it is trying to restrict the data that a user can actually access, the user can view and work with it by making use of certain set of filters that come built in Power BI. So to configure this and to begin working with row level security, all you have to do is you have to configure and put into place certain rows, and of course certain roles, and of course certain rules as well, because in Power BI this is very easy to do, and these rules and roles that you provide is applicable as soon as you push it to the Power BI service as well. Let's say if you have to put it to the cloud, put it to a website, Power BI mobile, whatever it is. So there is a function here, what we call as the username function. This is used along with the table relationships to see which user has access to what kind of data in the data set as well. So if you're the current user working on it, this function can actually show what restrictions are applicable to the current data. Now, when you're thinking about enabling row level security, right, one important thing that you have to know about is, to do this, you require the Power BI Pro subscription. So this cannot be done in the free subscription, but then Excel sheets can of course be used wherever it's being converted to the PBIX file format, which is the Power BI index format as well. So make sure you talk about how the Power BI Pro subscription is needed, how it works, how you can configure, and how you can use the username function to actually showcase the relationship between the data access and the current user who's using it as well. Now, moving on to the 15th question, it says, what is DAX and what are the benefits of making use of variables in DAX? DAX is an acronym for data analysis expressions, and this is one of the most important things in Power BI, because this is what we use to query and return all of the data by making use of table expressions in Power BI. So it's actually a language. Think of it like SQL, where we're actually trying to use formulas, where we're trying to perform basic calculations, where we're trying to perform data analysis on all the data that's present in Power Pivot. But then we're not trying to talk about the data directly, but then we're trying to see how we can work with the data. Hence, this is where it differs from your query language. It's used to compute your columns, calculated fields, your measures. You can do a lot with DAX. At the end of the day, what you cannot do is you cannot insert or modify the data. But then apart from that, since your data is already ingested from multiple sources, working with it, performing analytics on it, and then driving results out of it is very easy, and that's the primary purpose of DAX. So what are some of the benefits of making use of DAX, right? See, when you're using variables in DAX, what happens is that every variable that we use in DAX can be reusable. So here you will really not have to write multiple queries to get a lot done. Small amount of queries can do a lot to your source database, and at the end of the day, variables are these entities that makes DAX expressions understandable by us. So keeping it high level, keeping it simple, ensuring reusability is set makes our job very easy when we work with DAX or data analysis expressions as well. So when you ask this question, make sure to provide the answer in a clean and a crisp way. Now, coming on to the 16th question. The 16th question states, what is bidirectional cross-filtering in Power BI? Well, BCF as we call it in short, or bidirectional cross-filtering, is actually used to allow the data modelers to make sure that they can use filters the way they want to control the relationship between tables. As the name suggests, it's bidirectional, right? So we'll have a secondary table here, on the other side of the actual primary table relationship, where we propagate the data on the filter context from the first one to the second one. This is done to make sure that you really don't have to use any sort of complex DAX formulas or any complex data modeling entities that will help you solve the relationship. What happens whenever we discuss about many to many problems, and to avoid the ability of actually going to mix up the data or messing up the relationship in the table as well. So with this cross filtering, we are trying to use multiple tables again to make sure we determine the relationship and then work with it. So what this does is it simplifies the job for data modelers whenever they have to work with the many to many problem, and simplify on how data can be used, pre-processed, analyzed, and of course at the end of the day documented and published in the required formats as per the client's requirement or as per the goal as well. So this is what bidirectional cross filtering is. Coming on to the 17th question, it is, how are relationships defined in Power BI desktop? Well, one thing you should know about Power BI Desktop is that there is no null values, there is no duplicate rows, and there are relationships in between tables that can be defined in more than one way. So what are these ways? We have two things. One is we can do it manually. The second thing is we can make use of the auto detect feature for this. If we have to do it manually, if you have to define the relationships manually, then the user can go on to use the key structure, where you can use primary keys, where you can use foreign keys, map the data, and then work with it. But then if you have to make use of the auto detect feature, right? With the auto detect feature, if we have this enabled, Power BI has the capability to actually understand the relationships in between tables and then map the relationships for us automatically. Sometimes it does it right, but then sometimes it's a minor case where one or two relationships can get a little twitchy and messed up. In that case, of course, you can manually go in and fix it, but do understand that it's very powerful. It knows what it does, and 95% of the time it has the capability to detect it automatically and split out and create the relationships that we want in the case of Power BI as well. So with that, Power BI is something that offers a lot for a lot less effort that we put into it actually. Now, moving on to the 18th question, it says, what is advanced editor in Power BI? Well, advanced editor, as the name suggests, is where we try to see the query that Power BI uses whenever we go on to import the data. The query is actually written in a language what we call as the Power Query formula language, or in short it's called as the M code. So to view our particular query code, right, especially when we're making use of Power BI desktop, just go to edit queries from the home tab. This is where you can directly access it, and you can work with the advanced editor to see what query is being used. It will display the query for you, what is the current query that's running, what query have you selected, and what transformations you can apply on it as well. So of course, to apply the actual transformations, we're going to have to go into the query editor and select each individual step, type in the query, and then work with it. But then one thing you really have to know is that all of the things that we can do, right, to the particular code that we're talking about, it's easily done in the case of advanced editor, because it provides all the basic functionality and a lot more as well. So in that particular case, you have the basic functioning bare bones of it, and you have a lot more features that you may or may not use as well. So to check out all of these, make sure you're talking about the M code, make sure you're talking about how you can go on to actually use the advanced editor and what the advanced editor does as well. Now, moving on to the 19th question, it states, why should general formatting be applied to data in the case of Power BI? Well, this is a very generic question, even though it might seem a little specific, because at the end of the day, general formatting needs to be applied to a lot of data that we have, right? See, in Power BI, what we're trying to do is we're trying to categorize the data, we're trying to identify data, and we're trying to see what's the easiest way we can work with it. So to do this, you will require relationships. To do this, you'll require custom formulas and a lot more, right? Now to do all of this, let's say you have to create a new column to work with it. You can go on to add a custom column, type in the name of the column, type in the relationship, type in the formulas, and it is just 4 or 5 clicks away. So general formatting is basically done to make sure that your task can be reduced to a minimum at the end of the day. As that's exactly what Power BI aims to do. You having to do a lot less for the code, and the code in fact is going to do a lot more for you. So to have a new column name, have a new box for it, have a formula for it, to map a relationship, to see what it does, is probably 5 or 6 clicks away, and it's as simple as that. So to kind of leverage this, we make use of general formatting. Now, coming on to the 20th question, it states, what are the most common data shaping techniques that are present in Power BI? It's not just Power BI. There are many other business intelligence tools that use this as well. Some of the most common things are, manually removing columns and rows based on the requirement. We can add indexes to keep the data a little more structured. We can apply a sorting order to see how we can work with the data and how we can actually, work with it in a structured way. And of course, there are many other things too. But what are some of the most widely used data shaping techniques? If it is asked, the answer is this: either manual removal of column and rows, or addition of indices, or of course sorting the data based on an order as well. So moving on to the 21st question, it says, which in-memory analytics engine is used in the case of Power Pivot? So one important talk about Power Pivot is, of course, it's in-memory analytics engine, right? And there is no other engine unlike Xvelocity, in my opinion, because this engine has the capability to handle large amount of data, store it in columnar databases, and present it to you like it's absolutely nothing. Like it doesn't break a sweat to do it. That is how efficient it is, and that is how intelligent it can get as well. So this is done very quickly in a very rapid manner because the data actually gets stored onto the RAM, and since it is on the RAM and not on the hard disk, your processing speed, your data read speed, your data write speed has gone exponentially up. And what this does, it makes sure that your processing speed is very high and that you can use it rapidly as well. And this is exactly what makes the Xvelocity engine very powerful as well. So with this, we can come to the 22nd question that states, what is Power BI Designer? Power BI Designer is actually a new tool that's been put into Power BI, where it provides the ability for the users to create a lot of good looking reports, intuitive dashboards without you having to put much effort again. So you can change the visual aspects of the data, the aesthetics of the data with probably 4 or 5 clicks as well, because this is done to make sure that you can spend a good amount of time with the actual process of the goal, with the actual process of making a decision based on the analytics that you just drove, rather than having to spend time creating all of these reports. So this easy manipulation of the aesthetic part of it is exactly what Power BI Designer does. One thing about the Power BI Designer that Microsoft is doing right is that they have put in a lot of drag and drop capabilities. What it means is that you can start dragging in and dropping in data. Let's say where you want to create a canvas report, or let's say if you have a layout where you want to start dragging in widgets, dragging in charts, dragging in maps, whatever it is, right? It's only a mouse click or a pull away. That's how simplified things have become in today's world of Power BI with the help of Power BI Designer. So when you ask this question, make sure to answer it in a clear and a concise way. Coming on to question number 23, it states, is it possible to refresh Power BI reports after they get published to the cloud? The answer is a very simple and a straightforward yes, because gateways are put into place for us to do just this. After the reports have been pushed to the cloud, we can edit it and we can refresh it based on the changes in the data that has happened. So how can we do this? There are two ways. So if you've shared it using SharePoint, then we have the DMG gateway, or the data management gateway, that we make use of it. And then if you've shared it on powerbi.com, then we have the Power BI personal gateway that we can make use for this purpose. So depending on how the data gets published to the cloud, either by using SharePoint or either by using the powerbi.com website, we have two gateways that help us refresh the data. Now, after understanding this,
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. The principal arrival of Power BI depends on which of the following: A. Microsoft Excel, B. Microsoft Word, C. Microsoft PowerPoint, D. Microsoft Outlook. Comment on your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
there could be a follow-up question which states, what are the gateways that are available in Power BI and why do we use them, right? See, a gateway is, as you just saw in the previous question, a bridge that is used to gap the differences. And a gateway, as you previously saw, is basically a bridge that is used to gap the on-premise data with the Azure cloud services that are present. So to do this, right, to make use of gateways, there are two types of gateways that are present in Power BI. One, we have the personal gateway and we have the on-premise gateway. A personal gateway is one where we can, have the data imported and make sure we use it, but only by making use of Power BI service and on their website. So by making use of personal gateway, check out the name, it says personal. This means that it can only be used, accessed and worked on by one authority or one person. Now, we have the on-premise gateway. On-premise gateway is, let's say, an expanded version or an addition to personal gateway with a lot more features. Here you can work with direct query, you can have multiple users work with this, you can have many users refresh the data to see the progress as well, to see when the refreshes happened at what time. You can basically get analytics about refreshing as well. So that is how powerful gateways are. So when you ask this question, make sure to talk about the personal gateway, make sure to mention the on-premise gateway, about how personal gateway only works for Power BI service, while the on-premise gateway allows multiple users to work with as well. Moving on to the 25th question, it states, how can geographical data be mapped into Power BI reports? Geographical data can be mapped into the Power BI reports in a very simple fashion. It's by making use of map charts and filled map charts, right? So I'm sure if you're at this point of time in your interview preparation, you will already know this or you would have used this as well. So by making use of map charts and filled map charts, we find the easiest way where we can visualize geographical data, be it your local locality, be it your local regional data, or global data as well. Power BI has one important integration is with Bing Maps, where we can pick up the default coordinates for locations. You can use geocoding, and you can make use of mapping places without having to know its latitude and longitude coordinates directly as well. So with this integration with Bing Maps, it makes it very intuitive for the user and the developer to actually go on to work with the tool, rather than working on understanding, knowing, noting, and using longitudes and latitudes as well. But then, of course, if you have to use it, you can. But there, do you have to compulsorily use it? The answer is no. Now, moving on to the 26th question, it says, what happens when you click on a single data point in one of the multiple visuals in a report? See, it's very simple. What happens when you click on a single data point is that the data gets selected and copied into your clipboard. That's about it. But then it's a very tricky question, and sometimes people fumble upon answering this, but then do not do that. Now you know the answer to this, right? So when you go on to do that, all your data gets selected, the single data point, of course, it gets copied to the clipboard. And of course, whenever you have copied data, you can paste it anywhere that you need it and use it. And this is at the end of the day put into place to make sure that you can work with Power BI effectively, and you really don't have to spend much time with all of these native things as well. So when you click on a data point, it gets copied, use this in the clipboard to paste it wherever you require it and use it. As simple as that. Moving on to the 27th question, it states, what is Z order in Power BI? Z order is actually a design strategy that is put into place where we try to arrange the visuals by making use of certain shapes. So what the Z order does is that, we can define it, we can have an implementation where we're trying to show the report, which consists of multiple elements, where we're trying to refresh the display, of how the order of elements gets changed in case the reports itself are changed. See, you will have data in the reports, and this will be constant and working fine. But then if your data changes in the report, there's a very good chance your report can change too, right? So let's say your order of item changes, your item entity itself changes, or there's a change in the relationship. In this particular case, we make use of this strategical approach where we are trying to arrange our visuals by considering the shapes. So with this, what happens is that, when anything changes, right, it really doesn't mess up the dashboard or mess up the workstation, but it works really well and it holds the aesthetic ability for the display as well. So in that particular reference, Z order is a very important thing in Power BI. So coming on to the 28th question, it states, how do you stay up to date with the new and upcoming concepts in Power BI or in BI itself? See, whenever you're talking about this question, right, in a business intelligence interview, this is a very commonly asked question. The interviewer here, he or she, in fact, is trying to assess your interest of Power BI to see if you have the ability, the interest to actually, go on to explore new things that come into this world of BI and how best you can leverage it. Because today's software is tomorrow's obsolete when you think about it, right? Even in the case of Power BI, yes. Just check out the initial releases of Power BI and Power BI now. There's a day and night difference with the number of added features and how simplified Power BI is to use these days. So in that particular case, the interviewer tries to understand on how you approach something new, how you understand it, how you learn it, and how you implement it as well. Because it's not just learning new things, right? In the world of business intelligence, there is a problem that requires a solution. It is as simple as that. If you know the latest bells and whistles, the latest tools and techniques that you can go on to use it, then of course it makes your job very easy. It saves you time and money. It saves the employer time and money. Now at the end of it, the interviewer wants to understand how well you are prepared to scale yourself up in a production environment as well. So if you're a fresher or a person out of college, you might not have a lot of production experience, right, in a production environment. Now, with this, the interviewer can get a solid idea of you having the capability to learn new things and effectively build on it too. So answer it in a clear way, state your interest. So state how you, find your own ways to learn new things. There is no one answer here that will fit for all of you guys. So I suggest you sit, have a notepad, make note of how you learn new things and state it that way. Now, moving on to the 29th question, it says, do you have any experience working in the same industry as ours before? This is definitely a commonly asked question in a Power BI interview because, as I told you, business intelligence is required for every industry, every field that you can think of in one way or another. So let's say if you're applying, for the military, let's say if you're applying to perform business intelligence for a social media, for a hospital, or let's say a medical firm, in that particular case, they will want to know in case if you have worked in the same domain. It's just data familiarity. It's just knowing that you will be a better fit to that team there. So if you're a fresher, of course, you can just say no, that you really don't have any experiences, or you can take a little intelligent approach where you try to probably talk about the projects that you have done either in a certification program or in your college or something that has helped you understand this industry that you're trying to apply to. So make sure to talk about the experience in case if you have the experience. But then if you do not, if you're a fresher right out of college, then do talk about the tools, the techniques that you have used, and how you think that will be a best fit for the industry that you're applying for now. Moving on to the 30th question, it states, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and your implementation process? This is a very, very, very important question because interviewers, especially in the world of business intelligence, they understand the weightage, they understand the leverage that a certified BI, comes into the picture. Because at the end of the day, they know that if you have put in time and effort into a certification program, that you've learned something new, it provides them a confidence that you have the ability to work on your career and that this is what you want to do in the long term. That you have the strong aspiration to actually learn on new things, pick up new things, and eventually solve problems by making complete use of your knowledge as well. And of course, you being an effective learner is something that they'll definitely look forward to if they're hiring you, right? These are some of the aspects that they expect for. And with a certification program, you already know that you will have comprehensive knowledge taught by experts. A good certification program will give you industry level projects. It will give you access to a lot of things where you can learn Power BI or any other IT concept for that matter. Learn it, understand what the problem is that you're trying to solve, find out ways on how you can approach experts, learn from them, and at the end of the day work with a community, or you can solo it out to solve a problem. Because any IT concept, right, think about big data, think about AI, think about business intelligence, whatever it is, everything here is put into place because we want to make make use of the computational power around us to simplify a problem or simplify a task to the fullest. That is your advantage. And as first I mentioned, the first 3 points we discussed was the advantage that the interviewer wants to see in you. So when you're talking about a certification program, right, it always adds value that you talk about what you learned and how you implemented your learning there. You might have 3 or 4 certifications, or let's say even more as well. In that particular case, quickly list all the certifications you have, and if you feel like the interviewer wants more details about what you learned, which he or she definitely will do, in that particular case, start elaborating about what you learned and what you got out of it, because the outcome of a certification program is very important, not what the certification program is. So talk about what you learned, talk about how you plan to implement it, talk about how you have already implemented it in the past, and you should be good. Well, guys, I take this opportunity to wish you guys all the very best for all of your interviews. With this said, you have a clear idea of how you can approach these top Power BI interview questions in a clear and a concise way, and how you can answer them to the best of your abilities as well. So, with this, I'm sure you guys can be one step closer to acing all of your Power BI interviews.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below.